Imagine you're in school and you come up with an idea for a prank that you know will have the rest of the students talking about you for years. But when you actually attempt to do the prank, it accidentally turns into a real crime. Because that's exactly what happened to me when my friends and I came up with the best idea ever: steal a school bus. Well, not really steal, but borrow it. And everything was going perfectly to plan until my friend got behind the wheel and did something that got everyone on that bus in big trouble. So let's start from the beginning. One day, me and a couple other people were sitting in our friend's basement, and we all were thinking about the exact same thing. What is our senior prank gonna be? And for those of you who don't know what a senior prank is, it's when you're in your last year of high school and you pull a prank on all the teachers or the workers at that school. It's basically your way of going out with a bang before you graduate high school. And let's just say, to me and my friends, the senior prank was our Super Bowl. We heard crazy stories about all the other previous pranks that students pulled, like putting a bunch of balloons in the principal's office or TPing the school. But we wanted to do something bigger, something that would guarantee that all the future students would be talking about me and my friend group for years to come. So there we were, me and my 5 friends sitting around in Jake's basement trying to brainstorm what good ideas are. We threw out all the usual ones. Cover the principal's office in Christmas wrapping paper. That's not special enough and it would take forever. Release 3 pigs in the hallways that had labels on them that said 1, 2, and 4, so everyone would spend a bunch of time looking for number 3. No, that had already been done at our school like 10 years ago. We needed something original, something that would actually get people talking. And that's when my friend Marcus had a crazy idea. He goes, what if we stole a school bus? At first, we all just started laughing because it did not sound realistic at all. But then we realized Marcus was serious. And the more he talked about it, the more it made sense on how it could happen. Because Marcus's dad was one of the school drivers at that school. So he had an actual plan for how we could do this. And shockingly, his plan was so simple that it couldn't go wrong, right? This is what it was. Around midnight, Marcus would take his dad's keys and badge to get into the school bus parking lot. We'd sneak over to where the buses are parked when nobody's around. We would then take one of the buses and drive straight to our principal's house. Then we'd park it right in his driveway and ring his doorbell. And when he opens the door, just imagine the look on our principal's face when he sees 6 students that stole a school bus. It would be legendary. And we knew this was only something that we could do because no students from other years had the advantage that we had, with Marcus's dad being an actual bus driver. So it just felt like we had to do this. The more we planned it out, the more confident we got. Marcus knew exactly which bus to take because his dad always drove the same one. My friend Jake knew our principal's address. Don't ask why. And my friend Sarah said she would bring her camera to record the whole thing as proof so we could go down in history. After we all agreed to doing this, we spent weeks working out every detail. What time to meet up, who would drive, what our backup story would be if we got caught. We had backup plans for our backup plans. At least that's what we thought. Looking back now, I can see all the massive flaws in our plan and all the little things that we missed. But considering the fact that we were literally down to steal a school bus, it's not surprising that we weren't the smartest bunch of students. Whenever we talked about the plan, we'd always say we were borrowing the school bus and not stealing it because that just made it sound safer and less illegal. Everyone in our group had mixed feelings on pulling this prank. Marcus was the nervous one because even though he literally suggested the plan, it was his dad's job on the line if anything went wrong. Jake was the mastermind who kept coming up with more elaborate details. Sarah was our lookout person who would make sure we didn't get caught. My friend Anthony was supposed to be the driver because he had a truck, so he had the most experience with bigger vehicles. Then there was me and Danny, who were basically just along for the ride. We met up every day after school for probably 3 weeks just to go over the plan. We even drove by our principal's house twice just to scope it out. His driveway was perfect for this prank, big enough for a school bus to where he literally could not miss it when he opened that door. None of us stopped to think about all the things that could go wrong and eventually would go wrong. We were all just too eager to own the title of doing the most legendary senior prank ever. And after a couple of weeks of waiting, our day finally came. We were doing it on a Thursday night in April, purposefully on a night where we had school the next day so we could hear what all the other students had to say about it when we showed them what we did. The day went by just as planned. We went to school, Marcus went home, and a couple hours later, his dad got home, tossed his keys and badge on the counter like always, and watched TV. Later that night, right after his dad went to bed, Marcus grabs his dad's keys and badge, snuck out with it, and we all met up at Jake's house. Jake pretty much raised himself, so his parents literally could not care less that there was 5 students coming over on a school night at 11:30 p.m. Everything was going perfectly to plan. Marcus was the last one to arrive at Jake's house, and when he did, the mission was officially on. The bus depot was only about a 10-minute walk from Jake's, so we walked there together. It's just a big fenced parking lot where they literally put the buses overnight. There's a gate that stops any bus from getting through or out of it, but Marcus had his dad's badge, so when he scanned it, just like that, the gate opened. Marcus led us straight to the bus that his dad always drove, bus number 38. He pulled out the keys, put them into the bus, and the door opened. We all looked at each other like, okay, this is actually happening now. Anthony climbed into the driver's seat while the rest of us were going crazy over the fact that this was actually working. He put the key in the keyhole, or whatever you call it. He turned it, and after a couple of sounds, the bus was ready to go. The original plan was for Anthony to drive straight to our principal's house. It should have been about a 5-minute drive. Get in and get out. But what we didn't know before was that Anthony had his own ideas. Because Anthony's always been the type of guy that's just kind of a psychopath. So we're exiting the parking lot, and all of a sudden, Anthony starts getting a little too confident. He's honking the horn, flashing all the lights, and at first, we were cheering it on. We could feel that this night was going to be legendary. But then, Anthony started making turns that weren't on the way to our principal's house. When Marcus asked him where he was going, Anthony just grinned and told him that he was taking the scenic route. None of us had any idea what that meant. This wasn't planned, but everyone else seemed to still be having a good time, so I just went along with it. But eventually, I had to say something because things started to get out of hand. Anthony was feeding off the attention of everyone being impressed by what he was doing. He got more and more excited the further he drove and wanted to keep doing something more crazy. We got to this intersection and Anthony had to choose exactly which way to go. Left takes us towards the principal's house, like we planned, and right takes us towards the freeway entrance. I'm sitting there assuming that he's gonna turn left. We all thought he was gonna turn left. That was literally the entire point of the operation. But Anthony had been getting more and more pumped up from all the attention, so he wanted to do something bigger, something that he thought would really impress everyone in the group. So when we got to that intersection, he didn't turn left toward the principal's house. Of course he didn't. He turned right onto the freeway. Danny and Sarah were screaming with excitement when he did this. Meanwhile, me and Marcus were screaming with terror. The second Anthony merged that school bus onto the freeway, our group split down the middle. Sarah and Danny were cheering like we were on some crazy roller coaster, but Marcus went completely pale and started hyperventilating. Because remember, this is Marcus's dad's school bus, so he did not want to take any risks with it. I'm sitting there gripping the seat in front of me thinking that we're taking this way too far. Let me paint you a picture of what this looked like. It's past midnight on a Thursday, and there's this big yellow school bus flying down the freeway when you look inside it and see 6 teenagers who look like they don't even have their license yet. Anyone who saw us on that freeway probably thought that we were insane asylum patients who just escaped. Marcus is standing up trying to get Anthony's attention, and he's like, dude, you need to get off at the next exit. This wasn't the plan. I don't know what my dad will do if he finds out about this. If anything happens to the school bus, it's gonna be all my fault. But Anthony was too locked in, so he just laughed and sped up even faster. He even started swerving in between lanes just to mess with us. Not that there were many people on the freeway at this time, but still. This guy was treating the school bus like it was a Lamborghini. Sarah was telling Anthony to go faster because I guess she just didn't care about making it back that night. Danny's hanging out one of the windows, yelling at cars that passed by us. These 3 were having the time of their lives, while the rest of us were planning our funeral arrangements. The arguing got so loud that I couldn't even hear myself think. Marcus is now screaming at Anthony to turn around. Jake's trying to be the voice of reason, saying, hey, maybe we should at least slow down a little bit. Meanwhile, Anthony's just ignoring all of us and locked in on the road. It was clear to me at this point that we had gone too far. We weren't just borrowing a school bus for 20 minutes to scare our principal. We were joyriding a stolen school bus on a major freeway at midnight. I want you to just imagine what would happen if we got pulled over by the cops. There was no way to explain the situation to them. But luckily, we wouldn't have to imagine this happening. Just a couple minutes later, Marcus kept trying to reason with Anthony to get him off the freeway, but he was way too far gone. He was honking at random cars, flashing the headlights. He even flipped open the stop sign that school buses have for some reason. Let's just say, the way he was driving made me look like a really good civilian when I'm playing GTA. Even Danny, who was having a blast when this all started, was now getting a little bit nervous when Anthony was speeding through lanes. Because school buses are not Lamborghinis. I don't think you're supposed to drive them like this. The whole thing was shaking and rattling like it was gonna fall apart with how fast we were going. Every time we hit the smallest bump, we all shot up for a second. But here's the thing we didn't know. While we're having this argument and Anthony's trying to show off, there was something happening back at school that none of us had any idea about during this moment. School buses have GPS tracking systems built into them. Every single bus gets tracked electronically, so they always know where every single one is at. So while we're cruising down the interstate thinking that we're so clever, some employee for the school district was getting notified that bus 38 was cruising down the freeway for some reason at midnight. And because of this, our little joyride was about to become a big problem. We had no idea that while we were in the bus, we were getting in trouble in that very moment. Because Marcus never told us, Nor did he know himself that these buses have GPS tracking systems. The people responsible for monitoring this stuff must have got notified about it. The alert probably went off the moment we left that parking lot. Now picture this. It's 1 a.m. and you're the person responsible for making sure all the school buses are where they're supposed to be. When suddenly, you get woken up by your phone buzzing with an alert. You check your phone and see that one of your school buses is traveling down the freeway at 70 miles per hour. Of course, you're only going to think one thing. Someone just stole that school bus. So the supervisor responsible for watching all these buses starts calling all the other school bus drivers because he knows they're the only ones that have access to the buses. He's trying to figure out if anyone knows why one of the school buses is currently taking a joyride around the county. But when he's making these calls, most of the drivers don't even answer because it's so late at night. But then Marcus's dad gets the call. Picture this guy sound in bed when his work phone starts ringing at 1:15 in the night. Nobody calls you this late unless something really bad happened. Like last time I got a call from someone this late, it was because my goldfish ran away. So Marcus's dad answers the phone and his supervisor asks him if he knows anything about this stolen school bus. The dad is confused at first and he's like, "What do you mean my bus is missing? I parked it at the depot yesterday, just like every other day." The supervisor sends him a picture of the tracking system and sure enough, there's a little dot on the freeway that represents the bus. Now, Marcus's dad is starting to panic because someone definitely stole his bus. But then he starts thinking about it more. Who would steal a school bus? How would they get the keys for it? Because the keys were sitting on his kitchen counter where he always leaves them. But when he goes downstairs to check, they're not there. He wakes up his family to ask if they've seen the keys, but that's when he notices Marcus isn't home. By now, he's putting 2 and 2 together. He doesn't know what happened, but he knows that Marcus is involved. Meanwhile, we're still on the freeway and Anthony is still showing off when all of a sudden, Marcus gets the call. At first, he ignores the buzzing sound because he's trying to still get Anthony to turn around, but the phone keeps ringing, and that's when he finally looks at it and sees that it's his dad. And let me tell you, when you get a call from your dad in the middle of the night while you're doing something that you know you're not supposed to be doing, you're cooked. He answers the phone and immediately hears his dad yelling. And not even angry yelling, but more panic yelling. He's asking where he is and what he's doing and demanding to know if he's involved with this school bus. Everyone on that bus goes quiet when Marcus answers the call. We can all hear his dad screaming through the phone even though Marcus is trying to hold it far away from his ear. And just like that, no one on that bus was having fun anymore. Marcus is trying to explain to his dad that it was just supposed to be a harmless senior prank. We weren't actually going to do anything. But then his dad tells us that the school district knows the school bus is missing. They're tracking it with GPS. They've already called the police to report that someone stole it. When he said that, we realized we were finished. The police knew what we did. We were going to be seniors in high school forever because we weren't graduating after this. So what do we do now? Well, Marcus hung up the phone and could not even say a word. We knew that all of us were in trouble at this point, but Marcus might have never been heard from again. His hands were shaking and he couldn't even look at any of us. Finally, this got Anthony to stop showing off and he took the next exit to turn around. I'm sitting there thinking about what's actually going to happen now. The bus was reported as stolen. Not borrowed, not missing, stolen. I figured we were all getting about 50 consecutive life sentences for this crime. The whole mood in that school bus completely changed, and after a couple minutes of just sitting in complete silence, Marcus finally said his first words, and all he mouthed was, "We're done." Marcus explained that his dad was absolutely furious. Not just angry or upset, but genuinely furious in a way that he's never seen before. His dad's job was now on the line because his son and his friends had 4 combined brain cells within the whole group. The school district was asking him questions about how someone even got access to the school bus keys. But then Marcus dropped the real bomb. He said that if we didn't return the school bus immediately, the police would start chasing after it. And we could get charged for this crime by the police. So now, we were officially on the clock. That's when the argument started. Marcus was screaming at Anthony to go back to the bus depot right now. He kept saying we need to return the bus now before anything else gets worse. And we all agreed with him, but Anthony was being stubborn. He kept saying we came all this way, we should at least finish what we started. We already got the school bus and whatever was going to happen to us was going to happen anyway. So we should go to the principal's house and finish the prank because this would be our only chance to. Every time he spoke, I became more surprised that this man even made it to senior year of high school. We're all yelling at Anthony to go back to the bus depot now. But ultimately, he was the only one actually comfortable with driving that big of a thing, so we couldn't force him to do anything. So if he wanted to continue driving to the principal's house, there was nothing we could really do about it. Marcus kept trying to reason with Anthony, telling him that his dad could lose his job over this and his family could not afford that. Jake tried to compromise, suggesting that we just drive by the principal's house and honk the horn instead of actually getting out, but Marcus wasn't having it. He said every second we stayed in that bus was making things worse. Anthony was on a mission though. he was going to drive to the principal's house and complete that prank no matter what. He said we were all being dramatic and that everything would work out fine. He promised we'd only spend 3 minutes at the principal's house and then drive back right after. After a couple minutes, we finally got to our principal's neighborhood. When we saw the right house, Anthony pulled the school bus into the driveway and turned it off. But here's the thing that made this whole disaster even more ridiculous. Anthony goes up to the front door, which he was the only one that wanted to get out at this point. He knocks on it, and after a couple seconds of waiting, nothing. So he knocked again, but a little bit louder this time. And after a couple seconds of waiting now, nothing. The principal never even heard the knock on the door. So after all that risk, all that panic, all that arguing, we drove the school bus to our principal's house, and he didn't even answer the door. Anthony sat outside for probably 2 minutes, waiting and hoping that he would finally come out. But still, nobody answered it. If I had to guess what happened, the principal probably heard a knocking noise, checked his Ring camera, and saw Anthony staring at his front door like this.
Open the door. Open the door.
And he immediately went back to bed. While Anthony's waiting for this door to never get answered, Marcus's dad calls him again. He was asking why it was taking so long for this bus to get back. Marcus lied and said that we were almost there. We were just driving slow to make sure we were careful. When Anthony finally did give up and we started actually driving back to the bus depot, that was the most terrifying 5 minutes of my life. And I know I say that literally every video, but this was. The anticipation of what was gonna happen next was just eating at me. And when we finally got back to the school area, we could see flashing lights from probably half a mile away. Blue and red lights reflecting off of all those yellow buses. My heart just dropped into my stomach. We were about to get arrested and have our lives ruined before we even graduated high school. Like, I didn't think my life would get ruined that early. I thought I would at least get to college before I did something stupid that ruined my life. The gate to the bus depot was wide open, and Anthony pulled into the parking lot and parked bus 38 right where it was supposed to go. He turned off the engine, and we just sat there in the bus for a second, looking at all those police lights. Nobody wanted to get off that school bus because we knew once we did, our lives were probably over. Sarah literally started crying. But when we finally got out and started walking toward the police cars, something crazy happened. There was this guy from the school district that was talking to the cops. He was probably from his 40s and wearing a jacket from the high school. He started walking over towards us, and instead of being super angry like we would have thought, he was smiling a little bit. He told the police officers, once the bus was returned, he told the police officers that everything was fine and he would handle it from here. So with the caretaker of the school buses telling them that everything was okay, the cops left. So we weren't going to jail, but we were probably getting expelled or something, right? Well, we thanked the supervisor probably 1,000 times before asking why he was being so nice about this. And it was in that moment where he told us, back when he was in high school, he was a part of the group that released 4 pigs into the classrooms, causing havoc, getting mud all over the place. Yes, he was the group I was talking about earlier in the video. He told us that he knew what it was like to be our age and want to have a really good senior prank. So as long as we promised to never do anything like this again, he wouldn't get us in trouble with the school over this. No punishment at all. Marcus's dad didn't even get in trouble at work. But knowing his dad, Marcus definitely got in trouble, I'll tell you that. The whole thing just disappeared like it never happened. But do you want to know the real reason I think the school supervisor didn't tell anyone about what we did? It's because if no one knew about the senior prank that we just pulled, the prank him and his friends did with the pigs would still be known as the most legendary senior prank ever at our school. But that's just my theory. Picture this. You sneak into a school party that you weren't invited to, but the moment you arrive, you do something that makes everyone there run for their lives and leave as quickly as possible. You lay low for a couple days, try not to get in trouble for what happened, but eventually, you find out that what you did may have ruined someone's whole life. So let me tell you exactly what happened and why I did what I did. It all started when I got falsely accused of farting in 4th period. Now I know at first, that doesn't sound like a big deal, but if you've ever been a teenager in school, you know that getting falsely accused of farting is one of the worst things that could ever happen to you. Once you get blamed for it, you're cooked. Why are you cooked? Because once someone points at you and screams, "He farted!" your fate is sealed. Even if you didn't do it, they're gonna blame you. And I know right now, it may be hard to understand how a fart led to me ruining someone's life, but it will all make sense in a couple minutes. So I was in science class one time, and it was just a normal, boring Tuesday. Our teacher, who looked like she hadn't blinked in a decade, was halfway through a monotone explanation of photosynthesis. Everyone in the class was basically asleep, and I was in the back, staring at the clock, convinced that if I focused hard enough, I could make the time go by faster. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, you just hear a... The sound was horrifying. It was one of those juicy, soul-clapping farts that echoed off every desk and made people look around as if a ghost just entered the room. It had depth. It had bass. You could tell this fart probably came from Taco Bell. And right when it happens, everyone just pauses for a second and looks around. And in the middle of all this silence, a guy named Chase, who is sitting one row in front of me, turns back towards me and goes, "Ew, Tyler, what was that?" So I look up at him and I'm like, "What? That wasn't me." Like, there was no reason for him to think that was me. The sound obviously didn't come from where I was sitting. I didn't move. I didn't shift in my chair. There was no actual explanation for why he would blame me, except for one thing. You see, Chase, for some reason, just didn't really like me. So I'm pretty sure he blamed this fart on me because of that. So what am I saying? This was a setup. He was the one who farted, and he was planning this whole time to blame it on me. So I look around, and before I could even convince people that I was innocent, everyone's already laughing at me. I tried to defend myself. Guys, it wasn't me. I wouldn't do that. But it was too late. Everyone in class already decided that I was the person who just unleashed a 10.0 magnitude fart. So of course, kids in school like to make jokes, and since I was the guy who farted super loud in class, some of the other students came up with a nickname for me, Vitelli. Now my last name is Vitelli, so you can see how they came up with that. And I can't lie, it's pretty funny, I get it. But this was the start of where everything went wrong. Because I hoped that after a day or two, everyone would forget about the fart and act like this day never even happened. But day after day, week after week, the jokes kept coming. At lunch when I'm eating my PB&J. "Yo, Tyler, you want beans with that?" When I'm in PE. "Nah, don't put him on our team. He might have diarrhea mid-game." Why are the mean kids always the most clever ones? But it got so bad that I didn't really even want to go to school anymore. Not that I ever really did in the first place. But the worst part was the person who actually farted, Chase, got none of the blame for this. He was just living his best life, capitalizing on it by making jokes about me without having to pay the price like I did. And what really pushed me over the edge? He was the popular guy. All the girls in school liked him. And me? It's not that I wasn't like, okay, I was kind of a weird kid in school. I just didn't really talk to anyone. So I always envied people like that growing up. Because Chase just had that main character energy that made me even more jealous of him. So with all that in mind, and the fact that he pretty much ruined my life by blaming this fart on me, I decided I was gonna get revenge on him. I needed to make him feel the embarrassment that I felt. I wasn't sure how I would do this at first though. It seemed impossible to make Chase seem uncool. But then came the party. And this is where the real story begins. 3 weeks after the fart heard around the school, I find out that Chase is throwing a party. And not just a small one, a full-blown, parents are out of the town for the weekend, bring everyone you know type of party. The whole school was talking about it. "Dude, Chase's party is gonna be insane. I know it's gonna be like Project X. I heard he has a pool, a hot tub, a slushy machine." And of course, I wasn't invited. Which, okay, fair. If I was Chase, I probably would not invite me too. Considering I was the person whose reputation was literally reduced to the kid who crop dusted everyone in science class. And I also didn't really touch grass when I was younger, so they probably thought I wouldn't go anyway. But all of that didn't stop me from wanting one thing: vengeance. Because something deep inside me had snapped. I didn't want to just clear my name. No, I wanted justice. I wanted Chase to feel the same embarrassment, the same shame, the same humiliation that I felt. And that's when I thought of a plan. What was it? Well, we've all heard of fart spray before, right? Well, unfortunately, I've been a victim of having to smell it. And let me just tell you, it is awful. And that's not an exaggeration. In my 47 years of being alive, I have never smelled anything worse. And I've met Reddit moderators before. If you're a Reddit moderator watching this, I apologize. I'm sure you smell like flowers. But anyways, here was my game plan. I would buy the fart spray, sneak into Chase's house during the party while all the kids from school are there, spray the fart spray all around the house, making it smell absolutely horrible. And then everyone would start to smell it, and they'd all laugh at Chase for having a disgusting smelling house. In my mind, this was a genius idea. But if I knew before what the consequences were gonna be for this, I never would have done it. Once the fart spray arrived, I tested it in my backyard. Just one spray. And yep, it was as bad as I remembered. The moment I sprayed it, I gagged, my dog ran away, a squirrel fell out of the tree and died. Pretty sure I saw the sky change colors. So I knew this was the real deal. And now I started preparing for the mission. There was no way I could just walk into the house during the party. I knew I would have been recognized immediately, so I needed a disguise. I literally went full Joe Goldberg mode and bought a whole outfit. I had a black hoodie, tinted sunglasses, and a hat. And after preparing and figuring out all the details for how I was gonna do this, then came the day I'd been waiting for. The night of the party. The party started at 8, so I waited till around 8:45 to get going. Enough time for the house to be full, music blasting, and Chase feeling like he's the king of the world. So I show up to the function in a full disguise. Hood up, sunglasses on. I look like Eric in one of his videos where he's trying to sneak into somewhere. I walk up behind a group of guys who are just arriving. They're all hyped and loud, holding energy drinks like they're about to compete in a tickling contest. That didn't even make sense. I just didn't know what else to say there. But anyways, I slip in behind them like a fart in a church, completely unnoticed, but destined to start problems. We get through the front door, and just like that, the plan is officially on. The party was crazy inside. There's music blasting, LED lights are shooting all over the place. These guys are screaming at a ping pong table like they just hit a buzzer beater in the finals. And right in the center of it all, guess who I see? None other than Chase himself. I just stare at him from across the room, like Batman watching Joker from a rooftop. Or at least I felt like Batman. But realistically, I probably looked like this. And you might think that once I got into the party, I might be saying to myself, okay, maybe I shouldn't follow through with this plan. But actually, seeing Chase have so much fun made me even more confident that I wanted to follow through with this. So I slip into the hallway and pull out the weapon, fart spray. I open the cap and immediately regret having the ability to smell, because the scent coming off the nozzle alone could knock out an elephant. And now I start spreading that smell all around the house. In Chase's room, in the living room, in all the bathrooms. I even saw a fresh batch of laundry and sprayed it into there. That part was just evil. I apologize for that one, because his mom probably did the laundry and she had to deal with it. But I'm still careful while I'm moving around. I'm still restrained. I'm not going full blast yet. I'm just laying down the breadcrumbs so people start to question the smell. I wanted this to feel like a mystery, a slow burn, something that Chase couldn't stop no matter how much he tried. And then, just like I wanted, someone in the kitchen says, "Oh, bro, what is that?" And that's when I know it's working. I tuck the spray back into my hoodie pocket and start moving up towards the second floor. The party's way louder downstairs, so barely anyone is up here besides people that are probably just straight up robbing Chase, to be honest. But after making my way up to the second floor, I find my next target, the upstairs guest bathroom. This is when phase 2 of the plan starts. I call it the flood. Now, it was time to unleash the beast. I'm talking spraying it everywhere I can, getting as much out of it as possible. Like just alone in that bathroom, I probably sprayed it 6 or 7 times. Hey, 6, 7! But then I left the bathroom and started to unleash it around the whole house. I was now going crazy with this evil bottle, spraying it literally everywhere I'm walking, making sure that every single inch of this house is covered in that smell. This wasn't just a fart anymore. It was an atomic bomb. It smelled like someone microwaved a diaper in a public restroom inside a hot dog factory during a heat wave. Then it happens. The first cough, followed by another, and then another. And then I hear someone in the hallway go, "What is that smell?" Someone sprints past me clutching their face like they just got pepper sprayed. A girl gags near the sink. One dude opens the fridge hoping that the fresh air in there will save him. "Who took a dump on the wall?" Someone screams. But then, in an unexpected twist, someone throws up in a red Solo cup. And now, it's full-blown chaos. Chase is running around the living room like the party's a battlefield. "Open the windows! Spray something! Get the Febreze!" And the best part, no one can find the source. Because it's everywhere. Under couches, in towels, on the dog. It's almost like the house itself farted from its soul. And in that very moment, I'm enjoying it. Chase is panicking as people are asking him what's going on. But what happened next made me realize that I may have taken this too far. Because after one person threw up, it was kind of funny. But then multiple people started throwing up. And not just like slightly, no, full-blown heaving. There were literally people on the ground coughing as if they were choking on invisible air, which they kind of were. So now I'm kind of panicking because people are starting to look like they're in genuine pain. I'm pacing around the kitchen like, okay, should I help? Should I say something? Well, then they'll know I'm here. What do I do? But before I can decide what to do, the front door opens. And guess who walks in? Chase's mom. And I never met her before, but let's just say she wasn't the most lenient mom. She wasn't like a fun, let's call you by your first name type of mom. No, she was more like a serious PTA meeting attending type of mom. She walks into the house and just stops, dead in her tracks, eyes wide and nostrils flaring. Her mouth was slowly curling like she just walked into a boy's locker room, which she kind of did. And the look on her face, pure horror. This is what she did. "What is that smell?" The room goes dead silent. Even the music, which was just blasting 5 seconds ago, starts to fade, like the Bluetooth speaker itself got scared and turned itself off. Everyone is just staring silently while no one wants to say anything. Then she makes eye contact with Chase and goes, "Chase, what is going on in this house. Apparently, Chase knew that he would get busted for this, but he called his mom anyway, hoping that she would fix the problem. Now Chase, who had been running around with a can of Febreze like he was fighting ghosts, sprints over to her. Mom, I don't know. I promise I didn't do anything. But she cuts him off and goes, it smells like a sewer exploded in here. Who used the toilet? Once they start arguing, people are leaving in waves. And this made me realize, if I don't dip right now, I'm probably gonna get caught, considering the fact that my whole outfit literally looks like a thief. So with the others, I jog out of the house. I go straight back to my house, right into the bathroom, strip all my clothes off because they also smell horrible, and I throw them into a trash bag. Double tie it, triple tie it. I even consider just burning it. Then I get into the shower. But as I'm taking the shower, a question comes across my mind. What have I just done? I mean, sure, I wanted revenge. I wanted Chase to feel what I felt, to have that one moment of pure humiliation. But this was too far. It hurt more people than just Chase. But little did I know, it was far from over. Because the next morning, I wake up, still feeling the guilt, expecting to get a text like,
we know what you did.
But nothing comes. No text, no angry DMs. It's completely silent. I start scrolling through other people's social medias, but there's nothing. No videos of the party, no dramatic captions, no memes. It's almost like it never happened. And that's when I really start to panic. Because now I'm like, wait, why is nobody talking about this? Are they all traumatized? Did everyone just collectively suppress it? Was it that bad? I expected that when we all went back to school on Monday, that's when the conversations would start. I go up to one of the people that I was kind of friends with in school that I saw at the party, and I say, yo, so how was Chase's party? He just shrugs, so I say, I heard it got wild. Yeah, the whole place smelled like actual death. So the week goes by, and I'm trying to figure out why everyone is acting so weird, and I'm trying to also kind of forget about the whole situation because I felt bad. But I'm sitting in class, still riding the emotional roller coaster of, did I just destroy a party or accidentally commit a federal offense? When my friend leans over to me and whispers, yo, did you hear what happened to Chase? Suddenly, I didn't think I was in the clear anymore. So I turn to him, trying to act casual and say, no, what happened? Nobody's seen him since the night of the party. Pause. Wait. What do you mean nobody's seen him? I pretty much say that to my friend, and he responds with, like, he hasn't been at school, he's not answering texts or phone calls, he hasn't been online, just gone. And I promise you, right then and there, I almost pass out on the floor like I was in a telenovela. I start spiraling immediately. Did I just traumatize this man into vanishing? Is he in therapy now? Was he so ashamed of what happened that he left the country and became a monk? Did his mom do something to him? I start imagining the headlines. Teen vanishes after exposure to mystery stench. Foul play suspected. Literally. The panic sets in hard. I go home that day and just sit in my room in silence. The whole time I'm just staring at my wall, running through the worst possible case scenarios. Do I confess what I did? Should I send an anonymous apology? Or do I throw away the spray and pretend I never did any of this? 1 week later, still nothing. Chase still hasn't come to school. There's no updates. Nothing. At this point, the school had gone into full gossip mode. Every period, a new version of the story spreads. Period 1. I heard he's in the hospital. Period 3. Someone told me he moved schools and he's in witness protection now. Lunchtime. I heard his mom sent him to boarding school in Wisconsin. PE. I have a source that told me that the smell changed his DNA. He's part lizard now. But the craziest part about all these rumors, everyone believed that the smell just came from a plumbing incident. Apparently, when Chase's mom smelled the awful stench, she assumed the worst. That someone broke her toilet and that basically released an evil stench into the air ducts. Word around town was that she had to air the house out for days, throw away a bunch of their furniture, and this should have been all great in theory because it meant I got away with it. But there was still one question. What happened to Chase? 2 whole weeks passed and there was still no sign of him. Not just in class, but online too. And in this generation, it's not normal for someone to be unresponsive for 2 whole weeks when someone texts them. I mean, sure, sometimes I won't respond to a text right away just to seem mysterious and cool, but then after a couple hours, I can't resist anymore and I open the message. So all of a sudden, there was a serious question going around school. What happened to Chase? Because not even his best friends knew where he was. I was sure that wherever Chase had been these past couple of weeks, I was the person responsible for it. And I never wanted it to go that far. The burden of that guilt was way too much for me. So even though I really didn't want to do this, I decided I had to. What am I talking about? Going to Chase's house. No matter what happened to him, I needed to know. Even if that meant getting busted. Because if Chase had something serious happen to him as a result of my prank, I wouldn't have been able to handle that. So after 2 weeks of Chase being absent, I went back to the scene of the crime. I knock on Chase's front door And after a couple seconds, his mom answers. She obviously doesn't recognize me because me and Chase weren't friends, but she immediately assumes that we were. So she goes, "Sorry, Chase isn't here right now." But before she can shut the door, I say, wait. Can you at least tell me where he is? I could tell she didn't want to, but I'm a pretty stubborn person, so she knew that it would just be easier to get this all over with if she actually told me the truth. So she sighs for a second and then goes, "Okay, were you one of the kids at the party?" This question made me nervous because now I wasn't sure if she was onto me, and I'm not really good at lying, so I say, no, yeah, yes, I was there. Yeah. So then she goes, "So that means you're aware of what happened that night, correct?" I tell her yes, but this is where I realize I messed up really bad, because then she says, "Well, the past couple of months, Chase's behavior has not been great. And because his dad and I care about him so much, we decided that needed to change." What did that mean? Chase's parents sent him to boarding school, meaning he no longer went to my school. Apparently, Chase was already on thin ice with his parents, and this party was the final straw for them to finally make that decision. So they sent him away in hopes of correcting his behavior. And when she said this, I felt awful because I thought it was my fault. Like, I literally could have ruined this kid's life. But the only reason I don't feel horrible about this is that the next year in school, after summer, when we all went back, guess who was there? Chase. Except now, there was something different about him. What do I mean by that? Well, now, Chase was the nicest guy in school. Never misbehaved in class. He was way nicer to me now, and overall, just a cool guy to be around. So all I have to say is, thank the Lord the boarding school worked, because if it didn't, I would feel so horrible about what I did. I mean, I still do, but at least this is a consolation. So Chase, if you're seeing this, I guess you're welcome for helping you out. No, I am sorry though. The first day of school can either be the best day ever or the worst day ever. But what if I told you that one year on my first day, I transferred to a completely different school where I didn't know anyone. So I was super nervous, and I ended up doing something that day that led to the whole school knowing exactly who I was just by the second day, but not in a good way. And it was all because of what happened in the school bathroom. Let me tell you exactly what I did. So like I said, this was my first day at school where I knew absolutely no one. And for some people, that may sound exciting, but for me, that was my worst nightmare. Because here's the thing about me, I'm not good at meeting new people. I'm always super quiet. And you guys may be like, "Tyler, that's a lie. We've seen your videos. You do not stop yapping," which that's true. But I only yap when it's around people I'm comfortable with. So if I'm around someone I've never met before, I'm just gonna be checking the weather in Cupertino the whole time instead of actually interacting with them. Is it the autism in me? Probably. But either way, it's the truth. So when my mom dropped me off for school that morning, I was sweating. The parking lot was buzzing with kids hugging their friends, catching up about summers, laughing. Meanwhile, I was clutching my backpack straps like they were my life vest. Everyone already seemed to know exactly where they belonged. But me, I was a fish out of water. I didn't even know where the bathrooms were. And trust me, that would be a problem later. I kept trying to tell myself, it'll all be okay. What's the worst that could happen? You're just gonna sit through some classes, go home, and survive. Easy. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. Because at a new school, your first day decides your reputation. You only get one chance to make a first impression. And I just knew mine was probably gonna be me walking into the janitor's closet on accident, thinking it was a classroom. But what I actually ended up doing that day would be far worse. The fear wasn't just about not having friends yet, it was about being judged. I'm such an overthinker, and the thought of me being the one kid in the hallway who's walking alone while everyone else is in their friend groups terrified me. I wasn't just scared of being alone, I was scared of everyone else noticing that I was alone. So walking through those front doors at my new school felt like going onto a stage for a play where I didn't know any of my lines. Immediately when I walked into that school, every second felt like life or death. Where I stood, how I acted, if I made eye contact or not. It all felt like evidence people would use to decide who I was. Even though, in reality, no one actually cares about that stuff. But my mind always plays tricks on me, so this was all I could think about. And because of this, I ended up making a really dumb decision later that day. The school day already started off horribly because the first bell rang, meaning that you had 6 minutes to get to your class. But as someone who had never been on this campus before, I had no idea where any of the classrooms were. So I'm panicking, looking at my schedule, trying to figure out where classroom 67C is. Meanwhile, everyone else knows exactly where to go. And of course, the final bell rings, and I still haven't found my classroom. So I ended up being about 10 minutes late before I found the right room. Once I got to the door of my first class, I took a big deep breath, peed a little bit, and then opened it. Immediately when I walk in, everyone is staring at me. because obviously class started 10 minutes ago, so all the students are already there. And the only seat open was dead center, surrounded by all the other students. So now I'm just in between all these people that I have no idea who they are. And even though I'm uncomfortable in these situations, I tried to ease the tension by talking to the students around me. Like I heard two guys next to me talking about who their favorite superhero is. But when I jumped in, they gave me a weird look because apparently LeBron James isn't a superhero. He is to me, okay? But anyways, that first class went by, and although I was horribly anxious the whole time, I made it through. But this day would become a disaster just a little bit later. Because the worst part wasn't even going to the classes. It was the time in between classes where everyone's hanging out with their friends. That's when you really feel the weight of being alone. Everyone else is walking in packs, catching up, joking around with each other. And then there's me, scoping out the area, tweaking like this.
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck?
I was even embarrassing myself when I tried opening my locker for the first time. I twisted the lock left, then right, then left again, but it didn't open. Tried again. Still didn't work. By the third attempt, I could see the guy next to me smirking, and I could tell that he was judging me, so I just barked at him. I was just like this. But during this day, while all of this was happening, there was only one thing I could think about this whole time. Lunch. And no, not because I was just really hungry and wanted to eat, okay? How dare you guys assume that? Although, it is true. But the reason I could not stop thinking about lunch was because I had one super important question. Where was I going to sit? Because in class, at least you can hide. You can pretend to take notes, pretend to be busy, but in the cafeteria, you have to pick a spot. Either sit down at a table by yourself, looking like the dude who has no friends, which I was, or go to a table where other people are sitting and try to make friends with them. But like I said, I don't have friendship riz, so that option seemed too scary. As I sat through my last class before lunch, my stomach was twisting. Not from hunger, but from nerves. Every tick of that clock was bringing me closer to the point where I would have to walk into the cafeteria with my tray in hand and figure out where to go. Then finally, everyone runs out trying to be the first person to lunch. I followed the crowd because I literally did not know where the cafeteria was, and eventually, I arrive inside it. I'm standing at the entrance with my lunch bag, looking out at what feels like a battlefield. Every single table is already claimed with these tight friend groups that have formed over years of going to school with each other. You've got the popular kids. You've got the anime kids who do the Naruto run to get to lunch first. The theater kids doing the cup song with their chocolate milk. Everyone knew exactly where they were going, except for me. So I start walking through the cafeteria, trying to show off my mysterious aura, but inside, I was terribly nervous. Where am I supposed to sit? Every table I pass has friend groups that are already deep in conversation, laughing about jokes that I'm not in on. They're not being mean or anything, but they're not exactly looking around for new people to invite to their table. And why would they? But I'm holding this lunch bag in my hand, realizing how stupid I must look right now, just wandering around like I'm lost. I look like that kid in Walmart at the checkout line when his mom says to wait there while she goes to get something. Do I just walk up to a random table and ask if I can sit down? Terrifying. What if they say no? Or what if they say yes, but then just ignore me the whole time? The panic starts building up in my chest as I imagine everyone looking at the new kid who has no friends. I can picture them whispering to each other about how I'm just standing there looking confused. Maybe some of them are feeling bad for me, which is almost even worse than judging me. So I keep walking around this cafeteria, pretending as if I'm looking for someone I know. But in reality, I'm just trying to buy time to figure out what to do. The longer I stand there, the more obvious it becomes that I'm way too nervous to sit down at any of these tables. But then, a brilliant idea hits me. Why am I putting myself through this torture? Why do I have to sit in this cafeteria and show off to everyone that I'm the new kid who has no friends? There has to be somewhere else I can eat where I don't have to deal with all this pressure. I could find a quiet spot somewhere else in the school where I can eat my lunch in peace. No judgment, no stares, just me and my sandwich in a place where I can actually relax. So in my mind, what was the best place to do this? A bathroom. Private, peaceful, and nobody would know that I was hiding from that terrifying cafeteria. You might be thinking, Tyler, you're weird. You should have just sat alone. It's not that big of a deal. And you're totally right. No one was probably judging me, but you guys don't know how my brain works. It makes up fantasies and situations that aren't real just to sabotage me. I don't know why, but that's just how it is. Like just the other day, my mom told me she would be back from the store by 5 p.m. And once the clock hit 5:01 and she still wasn't home, I immediately assumed she got kidnapped. But then 5:03 came around and she pulled into the driveway. So because of how my brain works, I was convinced that hiding somewhere was way better than being seen as someone with no friends. I know that sounds ridiculous now, but at the time, it made perfect sense to me. If nobody saw me eating alone, then nobody could judge me for it. I could maintain the mysterious aura I was going for instead of being labeled as the weird, lonely kid. Maybe people would think I was off doing something cool instead of just being antisocial. Which is funny because realistically, none of them were thinking about me at all. But the bathroom plan seemed genius at the time. It was private, peaceful, and there would be zero judgment from the outside world. I could eat my lunch in complete privacy and then show up to my next class as if I was just hanging out with my friends the whole time. The only downside is you have to eat food while sitting on a toilet. But I can manage. But little did I know, this perfect plan was about to backfire in the worst way possible. Because when I planned to go eat in the bathroom, I knew I couldn't go to the main ones because there would be a bunch of other students in there. I needed to go somewhere that I wouldn't be noticed. So I walked around the school looking for bathrooms that were more off the grid. And after a couple minutes, that's when I found one on the outer edge of campus. It was the perfect location because no one was walking around this area during lunchtime. I wasn't even sure if it was open until I walked up a little closer to it and saw a wooden block keeping the door cracked open. So I go inside, say hello, making sure that no one else is in there, and just like that, I found my peaceful hiding spot. I'm sitting in the stall, eating my lunch, watching the clock tick closer and closer to when my next class would start. And I didn't even mind eating in here because it was super peaceful with how quiet it was. I'm a person that loves my alone time, and this is exactly what that was. But as lunch went on, panic started to build up in my chest because I knew exactly what was about to happen next. The bell was gonna ring, and I was gonna have to go back into the real world. So I hear that PTSD-inducing ring from the bell and accept that I have to leave the bathroom and go to my next class. I pack up all my stuff, get out of the stall, and head towards the bathroom door. But this is where everything went very wrong. Because remember how I said that this bathroom was being kept open by a wooden block? Yeah, well, apparently there was a reason for that. Because the moment I tried pushing that door open, it didn't budge. I tried a little harder, and after a few attempts, I realized it was not opening. Now, my heart was racing because my next class started in a few minutes while I'm stuck in this bathroom that no one uses with no way to get out. And I don't know anyone at this school, so I couldn't even text someone being like, hey, can you let me out of the bathroom? So I was officially stuck. I tried everything. I kicked the door like I was in a karate movie. I rammed it with my shoulder like I was a football player, which hurt me way more than it hurt the door, but nothing worked. This place was literally the Area 51 of restrooms. Isolated, hidden away in the back corner of the school where nobody went. If you think someone was just gonna casually walk in to save me, you were mistaken. At one point, I saw a vent in the bathroom and considered trying to crawl through that like I was in Mission Impossible. But then I remembered I'm not the size of a rat and I would probably just get stuck in there if I tried that. So with every minute that passed, the panic built more and more. The second bell rang, indicating that class has officially started, and I was still stuck in there with no way to get out. After a while of trying to figure out ways to get out of there, I just accepted that I was cooked. I went back into the stall, sat down, and just started doing my homework until someone either came in to save me or I just passed away from starvation. The peanut butter and jelly I had from lunch was only going to keep me alive so long. So I'm sitting there as time is going by where I'm missing my first math class of the year, which honestly, if there's one class I would want to miss, it's that one. Because I still don't know what the Pythagorean theorem is. But randomly, as I'm sitting there, I get a phone call from my mom. Now when I saw who I was getting a call from, my heart immediately dropped. Because everyone knows if your mom calls you during school hours, something bad happened. Obviously your mom knows you're in school and doesn't want to get you busted for using your phone while in class. So why in the world would she possibly be calling me at this time? Well, I was about to find out because I didn't want to answer considering the situation I was in, but I figured if she was calling during a time like this, it had to be important. So I go, hello, Mom? Her voice was instantly mad. Tyler, where are you right now? I didn't really know how to answer that without sounding insane, so I just go, at school? But then she responds with, oh, really? Because I think you're lying. What? Why would you think that? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I just got a call from your school saying that you're absent from class? My heart sank because the school thought I was ditching. And of course they did, because from their perspective, I was nowhere to be found even though I went to my first couple of classes. So now, this was literally the worst case scenario. I start stuttering out, Mom, I swear I'm not ditching. Check my location, I'm at school. Then why are you not in class right now? Yeah, about that, I got stuck in the bathroom. What do you mean you got stuck in the bathroom? Well, you see, that's a tough question to answer because I walked into the bathroom, but when I tried walking out, the door was shut. Okay, well, even if you were telling the truth, people go into the bathroom all the time. If you were really stuck in there, someone else would have got you out by now. Yeah, about that, not quite. And then I explained the whole situation to her and why I was in a bathroom that was all the way out on Spawn Island. So she became a little less mad after hearing my explanation, but I just know that she was thinking, dang, what kind of son have I raised? She sighed so loudly I could hear it through the phone. She asked me what she could do to help, and I said, I don't think she could do anything as long as school is still in session, because an adult can't just walk onto a campus during school hours, or else they're going to immediately go into lockdown and start saying, attention, there's a 5'2" lady furiously heading towards the bathrooms. Everyone be on alert. But if nothing else happened until the school day ended, that meant I was going to miss my next 2 classes, which my mother was not going to let slide on my first day at a new school. Because she was trying to get me into a good college on scholarship so she wouldn't have to pay for my school. And I respect it. That didn't end up happening, but we tried. So after I explained the whole situation to her over phone, I told her I'll handle it, and then we hung up. In reality, I had no idea what I was gonna do, but her panicking was just stressing me out even more. After that phone call ended, I just went back to doing my homework, not expecting anything new to happen until school ended. And the worst part about this was that missing these next 2 classes meant by the next day, everyone was already gonna have their seats. And I was gonna have to find somewhere to sit that wasn't taken. Just a nightmare for someone that's already terrified to show up in the first place. But as I'm doing my history homework, learning about how NBA YoungBoy discovered the United States 300 years ago, I hear voices for the first time right outside the door. My heart jumped. I sprinted to the door and started banging on it like a lunatic. Somebody, I'm locked in here. There was a pause, and then a man's voice. You okay in there? I had no idea who it was on the outside of that door, but I didn't care. I knew they could help me, so I kept screaming. Yes, but I'm stuck in here and I can't get out. It's locked from the outside. I don't get a response for a second, and I imagine that the person on the other side just thought I was crazy and walked away. But then, I hear keys jingle, and right after, I hear a click, and the door unlocks. I push that door open like I'm seeing sunlight for the first time after serving a 30-year prison sentence. And who do I see? The janitor. Forget LeBron. This guy was my new superhero. Well, no, LeBron still was, but this guy was added to the list. The janitor looked me up and down with an expression on his face that said, why are you even using this bathroom in the first place? And I just mumbled, thank you. He shook his head and muttered something like, it's always the first day of school. And you might think the worst of the situation has already happened. I was freed from the bathroom and I can still make it to the other classes. But no. It just got worse because I still had to go back to my class that had now been in session for over half an hour. So I open the door to my math class. Everyone turns to look at me, and mid-sentence, the teacher goes, and that is what... Are you Tyler? Yes. Where have you been? My brain screamed at me, do not say you were locked in the bathroom. But my mouth ignored that, and I blurted out, I was locked in the bathroom. And I can feel the regret as I'm saying that sentence because right when I finish talking, I see a bunch of students trying to hold their laughs in. The teacher tells me to just go sit down, but now I can feel all the eyeballs on me. And I ended up making it through that day of school, but by the next day, when I went back, I realized the story had already spread like wildfire. Students from a bunch of other classes were asking me about getting stuck in the bathroom. And I felt like a celebrity getting bombarded by paparazzi with all the questions they were asking me. So remember how I said I wanted to make a good impression on the first day of school? Well, that was it. The first impression the whole school had on me was the kid who got stuck in the bathroom. And honestly, it was horribly embarrassing. But looking back on it now, it actually made a lot of people come up to me and talk to me, which broke the ice. So what am I saying? If you're nervous about going to your first day of school, try getting stuck in the bathroom. It could help you make friends. Did you know every school, including yours, has a secret room with something you'll never believe hiding inside there? And I know what you're thinking, Tyler, how do you know that my school has this room too? Well, I can prove it by the end of this video. All you gotta do is picture this. You're walking through your school hallway when suddenly you see a teacher knock on what looks like just a regular wall. But actually, it's not a wall at all. It's a secret door that you never knew existed. And when that door swings open, you see that it's the entrance to a hidden room that has no lights on. But the weirdest part, there's an eerie red glow coming from the inside of it. So naturally, my friends and I had to figure out what was inside that room. And what we discovered there completely blew our minds. But actually getting inside, well, that's a whole nother story. Let me explain. This whole thing started on a random day during school. Me and my friends were just talking to each other in the halls, risen up girls as we walked past them. You know how it is. We'd make eye contact with them for half a second, then immediately look in the opposite direction. Now that I think of it, that tactic still hasn't worked yet, but hey, maybe one day. But in the midst of doing this, we randomly see one of the school's art teachers doing something really weird. What was she doing? Knocking on a wall. She's literally looking like a a player in a video game when your controller disconnects and the NPC just starts tweaking out. So we're wondering what she's doing until randomly a door inside that wall opens and she walks inside of it. We were shocked because from the outside, you would never have any idea there was a door there. Like it completely blended in with the wall. So of course, my friend goes, "Did you just see what I saw?" "Yeah, did you know that door was there?" We realized we both just witnessed the same thing. That teacher definitely walked through a secret door no one knew existed. But the craziest part, when we saw her walk into it, the room she went inside of had a creepy red glow that made it look like there was a fire going on in there. This room looked like it had no business being inside a school, to say the least. So we walk over to the area where the secret door was, and at first glance, it really does just look like a regular wall. Same paint as everywhere else, same wall texture, but after a little bit closer of a look, we see a keyhole in the wall. It was barely visible unless you were looking for it, because it was painted the same color as the wall. So we're crouched down examining this keyhole like we're detectives at a crime scene, when suddenly the bell rings signaling that we need to get to our next class. But before heading to class, we agreed we need to find out what's inside that room. So immediately, me and my friends set up a time that we could meet after school to figure out how to do this. Now the teacher was pretty secretive when she walked in, and we never seen anyone else go in there before, so we were pretty confident that we weren't supposed to know about that room. Eventually nighttime came around and we were all playing video games together, discussing how we could get in there. None of us could stop thinking about that red room. Because what could possibly be in there that they needed to keep so secret? My mind was racing with all these crazy theories. Maybe it was some kind of teacher lounge where they kept all the confiscated phones that they never gave back. Or maybe it was where they stored all the good cafeteria food that they clearly never gave to the students. The more I thought about it, the more obsessed I became. I had to know what was in there. And I knew my friends felt the same way. So we started planning. We knew it was too risky to try getting in there during school hours while everyone else was watching, because we clearly weren't supposed to be in there at all. So we figured our best idea was to go in after school hours. Now, if you've watched my videos before, you would know that I had a friend who worked for the school, which meant he had a key to get inside the buildings. That was our way in. The second problem was the lock on the secret door itself. Sure, we could get onto the campus, but how are we gonna get into the secret room? None of us knew how to pick locks, but Jake did have an older brother who could open any locker at the school with just a paper clip. Whenever students would lose their keys, they would pay him $5 to open their locker, and he would do it so easily. So Jake said that he would have his brother teach him how to pick locks, and that would be our way inside the room. So there was our plan. One friend would get the school key, another friend would learn how to pick locks, and I guess I didn't provide any value to the team, but I wanted to see what was inside there, so I was going in no matter what. Jake spent the week learning lock picking techniques from his brother, and after a couple days, he thought he was ready to try picking a lock on a real door. So we decided we were gonna try getting into that secret room that night. Jake, you sure you can do this? Yeah, my brother says most school locks are garbage, so he thinks I could do it pretty easily. We met up at Marcus's house once it got dark. Jake showed up with a backpack full of random tools his brother gave him for lock picking. I'm talking paper clips, bobby pins, some weird little metal sticks. Like there was no way this wouldn't work. Once we got to the school, it was pretty creepy at nighttime. But once again, if you've seen my video where I was trapped overnight at school, you would know this wasn't our first time sneaking into school late at night. Literally all the lights on campus were off except for a couple ones in the parking lot. Marcus pulled out his dad's key, slid it into the lock, and just like that, we were on the campus. The hallways were pitch black except for these red exit signs, and it was completely silent except for the echoes of our footsteps. We made our way through the main hallway toward the art wing of campus, using Jake's tiny flashlight to navigate. What he didn't tell us before leaving was that this flashlight sucked, and the beam only went about 5 feet. So if there was something 30 feet in front of you, you couldn't see it at all. But we kept walking through the school until we got to the area the secret door was in. When we got to it, that's when things got really interesting. Even in the darkness, we could see the red glow seeping from underneath the door. It was faint, but it was definitely there. Whatever was inside that room was still on, still glowing, even at night. We never saw this glow during the day because the light of the school drowned it out, but during nighttime, you couldn't miss it. And this all kind of creeped us out because why would this red glow still be coming from here when school's not in session? It looked almost supernatural, like something bad was going on inside there. But Jake pulled out his lock-picking tools and got down on his knees in front of the keyhole. He had me shine the tiny flashlight onto the lock so he could see it while he tried to do the picking. This was where things got interesting, and not in a good way. Because when we first pulled up to the school, we had all the confidence in the world that Jake could pick that lock. He was acting like he mastered lock picking since his brother gave him tips. So we figured this would be easy for him. But after 5 whole minutes of trying, Jake punched the door out of frustration, shook his head, and then said, "This lock is way harder than my brother said it would be. I can't get this one." "What do you mean you can't get it?" "I mean, the lock pick isn't working. This isn't like a regular door lock. It's got more security or something." This made us want to find out whatever was on the other side of that door even more. Because why would they have a lock on it that was impossible to open? Like, what do they even have in there that they're that desperate to hide? I just hope it ain't my yearbook pics, I'll tell you that. He spent 5 more minutes trying to open that lock, but still couldn't get it. We even looked up a YouTube video on his phone on how to do it, but that didn't work. The lock was just not opening for us. So me and Marcus were like, well, should we just go home then? But Jake went, "No, I have one more idea. If you can get me a water bottle, I can open this door. Don't know why he didn't just bring one for himself if he knew that could get the door open, but now wasn't the time to ask questions. Me and Marcus didn't even know if he was telling the truth, but we just trusted him anyway, which we probably shouldn't have considering the fact that we trusted him to open the lock the first time and he couldn't. Like, I'm convinced bro had no idea what he was doing from the start. But regardless, we started walking around the school looking in trash bins for empty water bottles. We're looking and we're looking, but we can't find an empty water bottle in any of them. But as we're doing this, we hear a sound and it's keys jangling somewhere in the building. We all froze like deer in headlights because we knew now someone was in the building with us and they were getting closer. The jingling sound was echoing through the hallways and we couldn't tell what direction it was coming from. Marcus said to hide and we all scattered like cockroaches. We wanted to just run out of the building, but we couldn't because the sound of keys jangling was coming from the only entrance to the building. So if we went back that way, we definitely would have got caught by whoever this was. So instead, we all dove into lockers right next to each other and shut them as quickly and as quietly as we could. The space in the locker was barely big enough for me to fit into because I'm so tall and nonchalant and a feminist and I love matcha. Ladies, hit me up. But anyways, it was so tight in the lockers that I had to pull my knees up to my chest just to fit in. If any of you have seen the video where I started a school lockdown, and I was freaking out because you would know why I get PTSD from being in lockers. So we're all just crammed in these lockers trying to be as quiet as possible. We know if we make a single noise, we didn't know who the person out there with the keys was, but what we did know is that if we got caught, just imagine what would happen if someone found out you were breaking into school with a teacher's keys. There goes my community college scholarship. The footsteps and keys jangling sound got louder and louder. Eventually, I could see a flashlight beam sweeping through the halls. My heart was pounding, and I was convinced that whoever was out there heard us earlier and they were looking for us. And then I saw him. Who was the person with these keys jangling? A janitor. He was walking slowly down the hallway, checking doors and shining his flashlight onto the lockers. He had this huge ring of keys on his belt that made noise every time he walked. You could tell by the way he was walking around that he wasn't just doing his normal janitor duties. He clearly heard a noise and thought someone was in here. So we stayed as quiet as possible as we're watching him walk around through these little locker vents. And then he stepped right in front of the lockers me and my friends were in. And for a terrifying moment, I thought we got caught. He literally flashed the beam of his flashlight at our lockers and I was convinced he could see us through the vents. But somehow he seemed to miss us. And then he kept walking. We waited probably 5 more minutes before any of us dared to move. Once we couldn't hear him anymore and we were sure that at the very least he wasn't in the same building we were in anymore, we got out of the lockers. So then we had a decision to make. We knew that if we got caught by the janitor, we would be in huge trouble. I don't know what the punishment is for breaking and entering into school, but I don't think it's good. I'm guessing the punishment would rhyme with something like suspension. Wait, actually that's not a rhyme. I just said the word with a lisp. I'm guessing it rhymes with the word muspension. Does that work? Nah, I don't know. You know what I mean. And don't get me wrong, I love getting a couple free days off of school, but I couldn't handle getting suspended. Like, I needed to get into a good college. I was trying to move my family out of the suburbs. So on one hand, I really thought we should leave to not risk getting caught. But on another hand, we already did a lot of the hard part breaking into school, and we were so close to getting the answers to what was inside that secret red room. All we needed to do was find a water bottle. But after a little bit of debating, we decided that the smart thing to do was get out of school while we can, and then just try figuring out what was inside that room a different way. We made it back to the parking lot without seeing the janitor at all, and we got in the car and quickly left. So what now? I don't know, but I'm not giving up. I need to figure out what's inside that room. Do you guys like my reenacting, by the way? Am I a good actor? Should I be an actor? No? Okay, I won't be an actor. I don't even know why I'm saying this. I'm so stupid. Anyways, I thought once we left, we would all collectively agree that we want to figure out what's inside that room even more now. But instead, it seemed like Jake was just a little sketched out. Instead of insisting that we need to get inside that room still, Jake would say, I don't know if we should try getting in there anymore. Obviously, they're trying to hide whatever's in there for a reason. It's not worth the risk. Marcus is trying to convince Jake that we can't give up and we need to find a way to break into that room. But then something hit me. We don't have to break into the room at all. No. We've been thinking about this wrong the whole time. We just needed to find a way to get in when the door wasn't locked. So I came up with a new plan. Instead of trying to break in at night, we were going to do surveillance during lunch. After seeing the teacher go into that room for the first time, we knew people sometimes went in there at least. So the plan was to wait outside that room during lunch every day until we would see someone either go inside it or come out. And once that happened, we'd put something in between the door to make sure it doesn't shut and then sneak our way in. So during lunch, every day after this, we would do something called Operation Red Room. Did I do those quotation marks right? I don't know how you're supposed to do that. I just look like I'm doing a peace sign now. Arigato! Just focus, Tyler. I'm just kidding. None of us actually even called it Operation Red Room anyway. I just made that up to sound cool. But basically, Operation Red Room was what I just told you. We would wait outside that door during lunch, and when someone came in or came out, we'd put something in between the door and then make our way in once they left. Now you may be thinking, hey, but doesn't that sound boring? You're right, it does sound boring. But this is when the power of autism comes into play, because this was my hyperfixation. So I was gonna figure out what was inside that room no matter how long it took. We created this whole schedule. Marcus would watch the door on Mondays, Jake on Tuesdays, and I would do Wednesdays. Just waiting until someone either came in or out of that room so we could make our move. First week was pretty disappointing. Every single day during lunch, one of us would follow the plan, but unfortunately, no one ever came in or out of the room. But finally, the breakthrough came one day during my surveillance shift. I was sitting there during lunch, on my 4th PB&J of the day, by the way, when I saw someone I literally did not recognize go straight up to the secret door. But this time, it didn't look like a teacher. It looked like a student, which was really interesting because I knew the faces of at least most of the students at school, but I had no idea who this person was. So I'm watching their every move, and when they walk up to the secret door, they pull out a key from their back pocket, insert it, then quickly open the door and hop inside and close it. Just like the first time I could see into that room, there was a red glow coming from the inside of it. But they never opened the door wide enough for me to see what was actually in there. I immediately texted Marcus and Jake. Someone just went into the room. This might be our chance. So they all met me at the door, and once they got there, we were basically spawn camping it. And to put things into perspective, we were pretty much the only people in this building at the time. Like, no one ever ate lunch here, so that was probably why this was the time where people would go into that room. My friends and I are just sitting there, ready. The moment the person that walked in there was ready to walk out, we would be there to pounce and make sure the door didn't fully close before we wedged something in between it. I pulled out an eraser from my backpack, and we just waited and waited and waited. We knew that when whoever was in that room came out, we would look super suspicious if we were just staring at the door. So we pulled out a couple pieces of homework and acted like we were studying. That was the most studying I did the whole year, if I'm being honest with you. I was so nervous because this is what we had been waiting weeks for. We couldn't blow this chance because who knew when we would get another one. I needed to make sure that when that door opened, I wedged the eraser inside there perfectly. If my plan worked, the door wouldn't close all the way and we'd be able to get inside. The whole time we were waiting, I could hear whoever was in there moving around. But the weirdest part was it sounded like they were taking a bath. Like you could hear water swishing around in there as if someone was literally bathing. That just made me even more confused than I already was. I didn't know what to think. But just before lunch ended, I heard footsteps coming back to the door. The door opened and the student stepped out. He looked at us for about a second, but when it seemed like we weren't paying any attention to him, he just kept minding his own business. Once he turned away, I tried my best to sneakily put the eraser in between the door. It felt like the scene in Talladega Nights when I'm trying to get to the door with my eraser. It's like slow motion of me trying to put it in the perfect spot before it shuts. And luckily, we got it. The door didn't close. We waited until seeing this mystery student actually leave the building to try going inside. And when we finally saw him leave, now it was go time. This was it. This was the moment we'd been waiting for. We all just stood there looking at this slightly open door with that red glow coming from inside it. Are we really doing this? What if we get in trouble for seeing whatever is inside there? Like we clearly aren't supposed to find whatever they're hiding. Jake whispered, and I tried to calm Jake down and convince him it was okay by saying, Jake, shut up, bro. We're going inside that room, okay? We all looked at each other for a second and then agreed. We gotta do this. So I slowly opened the door trying to be as quiet as possible. And at first, I just peeked inside, checking to see if anyone else was in there. From what I could see, no one was. So I opened the door completely, and the three of us quickly went inside before shutting the door behind us. The first thing that hit us was the smell. It wasn't bad, but it was just weird and chemical-like. The second thing was how dark it was, except for that red lighting that made the whole place look like a horror film set. And the third thing, which was somehow the most creepy part, was the fact that there were no windows in here. Meaning, when that door shut behind us, it was completely dark except for the red glow. Now, I don't know about you guys, but before this, I'd never been inside a room in school that didn't have windows. This room did not feel like it belonged in a school. Like honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised if Diddy popped out of somewhere to scare us, because that's the vibe the inside of this room was giving. But once we were fully inside and the door was finally shut, we started walking around. As our eyes adjusted to the dim light, we noticed something weird. Remember when I said we heard swishing around as if someone was taking a bath in here? Well, now we could see what was making that noise. There were buckets of water all lined up right next to each other on a table. And next to these buckets were a bunch of pictures that you couldn't see what they were. Now, this was really starting to feel like a room Diddy would be hiding in. Pictures that are blurred so you can't see what they actually are? After doing a full lap around the room, we still had no idea what it actually was. The inside almost looked like a surgery room for doctors. Like that's the best way I could describe it. So you know what my first thought was? They're harvesting people's organs in here. That's clearly the answer. Okay, that wasn't my first thought actually, but I mean, I did think that. I'm not lying. But I would get the answer to what was actually going on inside here in a second, because as we're walking around trying to figure out what this place is, someone knocked on the door from the outside. We all look at each other in a huge panic, because if we get caught inside this room that we're not supposed to be in, who knew what would happen to us? We might disappear. So once again, we all try to hide. Now, unfortunately, there weren't too many good hiding spots in here, so we just crouched behind a counter together. We're sitting there being as quiet as possible, hoping that the person who knocked on the door didn't have a key to get in. But after about 10 seconds, I hear keys jangle and be put into the lock. There was no running from it now. Someone was definitely about to open that door, and there was nothing we could do. The door opens, and it feels like we're getting flashbanged with the light coming from outside. It's like when your mom turns your light on in the morning when you're sleeping, and we see the shadow of a person walk inside. It's just one, and they close the door behind them and start walking around. We're still doing our best mannequin impressions, trying to be quiet, but one thing about my friends, they can never follow directions, including me. So Jake tries adjusting his foot, but his shoe makes a screeching noise in the process, revealing to whoever just came in that there were other people inside this room. Right away, this person pauses and looks towards us. They can't see us yet, but they're walking in our direction, and we all know it's about to be over. So then we figure, hey, whatever's about to happen,
There's 3 of us and 1 of him.
so we all pop up at the same time, and this random person flinches and screams. It was the same guy I saw go into the room earlier, the one that looked like a student, but I didn't recognize. And after he recognized that we weren't a threat, we were just scared, he goes, what are you doing? Hiding from you? Why? Because we know we're not supposed to be in whatever this place is. Why would you not be allowed in here? I don't know, maybe because this place has no windows, feels like a dungeon, and is only accessible through a door that only Sherlock Holmes could find. But then he goes, oh yeah, I get it. No, anyone can come inside here though. Okay, well, why does it have no windows then, and it's completely hidden from the rest of the school? And this was the moment where my friends and I got the truth on what this room was. And honestly, all I have to say is, me and my friends are very dumb. Because this guy goes, oh, well, that's because this is the dark room for photography students. What's a dark room? A dark room is just a place where we develop the photos we took in photography class. That's why it has no windows and there's red lights in here, because the photos will get ruined if there's any light coming from outside. And that explained why the water buckets were in there too, because you put the photo into the bucket and then you can see what it was. So what did this all mean? Well, it meant that after all this work, it turns out there's no Diddy dungeon inside my school. Well, at least as far as I know. Picture this. You're sitting in class when out of nowhere, an alarm goes off saying that your school is officially in lockdown. All the students are panicking because no one knows what's going on, except for you, because you actually know why the school went into lockdown. And to take it one step further, you were the one who caused it. I'm sure you have a lot of questions about what I could have possibly done to get myself in a situation like this, so let me take you back to the morning it all started. So everyone knows that there are 2 places inside a school where anything can happen. Number 1, the school bathroom, and number 2, the locker room. Well, the locker room is where this story begins, and if you're not familiar with why locker rooms are so crazy, it's for a couple reasons. There's usually not teachers around, everyone just got done with PE class, so everyone's a little bit high energy, and there's a bunch of people in a really small space. Also, this is really the only place inside school where you can do a bunch of crazy things and not get in trouble for it. Actually, never mind. You can get in trouble in here. And me and my friend Jerry proved that when one day, after PE class finished, we were heading into the locker room. Our teacher, who we called Coach Martinez, blew his whistle and told everyone that it's time to go back to the locker room and change. But here's the thing about Coach Martinez. The moment we got back into that locker room every day, he would always vanish into his office and turn on some football highlights or something. So he never paid attention to anything we did in that locker room. And what happens when there's a bunch of unsupervised students all in the same area? Chaos. The second Coach Martinez would shut his door, the whole locker room would always turn into mayhem. Kids are throwing dirty socks at each other. One kid's blasting music from his horrible speakers. And then there was Jerry, who was my friend and also a very important part to this story. You see, Jerry was this short kid with curly hair who had literally no concept of danger. Like, I'm talking about a guy who literally dared people to shoot fireworks at him during the 4th of July to see if he could dodge them. He got a 2nd-degree burn that day, but I'm pretty sure that's what he wanted to happen. So if you combine Jerry, a crazy person, with the school locker room, a crazy place, you're gonna get a bunch of crazy things happening. And one of those crazy things that always happened in the locker room was a game me and him created, which involved Axe body spray and a lighter. I'm sure just by saying that, some of you already know where I'm going with this. But for those of you who don't, if you have Axe body spray or any type of body spray, and you also have a lighter, if you spray it while holding the lighter in front of it, it almost creates a flamethrower effect. So what a couple of us students would always do in the locker room is turn off the lights and play this sick, twisted version of hide and seek. Except, instead of just tagging each other when we found them, we would scare whoever we found by shooting these little bursts of flame right at them. And I know what you guys are all thinking. Tyler, this sounds awesome. Like, why didn't I think of this? And you're absolutely right. It was awesome. but unfortunately, it was also very dangerous. The game would always start the same way. Jerry would flip the light switch, and suddenly, the whole locker room would go pitch black. You literally could not see your hand in front of your face. Then we would all split up and try finding hiding spots between the lockers, under the benches, behind the equipment, wherever we could squeeze into. The goal is simple: stay hidden as long as possible and avoid the person who's seeking finding you, because if they found you, they were gonna shoot those flames at you. It was like the world's most dangerous version of Marco Polo. Most of us loved playing this, but we always hated when Jerry was the one seeking, because he would just take everything way too far. While I would do these quick little puffs of flame just to see where I'm going when I was it, Jerry would literally hold down the spray button for 5 seconds, creating a massive ball of fire that would literally light up the room like a dragon. He'd chase people around corners, jump out from lockers, so everyone hated when Jerry was the person seeking. The worst part was how competitive he got about it. If I scared Jerry really good one day, he would have to top it the next day. If I found a good hiding spot, Jerry would have to find an even better one. It kept escalating and escalating until we were having full-blown flame wars in the locker room. It felt like wizards having a battle in Harry Potter, just shooting the fire at each other. Usually, there would be about 5 or 6 of us that were playing at a time, and most of the other kids just thought we were crazy. Everyone else would change into their regular clothes and get out of the way as fast as possible. They were definitely the smart ones. But at some point, almost everyone in that class played the game. And the thing is, we'd been playing this for months without any real problems. Sure, we would accidentally melt a plastic water bottle every once in a while, or burn a hole through someone's gym shirt, but nothing serious ever happened until it did. Because during this particular day in PE, we were playing basketball, and Jerry's team lost by 1 point. And let's just say, he did not take that lightly. So we get into the locker room after playing, and he's fuming. He keeps looking at me with this mischievous look on his face, and I'm just thinking, I know he's planning something, but I don't know what. Coach Martinez goes into his office like normal, and the moment he shuts that door, Jerry whips out the body spray and gives me an evil smile. Dude, you're not ready for what I'm about to do, Jerry says. And I'm already getting nervous because usually when Jerry says something like that, someone's ending up in the hospital. We flip off the lights like always, and the locker room goes completely dark. I grab a good hiding spot behind the lockers right next to the back wall, making sure I can still keep an eye on Jerry. I'm expecting to see him shoot these little flame bursts like always, but this time, when he sprays that bottle, I see a massive flame. I'm talking like 3-foot long flames that are lighting up the whole room. He was holding the can down forever, but he's already in full psycho mode. He's running around the locker room like a fire-breathing dragon, spraying these huge bursts and laughing while he's doing it. The flames were way bigger than anything we'd ever done before, and honestly, it was kind of terrifying. They were so big that you could feel the heat right when he sprayed them. That's when I realized he wasn't using a normal can of Axe body spray. No, he got the industrial-sized can. I didn't even know that existed. He was making the whole locker room smell like chemicals with how long he was holding down that spray. I decide that I quickly need to get out of my hiding spot because Jerry has clearly lost his mind. And if he catches me, there's nowhere for me to move. But as I'm crawling out from behind the lockers, my foot kicks something onto the floor. I looked for it trying to pick it up, and that's when I see that it was a hand sanitizer bottle I kicked. Because what I didn't realize when I picked up the bottle was that a lot of hand sanitizer fell onto the floor when I kicked it. And this would end up being a huge problem just a few moments later. At first, I didn't even know this happened. I was more focused on not getting torched by Jerry's flame show. But then I hear him coming towards my area. And when I see him spray that can this time, there's a massive burst of fire heading for exactly where I'm crouched down. The flame is so bright that for a second, I can actually see everything in the locker room. And that's when I notice there's a puddle of hand sanitizer on the ground. It's all over the floor right next to me. And I mean like all over. So what happened next felt like a movie scene because it all happened in slow motion. I see Jerry spraying his flame, getting closer and closer to that puddle. So my brain starts screaming, oh no, this is about to be really bad. Because if you didn't know, hand sanitizer is flammable. So I try to tell Jerry to stop, but he can't hear me over the sound of his Axe body spray can hissing. And the moment the flame touches the edge of that hand sanitizer puddle, the entire puddle catches on fire. And it didn't just happen for a second and then go away immediately. No, there was now a real fire spreading across the floor. Because the hand sanitizer splashed all over the place when I spilled the bottle. Within seconds, fire is spreading all over the locker room. Jerry finally notices what's happening, and he's just standing there with his mouth wide open, still holding the lighter and can of body spray like he's just frozen in place. The fire is getting bigger and bigger super quick, and we realize this isn't a game anymore. This is a real fire spreading in our school that we started. We both start panicking and try to stomp it out, but that just spreads the hand sanitizer even more. I grab my shirt and try to smother part of it, but the fire was so strong at this point that did nothing. Jerry yells, "Yo, we gotta get water!" But by the time another student runs to the showers, fills up his water bottle, and comes back. The fire had spread so much that just a little water bottle wouldn't do anything. And after a couple more seconds, the worst noise you could possibly hear in this situation goes off. The fire alarm. We gave up entirely on trying to stop the fire now and just left the locker room because that's what you're supposed to do when you hear the noise. Line up in a single file line, and then when every student is there, walk out of the classroom together. Which is pretty funny, by the way, because when there's actually a fire going on, no one's listening to those rules. When there's a real fire, it's every man for themselves trying to run as fast as possible and just get out of there. We don't got time for a single file line in alphabetical order. And plus, my last name starts with a V, so I'm at the back of the line. I ain't waiting for all those people in front of me. Like, they're basically saying, if your last name ends in TUVWXYZ, you're cooked. So all the kids just run out of the locker room as fast as they can, not in a single file line. When we get out of the locker room, we see that a bunch of other classes are lining up in a single file and going out of their classroom too. Teachers are shouting instructions, and students are starting to pour onto the grass. All the students from the other classes were moving at a pace that said, we know this is a drill. Except, this isn't a drill. And only me and the other students in that locker room knew that. When we see all the other classrooms coming out into the yard, I grab Jerry's arm and say, Jerry, whatever happens, do not tell anyone that we did this. We just get swept into the crowd of all the students heading for the exits. Everyone is talking and laughing because they just think it's another normal drill. Some students are playing jokes, some are playing rock, paper, scissors. I heard one person say that someone's fart probably set off the fire alarm. As we're walking toward the field, I keep expecting someone to just grab me and drag me towards the principal's office. When we finally all make it outside to the grass, the reality of what just happened hits me. There are hundreds of students gathering onto the field. Teachers are doing head counts, and we're just standing there on the grass with no control over what happens. But after a couple minutes, we hear another terrifying noise. Fire trucks. I thought things couldn't get any worse, but then over the intercom, I hear the vice principal say, students and staff, we are currently dealing with a serious incident in the boys' locker room. Emergency responders are on the scene. Please remain in your designated areas until further notice. Now, me and Jerry realize how serious this situation got. Because I don't know how much it costs for fire trucks to come, but I would imagine it has to be pretty serious for them to call them. Me and Jerry just stare at each other with that look on our face that said, we're cooked. We're cooked. There were 3 fire trucks that pulled up to our school. Bit dramatic if you ask me. But I'm watching all these firefighters rush into our school with their big suits on and their oxygen tanks. And I'm just thinking to myself, this is all happening because Jerry and I were pretending to be wizards shooting flames. Jerry keeps giving me these panicked looks as the situation elevates, and I can just tell he's gonna blow our cover. The paranoia starts setting in pretty quickly. Every teacher that walks by feels like they're studying our faces, trying to figure out if we look suspicious. When Coach Martinez does a head count of our class, I'm convinced that he stares at me and Jerry for a lot longer than all the other students. About 20 minutes after we evacuated the locker room, another announcement goes off that made everything 10 times worse. We are asking all students who are in the boys' locker room during 5th period to report to the main office. We're done. We're done. We're done. Me and Jerry just go completely pale when we hear this. We're both thinking the same thing. They have to know something. I think about just running off of campus and acting like I was never even at school that day, but we had to go. If we don't report with everyone else to the office, that's gonna look a lot more suspicious than if we did. So we joined the group of the other 15 guys or so that was in the locker room with us, and all of us walked towards the main office. The whole time we're walking towards there, I'm trying to think of a good story. What were we doing when the alarm went off? Where were we when the alarm went off? Did we see anything suspicious? I'm running through every possible question they might ask, trying to make sure me and Jerry have the exact same answers so we don't contradict each other. While we're waiting in line to be questioned, I overhear some of the other students talking about what happened. One student said he smelled smoke right before the alarm went off. Another one says they saw nothing. But here's the thing. None of the students mentioned the game of hide and seek we were playing. And I think I know why. Because at some point, almost every person in that PE class played the game. So if they told the principal that we always played that game in the locker room, we would all look guilty. When it's finally my turn to talk, I'm sweating through my shirt like I just ran a marathon because I cannot lie. The faculty members got this notebook and she's asking me basic questions. Was I in the locker room? What time did I leave? Did I see anything unusual in there? I stick to the simplest possible answers. I was changing after PE class. I left around the normal time. No, I didn't see anything weird. They were writing down everything we said in this official looking notebook. It felt like we were being interrogated by the FBI. They ask if we know about students playing with fire or aerosol cans while in the locker room. And I panicked because yeah, we were, but I just try to play it cool and say, aerosol? What even is aerosol? You talking about the soccer team? Then they asked Jerry questions, and I'm watching his face while he was giving answers, and it just made me so confident that he was gonna screw up. But he was able to stick to the plan and give a good, convincing story. We were just changing clothes, left at the normal time, didn't see anything suspicious. After the questioning, we were told to rejoin our class group, but the waiting continued. We were just stuck outside on that grass while the fire department did their work. After maybe 2 hours, they finally started letting us back into the buildings. But instead of going to our regular classrooms, they herded us all together in the gymnasium. Apparently a lot of the school smelled like smoke because it traveled through the vents. By the time we sat down on those awfully uncomfortable gym bleachers, everyone had their theories as to what happened. I even heard one person's theory was that the lunch lady's cooking abilities finally caught up to them and they caught the whole kitchen on fire. Jerry and I just sat there listening to what everyone thought happened, and we were just relieved that no one actually guessed what really happened. Who would think that 2 dummies playing with an Axe body spray can could cause a school-wide evacuation? They kept us in that gymnasium until school got out that day. When school finally ended, me and Jerry went our separate ways and just both agreed, do not talk about this. Pretend it never happened. But we had no idea what would be waiting for us the next couple of days at school. Because for the next 3 days, the investigation ramped up big time. They brought in fire investigators to find out how this whole thing even happened, what the source of it was. And that really worried me and Jerry because obviously, these people were probably pretty good at their job. So I'm sure they would figure out exactly what caused the fire, aka Dumb and Dumber. For these couple days after the incident, the locker room was blocked off from even entering. So we couldn't even see inside it and see how bad the damage got. All me and Jerry could do at this point was wait. But during this time of waiting to find out the cause of the fire, our entire gym class, who was all in there when the fire actually started, was still getting questioned. Although none of the staff was sure how the fire started at this point, whether it was a mistake from the school or if it was students that caused this, they weren't letting us off the hook because we all seemed like the most likely suspects at the time. So we would get pulled out of class almost every day to be interviewed. It was a different person that worked for the fire department, I'm guessing, almost every time. And they were just asking us to give a clear picture of the situation that we saw. These interviews scared me because although I knew that me and Jerry wouldn't say anything, we weren't sure if any of the other students in the class would. The only hope we had was that since they all played the game too, they wouldn't want to get in trouble either. Because if me and Jerry went down, we were going to make sure everyone went down with us. And since we played this game in the dark, did anyone actually see that Jerry was the one shooting the flames that day? We had no idea. About a week passes by, and for the first time, I'm starting to think that we might actually get away with this. The investigation seemed to be dying down. No one was mentioning our names specifically, and I was beginning to convince myself that we were in the clear. But right when we thought this, a new character entered the story. Anthony was this kid who wore the same black hoodie to school every day and didn't really talk much. Matter of fact, until this interaction we had that I'm about to tell you, I didn't even know what his voice sounded like. So I wasn't friends with Anthony, but I definitely wasn't enemies with him either. But I guess he thought otherwise. Because a week after this fire incident, Anthony goes up to me and Jerry during PE and he says, hey guys, he's got this devious look on his face, like he knows something that we don't want him to know. It's the same look my siblings would always give me when they catch me doing something I'm not supposed to, and they know they have blackmail material on me now. So Jerry responds back, sup Anthony? Anthony looks around to make sure no one else is listening, and then he gets closer to us like he's about to break some big secret. And then he goes, so, that whole fire in the locker room thing, that was pretty crazy, huh? My pupils immediately dilate. The way he says it, the way he's looking at us, I knew we were about to get blackmailed, but we just try to act casual. Yeah, it was wild. Good thing no one got hurt. Anthony just nods slowly with that smile on his face that made my skin crawl. Yeah, good thing no one got hurt. Must have been really scary for whoever actually started it. You know, causing all that chaos and seeing all the other kids getting investigated for something they didn't do. Jerry and I exchange a quick glance that probably looks as guilty as 2 kids standing next to a broken window with a baseball in their hands. Anthony was on to us like a shark who smelled blood in the water. But still, we try to play it cool. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's scary. Why are you saying this to us specifically though? Anthony just shrugs and goes, oh, no reason. I just happened to be there right when the fire started. And I saw that my hand sanitizer was on the ground. It was official. Anthony saw us cause that fire, and he saw us completely run away after trying to stop it. But I still say back to him, I don't know what you're talking about, dude. He laughs, but it's not a friendly laugh. No, it's the type of laugh a villain does in the movie right before he reveals his evil plans. Come on, guys. I saw both of you cause it. You really think I'm that stupid? Me and Jerry look at each other and we both realize we're caught. There's no point in even pretending anymore. Anthony continues talking. Look, guys, I'm trying not to be a jerk here, but this whole situation has been pretty stressful for all of us, right? All the teachers and staff think that we're responsible for it just because we were in that class. But it's really not fair to everyone that didn't cause the fire. So we say to Anthony, okay, so what are you getting at here? What's your angle, man? There's no point in trying to fake it anymore. Anthony's smile gets wider, and like I said, I'd never had a conversation with him prior to this. So I didn't know him well, but man, that guy should get into acting because he would be a great supervillain character. He had a grin on his face after we asked him what his angle was, like he already had a plan. And he goes, well, I've been thinking about it, And keeping a secret this big is something that deserves payment. I think I deserve some compensation for all this stress. I just say in a high-pitched voice, compensation? Money. I want $400 from both of you by the end of next week. Seems fair enough for keeping quiet about something that could get both of you expelled. So me and Jerry look at each other again and realize, yep, we're getting blackmailed. This man Anthony is crazy, but also at the same time, I low-key respect it. Like, I respect the hustle, you know what I mean? It was just unfortunate that I was the one being hustled. But $400? To two dudes with no job? I don't have that type of money just lying around in my sock drawer. And I know Jerry doesn't. At the time, all the money I had was in V-Bucks, and I don't think Anthony was accepting that as a form of payment. So we tell him, we don't have that much. I'm hoping that'll make him reasonable and just accept 20 bucks and a pack of gum. Anthony just shrugs again and then goes, well, you better figure out how to get it, because the alternative is me walking into the principal's office and telling them exactly what I saw. Anthony had us completely cornered. There was no good solution to this problem. So me and Jerry started discussing it. How do we know you won't just take the money and tell the principal anyway? Jerry asks him, which is a pretty good question for someone that literally just lit the locker room on fire a week ago. You don't know that. But think about it this way. If I wanted to get you guys in trouble just for fun, I would have done it already. I'm not interested in ruining your lives for free. I'm interested in getting paid for keeping my mouth shut. We definitely didn't trust that Anthony would keep his word, but what choice did we really have? If we didn't pay him, we knew for sure that he would tell on us. So we had to go with the best option. Can you at least give us some more time to get the money? I told him, already thinking about how I'm gonna have to sell everything I own and probably rob a bank. You have until next Friday. Give me the cash that day, or I'm going straight to the principal's office. The next couple of days, me and Jerry were moving like businessmen. We did whatever it took to get that money. I emptied my savings account. There's $3. Sold my PlayStation games to GameStop for 14 cents each. I even started selling candy at school, trying to make money. Friday afternoon, we met Anthony where he wanted to meet and gave him all the cash we had. How much cash did we end up having? Well, I know for myself, I had about 300 that I put in there, and I didn't know how much Jerry had, but he said it was everything he could give. So we handed over to Anthony, hoping that it was enough. And after about 2 minutes of counting, he just says to us, pleasure doing business with you guys, and he walks away. So I don't know if Jerry did have enough to make it to $800 or if Anthony's just really bad at counting, but he never told on us. So shout out to you, Anthony, you're a real one. Well, kind of. I did have to sell my favorite games just to pay you, so that wasn't really cool, but I respect it. So now that Anthony didn't catch us, the only thing left to worry about was the school investigation catching us. But after about 2 weeks, the investigation finally wrapped up. The locker rooms opened again, and when we went inside, there wasn't even much damage in it. Just 2 lockers that were stained in charcoal. But did they figure out how the fire started? Yes, they told us they found out it was a mixture of hand sanitizer and heat that caused the fire. But they didn't know any of the specific details. So they just figured that someone accidentally spilled hand sanitizer on the ground, which was true, and somehow heat ignited it. Whether that was from the heater that was inside there, or maybe it was from another way, but they didn't know exactly how. And since nothing got burnt too badly, they just chalked it up as an accident because no one snitched. So me and Jerry got off without any punishment. And what did we learn from this? Absolutely nothing. Because the next month, we went back to playing that exact same game. How would you react if you saw someone pull out a gun right in front of you while in school? Because one day, when I was in school, this actually happened. And you'll never believe why someone did this and what ended up happening to them when the school day ended. It all started during lunch. Everyone's in the cafeteria ready to eat, and our school had 2 options to serve. Option A, chicken nuggets that we all know aren't real chicken and are somehow soggy and crispy at the same time. Option B, pizza that would make an Italian say, Mamma mia! Luckily, my mom always made my lunch, so I didn't have to worry about eating whatever the heck was in that stuff. But during lunch every day, me and my friends would always sit in the exact same spot, the far right-hand corner of the cafeteria. So me and my friends are just sitting at this table like any other day, yapping our heads off probably about how beautiful LeBron is, when suddenly, the air in the room changes. It starts with someone smacking their lunch tray on the table super loudly, so the whole cafeteria flinches. Everyone turns around to see what just made that noise, and that's when we see 2 guys near the vending machines all up in each other's faces. I don't know how their argument started, but they were clearly mad at each other. They're shoving each other, going, say that again, do something about it. So people start forming a circle around them to watch what's going on. So we're all watching this argument between these 2 guys unfold, holding our cameras up just in case the next school fight is about to happen, even though no one ever ends up getting a good video of it anyway. When one of the kids in the argument shoves the other guy into the vending machine so hard that the Skittles started to dance. The guy looks shaken up for a second, and after looking around realizing that he's just been embarrassed in front of the whole school, he decides he's not gonna let that slide. So he unzips his backpack, scans the room like he's checking for witnesses, and pulls something out that I've never seen in real life before. Only Call of Duty. What was it? A gun. There's a half second where we all just freeze before thinking about what we just saw, and then chaos happens. Screams coming from all over, but this time, not because of the terrifying cafeteria food, and everyone is scattering as fast and as far as they can. Benches topple, trays fly. Even the lunch lady, who always seemed to be moving in slow motion, drops her ladle and starts sprinting like an NFL wide receiver. One of the teachers that supervises lunch is saying, "Get to the nearest room, now!" The PA coughs to life and says, "Lockdown. This is a lockdown. Teachers, secure your rooms. Students, get into the nearest classroom. This is not a drill." I grab my backpack like it's bulletproof, and suddenly, I'm thinking I'm Lamine Yamal dribbling through defenders with the way I'm weaving through the crowds, just trying to get to somewhere safe. The hallway turns into a river, and doors fly open. Teachers are snatching kids by their hoodie strings, their backpacks, whatever they can get, and they're yanking them inside their classrooms. The Spanish teacher is waving for kids to come into her classroom like, "Andale, andale!" Someone slips on chocolate milk and just gets hauled over by everyone else. Eventually, after running for a little bit, I get swept in with the cluster into the biology room. The teacher, who had her lunch rudely interrupted, was waving for kids to come inside, and after the class filled up, she shut the door completely. Then she yanks down the blinds, kills the lights, then shoves a rolling cabinet against the door handle. She whispers to all the students, "Get to the back wall, away from the windows. Phones silent." She sits beside the door, breathing in through her nose and out through her mouth slowly. But I always wondered why in these situations, we're supposed to remain quiet and act like no one was in the room. Like, you don't think the person causing all this chaos has literally practiced these drills before too? We're pretty much just playing hide and seek at this point. But anyways, here we are, probably 40 kids, just sitting silently in this room, knowing that right outside that door, there is someone with a gun. It didn't take long before our group chats are popping off while we're waiting. Texts are coming in from a bunch of different people like, "Did y'all make it out? What class is everybody in? Who had the gun? I heard shots fired." This wasn't one of those lockdowns where you're a little bit on edge, but at the same time, it's kind of funny because you think nothing serious is actually gonna happen. No, because we knew this one was real. We saw the weapon, so my hands are shaking nervously, probably partially due to the fact that I was having an allergic reaction from touching the cafeteria food, but mainly because someone brought a gun to school. In the hallways, we can still hear chaos happening out there with people trying to find classrooms to go into. You hear pounding feet, doors slamming, teachers yelling, and after a couple minutes of the chaos, the school went completely silent. Now, everyone was hiding, and our group chat pings again. I can see into the parking lot. There's cop cars arriving. Once I heard that, I knew the situation was officially serious. After sitting in dark silence for probably 10 minutes, we heard the first noise from outside that we've heard in a while. Footsteps slowly walking towards our door. They stop, and then we hear keys jingle. We can see the shadow of someone coming from underneath the door, and every student inhales the same breath. And that's when we hear it. The handle turns, but the lock holds. So after trying the door a couple times, whoever was attempting to open it walks away. We finally all exhale, but not without being confused. Because who was that? Was it the student with the gun? Was it someone checking on us? A police officer? No one knew, but we sure weren't going to open that door to find out. The PA clicks again, and the vice principal speaks in a monotone voice going, "All rooms remain in lockdown. Do not open your doors." Someone trying to open that door made everyone way more on edge. In the midst of everyone being super nervous, about 3 feet away from me, a kid throws up. "I told y'all that cafeteria food was no good." Or he was just nervous. But the teacher slides over to him, gives him a bag, and tells him to just breathe. So now, the room smelled bad, and we were stuck here with no answers. But little did we know, this wasn't even close to the worst thing that would happen that day. Because after a few more minutes of waiting, rumors started spreading about the situation. And the craziest one that was going around was that some people saw 2 guns get pulled out. I got another text from the group chat saying that the person who brought this gun was planning on doing this for days. I wasn't sure what to believe, and we weren't getting any actual answers. But after a couple more minutes, the sounds of keys jangled at our door again. This time, the person on the other side of the door spoke. "Mrs. Klein?" That was the name of the teacher. But after the voice from outside says that, the teacher goes toward the door, peeks through an opening of the window to see who it is, and it's one of the staff members of the school. So she says, "Yes?" and gets a response back saying, "Stay secured. We'll be giving new orders soon." What did that mean? I had no idea. But we would get our answers a few minutes later when the PA clicks again. "Law enforcement is on site. Rooms will be addressed by name. Do not self-evacuate." This didn't sound like a very good plan to me, because wouldn't the person with the gun hear these announcements too? Like, what if you just said, "Room 324, please evacuate," and the dude with the gun is just spawn camping right outside the door? But whatever. They were the adults. I guess they knew what they were doing more than us. Although, I don't even know if that's true, because one time a kid broke his arm after falling off the swings, and they literally just gave him an ice pack. Like, you could literally see his bone poking through, and they gave him an ice pack. So they might not all be the smartest bunch, but regardless, We listened to their directions. Minutes felt like hours waiting for our room to get called. One kid whispers, "Oh, my foot's asleep." Someone whispers back, "You better wake it up, because we're gonna have to run pretty soon." Run? Then I get another text from my friends and find out what the plan was. One by one, they were moving the people inside classrooms into larger, supervised areas, like the gymnasiums. Because remember, this chaos started at lunch, so everyone just ran into the first place they could find to escape. We weren't all in our actual classrooms, so none of us were organized. But moving into a pretty big place like the gym also seemed like a bad idea to me. Cause like, if we're all in this one place, and there's a person with a gun, wouldn't it be way easier to get all of us if we're sitting in the exact same spot? But once again, they're the adults. I'll just trust what they say. But after a little more waiting, someone comes up to our door again, and we hear keys jingling again. But this time, you can hear the key put into the handle and unlock the door. All of us are holding our breaths, wondering if the last meal we were about to eat before passing away was dry-aged chicken nuggets. And then the door opens. And who do we see? One of the ladies that works in the office. Everyone exhales, and she calmly tells us to form a line and follow her. Once we all step outside the classroom, the hallway is silent. Not one other kid is outside of a classroom. But what we do see is a police officer. I don't know if that was reassuring or worrying because it just made the situation feel way more serious. The lady funnels us into the gym, and once we get inside, half the bleachers are already filled with other students. They're still advising everyone to be as quiet as possible, as if that was going to do anything. But we find our seats in the bleachers, and once again, everyone's whispering what they know about the situation. After hearing a couple kids' stories, it sounded like the general theory of what was going on was the student pulled out the gun, everyone scrammed, and the last thing anyone saw that guy do was point the weapon at the kid he was trying to fight. No one had any details about what happened after that. But little did we know, something way crazier was happening in that school in that very moment with the person who brought a gun. And you'll never believe what actually happened. But as everyone is giving their conspiracies about the situation, there's a mic in the middle of the basketball court, and it turns on and the vice principal starts talking. "Attention all students. We will remain in lockdown while we complete all our procedures. Please stay seated. It's very important that you don't leave this room." I thought that was weird because the way she said that made it sound like the person with the gun was still out there on the loose. And they were basically just trying to protect us by keeping us all in the room together. As we're all waiting in the gym, a couple of faculty members start asking students questions. It sounded like the same thing was asked to everyone. They'd go to a row of students and ask, "Were any of you near the cafeteria incident?" If we said yes, they'd ask if we saw the item the person had in their hand. But the next question was really weird to me, because then they would say, "Do you know where it went?" That was the question where I got super confused as to what was going on. Why were they asking us where the weapon went? Did they not know? Were they looking for it? Were we still in danger? Now, I didn't feel safe once again. But we would later get the answer to all these questions. A couple minutes later, on the other side of the gym, we see two police officers enter through the doors with a clear bag in their hand. After looking a little closer at it, we were able to see a backpack was in it. While we were wondering why a police officer would have a backpack in a bag, it hit me. That was the same backpack I saw the student pull a gun out of. So what did this all mean? Did they find the student? Is he in custody? Well, if that was the case, surely they would have let us out by now. And I'm no detective, but I'm pretty sure they would not have been asking us where the weapon went if they had it. All of us students are left in the gymnasium wondering the answer to these questions. But after a few more minutes of waiting, finally, the principal comes to the mic for the first time. The room hushes altogether because our principal meant business. So we knew if she was talking, it meant we should listen. And then she goes, "Thank you guys for remaining calm in this situation. Here is what we can share. A student displayed an item that resembled a firearm. We are continuing our process in making sure that everyone is in a safe area. So please remain seated." Do you know what this speech sounded like to me? It sounded like they have no idea where this guy is at. And I wasn't the only one who thought that. So after the principal got done talking, everyone was even more on edge now. Once again, after sitting around doing absolutely nothing in the gym besides looking like fresh bait, people all start whispering to each other around the same time. And suddenly, there was a new rumor going around all the students. What was the rumor? I don't know how it started, but people were whispering that friends of the student who brought the gun were saying that he was planning on doing this for a while. What did that mean? This may have been planned. But that wasn't all, because there was one other thing they were saying. He had a friend with him. No one knew whether to believe this or not, but the reality of the situation became a lot more clear just a little bit later. And it became obvious what the adults weren't saying. They haven't caught the student yet. And that was pretty much confirmed when we heard one of the police officers' radios slip up, because we could hear a voice coming through it saying, "Suspect is still thought to be on the premises. Be advised." That was probably the worst thing we could have heard, knowing he was still on the loose while we were all packed like sardines in the same spot. As we're all freaking out, the principal, who was basically just doing quality control the whole time, making sure all the students tried to remain calm, suddenly puts her walkie-talkie to her ear. And I don't know what they said to her, but it must have been bad, because immediately her face drops and she starts running towards the double doors and bursts through to outside. She's outside for probably 5 minutes before coming back in with a completely different look on her face. Just a look of absolute shock. She walks back up toward the mic, clearly getting ready to say something, but none of us had any idea what was about to come out of her mouth after what she just did. Then she goes, "Thank you guys for all your cooperation. We can confirm we've caught one of the students. Law enforcement has taken them into custody. We're still continuing our process, so please remain in place." Wait. Did she just say one of the students? Meaning there's multiple suspects? And also, was this the reason they were asking about if anyone knew where the weapon was? This changed the whole scenario. Everyone was whispering again to each other about what they thought was happening. Now, when this whole cafeteria fiasco happened, I only saw one person with a weapon. So I was asking around to see if anyone had any idea why they were saying they only caught one of the students. Because when the first student whipped out their weapon, and I think most of the school, immediately just ran off without trying to watch the rest of the show. So I wasn't sure. There could have been another student that had a weapon. But what is this? The school from South Park? Why do we have so many people bringing guns to school all of a sudden? It's starting to just feel like a GTA server up in math class now. It felt like no one had an actual good answer for why the principal said they only caught one of the suspects. As I'm sitting there, my brain tries to help by replaying the cafeteria situation over and over again. The reach into his backpack, the pointing of it. Did I miss anything? Was there another person that pulled something out? It was all a blur when I tried playing it back. And the only thing I could remember is hurdling a kid like Saquon Barkley as I'm trying to get out of there. So we're still in there, waiting and waiting, and nothing is getting resolved. The principal is still pacing around, looking like her job was on the line, which it probably was, when a cop starts walking over to her. She looks at him, obviously hoping for some good news for the first time today, and the cop whispers something in her ear. I was expecting her reaction to whatever the cop said to be one of two things, either extreme sadness or extreme relief. But instead, she just looked confused. So what could the cop possibly have told her? Well, we would get our answer about a minute later when she walks over to the mic once again. By this point, everyone knew to go completely silent whenever she got close to that thing. She opens her mouth and goes, "Students, we can confirm that the person with the weapon is no longer on school property. But the situation is still ongoing, so we need you to remain inside." Okay, so the person with the weapon isn't on school property anymore, but why didn't they say they've caught or detained them yet? Something fishy was going on here that she wasn't telling us, and we would get the truth to it just a little bit later. Because then, another cop came walking through the door with an evidence bag in his hand. What's inside this bag? A scuff, blacked, pistol-shaped object. Everyone is silent, locked in like a mom watching her favorite soap opera, just looking at the cop with the weapon in the bag. This must have meant they took care of the situation, right? They got the weapon, everyone's safe, we can all go home now and get a free week off of school for emotional damage. Well, I wish that's what happened, but it wasn't over yet, because we hadn't been released from the gym. So we knew it wasn't safe outside yet. And then in the moment we're all waiting for, just as my butt is getting so sore that I thought it was gonna stick to the bleachers, the principal hops on the mic and says what we've all wanted to hear. "Students, both suspects have been caught and taken into custody. I want you to know that you're all safe and there's nothing to worry about. We will start dismissing you all soon." So everyone lets out a big exhale, knowing the situation had finally been resolved. But this didn't mean it was over, because of two things. Why would the cop ask if we knew where the weapon went? And why did the principal say that they only caught one of the suspects a couple minutes ago? Well, after the whole situation finished, and we finally got the truth about what actually happened, here's exactly how it all went down. So the student we all saw pull out the weapon in the cafeteria was not the one that the cops were looking for. Why? Well, because when the person who actually had the weapon saw everyone freaking out and running away, he realized what he just did and how serious of a situation this just became. So in a panic, He gave the weapon to his friend and told him to go hide it. A bunch of staff members saw this person with the gun, so they assumed that this was the one who pulled it out originally. The student is running around with the gun until he finds a good place to hide it, which ended up being in a bathroom toilet. And he gets caught by law enforcement a little bit later. That was when the principal announced that they caught one of the suspects. So where does this leave the student who originally pulled out the weapon? Well, after he realized how big he just messed up, he ran away too. But he didn't just run off to a classroom. No, he ran to the McDonald's down the street from our school that I went to a lot. But he basically just stayed inside there, hoping the situation would get resolved. And after a couple hours, the police found him there and caught him. So the whole time they were searching around the school, they had no idea if he was still on campus or not. And when they finally found him, that's when they released all of us students. But you know what makes this whole situation ridiculous? The weapon the student brought was a BB gun, not a real one. And he just pulled it out because he was trying to intimidate the guy that just embarrassed him. So was he actually planning to do something bad with that thing? No, but it didn't stop him from getting expelled. But the worst part about this whole situation was after this happened, we still had to go to our next class. Picture this scenario. You're sitting in class and out of nowhere, an announcement goes off over the intercom saying there's an armed intruder on campus. They say to lock the classroom doors, turn the lights off, and hide under the desk. And no other details are given. At first, you just think this is another school drill that happens every week. But then you hear a loud bang. Then you realize this just might be real. Because a couple years ago during school, this is a real experience I went through. It started out like any other day where I'm in math class unsuccessfully flirting with the girl I like. But then something that had never happened before occurred. An announcement was made over the intercom. And obviously, announcements go off all the time. That's not unusual. But this one was different. Because normally, when they're speaking over the intercom, they're just saying random things that no one can understand or cares about. They'll be like, "To the person who threw human feces on the wall in the bathroom, please come to the office." And the tone they say it in always makes it sound like they haven't experienced joy in their life since McDonald's got rid of the dollar menu. Bruh. So imagine how odd it was during the announcement when the person speaking was whispering. I'll give you a reenactment of exactly what they said. "Attention, this is not a drill. There is an armed intruder on campus. The school is going into lockdown. Teachers, lock your doors, turn your lights off, and tell everyone to get under their desk." Immediately when this announcement went off, I'm looking around to make sure the kid that wore black Air Forces to school every day was there because I did not trust him. Because anyone who wears those shoes to school every day terrifies me. But he was there, so I knew it wasn't him. The weird thing though is that you may think this ominous sounding announcement would be enough to make all of us students panic, or to at least understand that the situation was not a joke. But apparently not, because our class was still messing around. The whispering part definitely seemed a little weird, but still, we were hiding under the desks, but everyone was making jokes. No one thought it was real because we would do these drills all the time during school, and they would never tell you whether it was fake or an actual serious situation. So all the students just assumed it wasn't because we did this like every week, and I was one of the people not taking it seriously. I may be the only person to get my phone taken away during an actual school lockdown because I was playing Clash of Clans. I'm not even kidding. I opened the app while we were under our desks in lockdown, and that damn ringtone from the game went off. So the teacher heard it and ran over to my desk and took my phone away. That was probably a dumb thing to do looking back on it now. But anyways, the point is, no one thought it was real, so we weren't scared. But there was a specific moment where that all changed because a very loud sound went off. The sound went bang! And I went to that school for 3 years up to that point, but not once in my life being there did I hear a sound that loud. So I knew it couldn't just be a door slamming or banging on a desk, because this was many decibels higher than any of those sounds ever could have made. Everyone in my class heard it, and we all kind of collectively agreed that it was the same thing, a gunshot. So now, there ain't any more laughing. All of a sudden, I'm not so upset that I can't defend my base on Clash of Clans because this felt serious. I'm not exaggerating when I say that there were people in the class that started to cry. Which, by the way, if we're in a scenario that's already stressful, please don't make it worse by saying all the things that you don't want to happen. Like a girl that was next to me while all this was going on was absolutely crashing out, and she was like, "Oh my gosh, we're not gonna make it, are we? Are we? I can't do this. I can't do this. What if we get hurt? What if we get hurt? I'm so scared. What if this person finds us? What if they're dangerous? I'm so scared." Like, girl, you don't think we're all freaking out on the inside? Stop making it worse. We're about to give you the fire extinguisher and ship you off to go fight whoever this mystery intruder is. Sorry, that was too far. I know, I get kind of mean when I'm stressed, but moving forward, I think when the teacher heard this loud bang, they realized that this probably wasn't a drill either. Because when we first went into lockdown, he was just sitting at his desk not doing anything. Probably playing Clash of Clans on my phone, to be honest. But after he heard that bang, he went over to the front door and stood by it holding his big Stanley water bottle as if he was going to use that as a weapon to protect us. And I have to say, I really appreciate the effort to protect the class, but respectfully, if this is a serious threat and our 135-pound math teacher with his Stanley water bottle is our best defense, We might as well give up now. That's like a toddler trying to fight a sumo wrestler. So everyone in class is super on edge, freaking out, waiting to see what's gonna happen next, including me. But the one thing that I couldn't stop thinking about during this moment was a thought that every single man has ever had. And to all the ladies who aren't gonna be able to relate to this, I don't know if you know this about guys, but every single one of us has gone through this exact scenario in our head of there being a school shooter and us saving the school. Usually how it plays out in our head is we're fighting the intruder and everyone is escaping the school, and then after it's all over, we're the hero. And I always thought that if I was actually in this scenario, that's how I would react. I'd be fighting them off and be the hero who saved the school. But this ain't a Marvel movie. So when I got the chance to actually be in this situation, did I do that? Not even close. The moment I heard that loud bang, I tucked into a ball under that desk. I was the least brave one there. I made sure the girl that was freaking out was in front of me just in case the intruder came in. I can't lie, okay? I'm all bark, no bite. So if you ever see me trash talking on the internet or acting super tough, just know that I am lying, okay? I am not actually about that. So the whole class is sitting under the desks after this loud bang went off for about 10 minutes with no updates, just waiting for something to happen. But then it somehow got even more tense because our classroom had a window facing the school parking lot. And after these 10 minutes, the police showed up. Now we knew for sure that something was going on, but it was in this moment that I thought of a genius plan. We're right next to the parking lot. Why don't we just break the window and leave? I know what you guys are all thinking. Tyler, why did you not go to Harvard with how smart you are? Well, apparently the teacher didn't think that way because I went up to him to say, hey, if the situation gets really bad or the intruder comes inside here, how about we break through the window? But when I said that, he looked at me as if I just told him that the earth was flat. To paraphrase what he said to me, he basically told me, no, stupid, that's a horrible idea. Go back under your desk. So I did, but I still kept it in the back of my mind that if things went south, forget everyone else, I'm running through that window like Ray Lewis. So when the cops got there, we could see them get out of the car, but most of them just stood there in the parking lot. They weren't running onto campus to get whoever this intruder was, so that made us more confused on what was actually going on. But then, in quite possibly the scariest single moment of my life, I hear someone try to unlock the door. I've never felt my heart drop more than exactly when that happened. And when I tell you that window was looking real nice to run through at that moment, I ain't lying. But the door was locked, so whoever tried getting in couldn't. And they only tried opening the door once. So after this, our whole class was on edge. No one has any idea where this intruder is, what that loud bang sound was, or why the cops aren't moving. We're all just terrified. And we can't do anything about it. But then another announcement was made over the intercom, and it wasn't very encouraging. The person speaking said, "Attention. Do not open your classroom door under any circumstance, no matter who says they are out there. We will notify the classrooms when it is safe to come out." So basically they're saying, yeah, the intruder is trying to unlock classroom doors. Great. And now, the anxiety of waiting to find out what would happen next was the worst part. I couldn't take it anymore, so I was getting frustrated at everything. Like I saw one person start doing homework for this class while we were waiting, but his pencil was making a noise every time he wrote, and I didn't want the intruder to somehow hear it, which wasn't realistic, but I was freaking out. So I was like, dude, why are you doing that right now? And he goes, ain't nothing else to do. So I said, dog, algebra is not worth dying for. Put that paper away. I was not a pleasant person to be around. But after all this time of waiting, we got a third and final announcement. This time it says, "Attention classes, please evacuate to the grass." So the teacher tells us to get up and leave the classroom in a single file line towards the grass area, but all the students are collectively kind of like, yeah, we're not gonna do that. We're all just gonna try to cram through the door at once. Every man for themselves at this point. And this is why school drills are so dumb. You think if there's actually something like a fire happening, the students are gonna wait till everyone in the classroom is accounted for and then walk in a single file line outside? No shot. The moment I hear that fire alarm sound go off, I'm running out of that classroom faster than a girl does when I try flirting with her. So we get outside and the whole school is just standing in the grass area confused on what's happening. Because as we were leaving the classrooms, the police were going into them. So everyone is gossiping to each other trying to figure out what happened. But we're not getting any answers because every time we try to ask a teacher, they say they have no idea what's going on either. But after a couple minutes of being outside, we see about 5 cops walking a guy to a police car with handcuffs on. This had to be the intruder, right? Well, that's what we all thought because we watched the cops walk this man into the back of a police vehicle with handcuffs. Everyone thought they caught the guy and that it was all over until we heard another bang. It sounded just like the one we heard earlier. And remember, before this day, I've never heard a sound like that at school. So people are freaking out again because we're all outside now and we have no idea what's going on. So can someone please tell me why schools think it's a good idea to put students outside exposed in an open field while there's an armed suspect on campus. We're basically target practice sitting out there like that. So that made it even more scary because we had no cover now. I knew one kid that literally lived right next to school, so he was like, man, forget this, and he just went home. His house literally bordered the school, so he just hopped the wall into his backyard. It felt like he was the only person thinking logically at that point. But more time passes and eventually we get told that it's safe to go back to our classrooms. So we do, but at this point, it was lunchtime. So everyone is talking about it during lunch, trying to figure out if anyone knew any information. But then one of our teachers walked by during lunch, so we asked him if he knew what happened, and he said yes. And when I tell you the truth of this whole situation was ridiculous, I mean it. Because apparently, the intruder we were all freaking out over was just two kids from another school who were trying to play a prank. And let me explain what the prank was. So the week they did this was what our school called Rivals Week. And this was the week where we played our school rivals in football. So the intruders who were from this rival school were trying to do a prank of lighting fireworks off on our campus. But they weren't just any fireworks, they were mortars. So they were super loud, and when they exploded, it sounded like a gunshot. That was the loud bang we kept hearing throughout the day, and there was two of them doing it, which explained why we heard another bang go off after the first guy got arrested. So when the teacher explained all of this to us, that left me with two questions. Number one, how are these kids that dumb to do that as a prank? And number two, why would the school make an announcement scaring everyone saying that there's an armed intruder on campus when it's just kids shooting fireworks? What are they gonna do? Turn into Harry Potter and shoot fireworks at people? Calling someone coming onto campus with a firework an armed intruder is about as big of a stretch as when a random girl holds the door open for me so I tell my friends I think she wants me. Why did they have to say it like that? And usually during Rivals Week, the schools prank each other. But after this happened, our school was like, hey, y'all got it this year, man, all right? You win. We ain't pranking you back. But there was still one question left unanswered after all of this. Who was the person who tried unlocking the classroom door during the lockdown? Because the pranksters never went inside. They were just lighting fireworks outside the whole time. But I was able to figure out who it was the next day when I'm back in that same class and me and a couple other classmates are talking about this situation. But then one kid goes, it's so crazy that I was stuck outside the classroom during this whole thing. When he said this, I went, wait. What did you just say? Oh, well, I went to the bathroom before our class went into lockdown, and when I tried coming back, the door was locked and no one would let me in. Then he said he tried unlocking a couple more classroom doors, but those were all locked too. So he just went back into the bathroom and sat inside a stall this whole time without knowing what was going on, waiting for the situation to be over. So if you learned one thing from this whole story, it's that you should never go number 2 in a school bathroom. Your school is literally on fire. Flames everywhere, smoke filling the hallways, ceiling tiles falling, total chaos. What's your first move? Well, obviously, it's to line up in alphabetical order in a single file line, like you're going on a field trip to the aquarium and not actively being barbecued. School drills are ridiculous. I'm not just talking about fire drills, I'm talking about all of them. Tornado drills, lockdown drills, earthquake drills, whatever other apocalyptic scenario your school decided you need to be ready for. I don't know who came up with school drills, but I'm convinced that whoever they are, they couldn't read a full page of a Harry Potter book if you asked them to. Because these drills just make no sense. Let's start with fire drills, because this is the one everyone knows. It's the OG drill. Fire drills are supposed to prepare us for the event that the school catches on fire, which honestly is a real possibility. Like, have you seen people in chemistry class? Students watch one episode of Breaking Bad and all of a sudden want to start trying stuff. One time in my chemistry class, this kid, who I won't say his name, but his name was Derek. Anyways, Derek decided that he was gonna see what happens when he mixes every single thing that's on the table in the same beaker. And I mean everything. Every chemical, every solution, every powder. The teacher wasn't even looking when he did this. She was helping someone else. And Derek just started pouring things into the same beaker like he was making a smoothie. So I'm watching this happen in slow motion and I'm just like, Derek, what are you doing? Derek, stop. Derek. But Derek didn't stop. No. Derek never stops. And after a little bit, the beaker started smoking. And not just like a little bit, no. There was smoke surrounding the classroom. It was like, we need to evacuate the building type of smoke. So of course, the fire alarm went off. Not because of a drill, but because of Derek. And you know what the teacher said right when that fire alarm went off?
All right, everyone, line up at the door.
Line up at the door? Derek just created mustard gas and you want us to line up at the door? But we did it. We lined up like the good little boys we were, almost passing out, and we walked slowly out of the building, all while Derek's chemical weapon dispersed through the ventilation system. And from that day on, there would be points in time where whenever I stood up, I would just randomly get lightheaded. And this never happened before that day. So I'm convinced because we had to line up in alphabetical order in front of the door instead of just running out of that room as fast as possible, I got something wrong with me that day. Derek got suspended for 3 days for doing this. And he was pretty happy to say the least. The point is, fire drills are insane. First of all, let's talk about the fire alarm sound, because whoever designed that noise had one goal in mind, and that was to make students suffer. The alarm is so loud, it could wake someone's grandma up that's in a coma. It could shatter bulletproof glass. There'd be times where I'd be sitting in class at 8:30 in the morning, barely conscious, my eyes are half closed, my brain's running on like 2% battery, just trying to make it to lunch. And then suddenly, and my soul would evacuate my body before I could evacuate the building. You'd think you'd get used to it, but no, you never do. Every single time I heard that sound, it turned me into one of those chihuahuas that randomly shake the whole day for no reason. Why do they do that, by the way? And once again, the teacher would just go,
Okay, everybody, line up at the door.
and you're just like, what? Like our ears are hemorrhaging and you want us to line up at the door? Dog, I'm about to hit stick whoever's in my way just to get out of this door. And then finally, your class actually does get outside and you see all the other classes. They're also just walking slowly like a parade of zombies. I used to see kids walking out of their classes with their hands over their ears, trying to protect what was left of their hearing, and the teachers had the audacity to tell them to put their hands down.
Sorry, little Timmy. I know your eardrums are bursting right now, but I'm gonna need you to take your hands off your ears. Thank you.
What do we need our hands down for anyway? In case we need to catch the fire? Are we gonna high five all the other people who made it out?
Good job escaping the fire, bro. Yeah.
And here's the thing that really gets me. Here's what keeps me up at night. In a real fire, no one's walking in a single file line. If there's actual flames, actual smoke, actual real danger inside that building, everyone in there is turning into prime Derrick Henry. It's about to look like Olympic tryouts with the way students will be hurtling over desks, shoving grandmas out the way, doing whatever it takes to get out of there as fast as humanly possible. And that's not me being dramatic, that's just the truth. It's just survival instincts. This is what kept our ancestors alive when they were being chased by saber-toothed tigers. Shout out to all our ancestors, by the way. I feel pretty bad for them. They never got to doom scroll. And you know what else I don't understand about fire drills? Why do the teachers take attendance making sure everyone is here? Because if you're taking attendance on that grass while the school is burning down and you find out Kevin and Miles are missing, what's the plan then, huh? Is she gonna heroically charge through the flames to find Timmy, who's been in the bathroom for the past half hour? No, she ain't doing anything. So what was even the point of the head count? Just to have accurate records for the memorial service?
Oh, so it looks like we're missing 2 students. That's unfortunate. Anyways, does anyone have any questions about the homework?
And 9 times out of 10, if there is a student missing during a fire drill, odds are they just left school when they heard that bell ring and went to Taco Bell. But fire drills aren't even the worst ones. At least with fire drills, the plan makes some kind of sense. Get out of the building. Simple. The way they do it is flawed, but at least they're trying. Tornado drills, on the other hand, make absolutely no sense. Like, none whatsoever. Now, I don't know why we even did tornado drills at my school, considering the fact that I went to school in California. Like, the closest thing I've ever experienced to a tornado is when I went through a self-service car wash. But despite this, we had tornado drills multiple times a year, and the tornado drill procedure is absolutely wild. So the tornado alarm would go off, which was different from the fire drill alarm, but equally annoying. Sounded like a dying whale, pretty much. Very soothing. But instead of going outside like during a fire drill, this time, everyone would gather into the hallway, and we'd get down on our knees, face the wall, and put our hands on the back of our head. That was it. That was the plan. That was how we were gonna survive a tornado, by throwing it back in the hallway. I'm sorry, I don't see the logic. What exactly is that supposed to do? Is the tornado just gonna see us kneeling there and be like, ooh, they're in the tornado position. Guess I'll leave them alone. They clearly know what they're doing. Like, I'm just gonna say what we're all thinking. If a tornado hits our school, we're all gonna be on the back of a milk carton the next day. Like, we ain't making it past that. We're done. It doesn't matter if we're kneeling, laying down, doing a handstand. I'm not sure the people who created these drills know what a tornado really can do. A tornado will pick up your entire building and yeet it into the next county. I've seen it. Well, at least like on YouTube I have. And we couldn't even talk during these drills. Not at all. We had to be completely silent or else we'd get in trouble. And I get the logic behind that one, right? You don't want the tornado to hear you. Like it's gonna change direction if it hears Arnold yapping in the hallway. I wasn't gonna go over the school, but I'm pretty sure I just heard Johnny sneeze. Let's go destroy his whole campus now. Let's talk about the position. The duck and cover. The fetal position. The I've accepted my fate pose. You're telling me that if a tornado hits, the best I can do is curl up into a ball and wish for the best? What is it protecting? My neck? From what? Flying debris? Let me just tell you this. If the roof is collapsing and there's debris flying at me fast enough to hurt my neck, me putting my hands over it isn't gonna do anything. I feel recoil just when I give people high fives. So a piece of wood flying at my head at 200 miles per hour is going straight through my hands. But we practice it like it's gonna save our lives. Like this one simple trick is the difference between life and death. Matter of fact, has anyone watching this ever actually experienced a tornado at school and did this position? And if so, did it work? Meteorologists hate him. Local student survives a tornado with this one weird position. It's just not gonna happen. If a tornado hits, we're all in trouble. The only thing that matters is if the tornado decides to hit our building or not. But the most embarrassing tornado drill I ever experienced was during swimming class. We're in the pool doing laps, everyone's in swimsuits, hair's all wet, smelling like chlorine, and randomly, the tornado alarm goes off. We know it's not an actual tornado because we can see the sky and it's 75 degrees, no wind, and sunny. But our teacher blows his whistle and goes,
Everyone out! Tornado! Let's go!
we all get out of the pool. We're standing there dripping wet. And our teacher says,
No time to change. We need to get inside now.
so I'm out here, just in swim trunks, not quite looking like a bodybuilder to say the least. And we had to all go over into the classrooms while everyone else is in their normal clothes. We're running through the hallways in swimsuits, leaving wet footprints. You could just hear our feet slapping against the tile. All the other students were staring, pointing, laughing, and someone yells,
Why are they in swimsuits?
I know that was you, Jimmy. I still don't like you. Someone else whips out their phone and takes pictures of us. So, if you ever see a photo of me from that day in the school hallway, it was AI, okay? It was AI. So then, we had to do the AO position you do during tornado drills, but soaking wet. And we're just in that position for probably 10 minutes. But since I'm wet, there's water leaking from my body onto the ground. And eventually, it leaked all the way to the student that was sitting next to me. So he got mad and said,
Bro, did you just pee on me?
no. But he said it so loudly that I saw a bunch of people turn their head and definitely think I did do that. Now we need to talk about lockdown drills. Now you guys all know, this is my bread and butter. This is my time to cook right here. I'm a pro when it comes to these. This is where things get intense. Because lockdown drills are a uniquely American experience. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure other countries don't even practice this. They're over there doing fire drills, maybe earthquake drills, and tea parties or whatever they do in Europe. That's it. But in America, we have lockdown drills because we're America and we can't have nice things. Well, except for Chick-fil-A. It's weird that you guys don't have that in any other countries yet. It truly is amazing. The perfectly crusted chicken, the waffle fries, and the sauce. Oh, the sauce. Wait, what was this video about again? Oh, okay, drills, here we go. The lockdown drill procedure is absolutely wild when you think about it. The announcement comes on, this is a lockdown drill. Teachers, please secure your classrooms. And then everyone goes into lockdown mode. First, you turn off the lights, because apparently the darkness will protect you. This is like when I thought if I put my covers on when I'm in bed, the monsters won't get to me. I just imagine an intruder coming on a campus and all of a sudden the lights shut off. So they're just like,
Wait, where did all the students go? There must be no one here. You know what, bro? I give up. I'm going home. If only they had the lights on, I would have found them.
and then the next step is to lock the door. Okay, that one actually makes sense. Like, obviously, if someone's breaking into your school, if your door's locked, it's gonna be harder for them to get in. I'll give them that one. 1 point for the drill designers. But then, here's where it gets crazy. Because the next step is for everyone in the class to go to one corner of the room. The same corner. All 30 students crammed into one spot, hiding, and you have to be quiet. Like, dead silent. No one's allowed to talk. No moving, no breathing too loud, just a pile of students sitting there in the dark, waiting. Now let me ask you something. If you were looking for people in a building and you opened a classroom door, would you not see 30 kids crammed into the same corner? It's like we're trying to make it easier for the school intruder. Instead of being spread out around the room where at least some of us will have a chance to escape, we're all just in one place. But that's the drill. That's what we practice. Huddling together in the dark, hoping that nobody opens the door. But here's the thing that really gets me about lockdown drills. Because all the students are forced to do these drills, right? Everyone knows the procedure. Shut the lights off and be quiet. So this seems like a good idea until you realize the intruder is probably doing the drills with us. They did these same drills. They sat in the same corners. They know exactly what's gonna happen during a lockdown. So what's the element of surprise here? What's the strategic advantage? When they walk into a classroom and see that it's dark in there and no one's talking, you think they're gonna forget all the times where they practiced this same drill? It's like playing hide and seek, but you told the secret exactly where you're gonna hide before the game started. Okay, I'm gonna hide in the closet. The closet that's in the bedroom, and I'm gonna hide behind the coats. So just don't look in there, okay? Please, thank you. But we still practice it anyway. I remember one lockdown drill that went completely sideways. We're in class, doing our thing, and the announcement comes on. This is a lockdown. Teacher turns off the lights, locks the door. We all go to the corner. Everything is normal. But then, nothing happens. Usually the drill lasts like 10 or 15 minutes. An administrator then walks around, checks the doors, makes sure that they're locked, and then they announce the drill is over. But this time, we're sitting there for 20 minutes, and then 30 minutes, and all of a sudden 40 minutes. So we started to think, wait, is this a real lockdown? Maybe this isn't a drill. And because we're all crowded together, people are starting to get antsy. We're crammed in this corner, it's hot, it's uncomfortable. Someone definitely farted and isn't owning up to it. The air is getting thick with tension and mystery gas from the students that were just in PE the period prior. Our teacher was trying to stay calm, but you could tell they were confused too. She keeps checking her phone and then looking at the door, like waiting for some update. Eventually an hour goes by. A full hour of sitting in the dark, in the corner, in silence, just marinating in someone's fart. And now people are starting to freak out. Is this real? Did something actually happen?
Why is this taking so long?
Is this how it ends?
I saw some kids start to text their parents, Mom, I love you, Dad, I love you. There was one kid who must have just not liked his parents because I saw his text message which said, it's finally time. Some kids are making jokes. One kid fell asleep, just completely passed out, and started to snore. I respect expect that, honestly. But then finally, after an hour and a half, the announcement comes on. Lockdown drill is over. Thanks for your cooperation. That's it. No explanation, no apology, just the drill is over, go back to learning. We later found out that the speakers stopped working, so they had to go to every classroom individually and tell them the lockdown was over. But I don't know if somehow they just missed my classroom or what, because they never did that. But the worst experience I ever had with a school lockdown was all because of my phone. Because during lockdown drills, like I said, you have to be completely silent, not a whisper, not a peep, total silence. The idea is that if you're quiet, nobody will know you're in there. The room will seem empty, so danger will pass by. But one time during a drill, I got so bored of just sitting there doing nothing that I pulled out my phone and tried to start playing Clash of Clans. But unfortunately, my volume was not off, and that stupid ringtone on that stupid game is so loud. So I opened the app and it went. Teacher immediately sprinted over to me and took my phone. But here's the thing, schools aren't quiet places. Schools are loud. So if suddenly, in the middle of the day, the entire school goes silent, that's basically an announcement that everyone is hiding. Sometimes it feels like we're just trying to make it easier for the intruder. And have you ever tried to keep 30 teenagers quiet for a prolonged period of time? It's impossible. Next up, we got earthquake drills. Now, I don't even know if all of you out there have done earthquake drills because I'm pretty sure you can only get an earthquake in certain areas. If you're a scientist or Scientologist or whatever out there and you know if that's true or not, please let me know. But like with me going to school in California my whole life, we would have an earthquake every 4 seconds. It wasn't weird at all for a... Oh wait, I think we're having one right now actually. Do you feel the ground shaking? Wait. Oh no, that's just my dad in the bathroom. Anyways, when you feel the earth shaking beneath you, the game plan here is pretty simple. You just hide right under your desk and pray. That's all. And if your classroom happens to collapse, oopsie. I will say this, out of all the drills, the earthquake one is pretty valid. Like whoever thought of this one was kind of cooking. I mean, the desks are pretty much made of steel, so they're safe to hide under. Like think about this, out of all your years in school, have you ever seen a desk break? I haven't, and I've had one thrown at me before. Don't ask why. But anyways, they're pretty safe protection. Personally though, if I feel a heavy earthquake incoming to the point where I think the roof might collapse, I'm jumping out the window. I don't care how many times I practice crouching under my desk. If I ever feel the slightest shake in the ground, I'm out of there. It'd be like this.
So if you carry 67 to the power of 2, then you get 40... Oh no, there's an earthquake. Wait, why did Tyler just jump out the window again? I don't know, but that's the 3rd window he's broke this week.
Even if jumping through the window doesn't work, at least the last position I was in wasn't the face down, cheeks up pose that you do during tornadoes. Now let's talk about the different types of students during these drills, because I guarantee you fall under one of these categories. Every school has these exact people. First, you've got the kid who takes it way too seriously. They treat these drills like the real thing. It's like when that alarm goes off, they become a veteran having flashbacks to the war. I remember one time during a fire drill, I had one of these kids in my class, and the moment the fire alarm went off, he sprinted over to the wall, grabbed the fire extinguisher, and told everyone to get in a single file line behind him. No one listened to him, of course, but what made it really funny was the teacher then said,
Michael, just shut up, dude.
all these students are definitely future ROTC kids. But then you've got the complete opposite. You've also got the student that doesn't take these drills seriously at all. Oh, the fire alarm went off? Cool. Time to go walk a marathon around the school. Maybe I'll travel to Europe during this drill. They're going everywhere except to the field where you're supposed to go. What's that? Oh, there's a lockdown drill happening? I think you mean nap time. The lights are off, everyone's being silent. This is the perfect time to catch up on the 4 hours of sleep I got last night from doom scrolling too much. Like there was a time where my high school got a bomb threat called in. I know, whoa, that's a little more serious than a fire alarm going off. I don't know who was beefing with 15-year-olds enough to call this in, but anyways, we never practiced a bomb threat drill before, so no one knew what to do. So the teachers just made every class assemble in the good old alphabetical order line, and we went outside, forcing us all to touch grass against our own will. And we're out there for a while, assuming this is just a drill, and nothing serious is going on. People were taking this so unseriously that I remember looking around and seeing a huge game of Duck Duck Goose between like 50 students, as if there wasn't literally a SWAT team entering our school at that same moment, making sure there wasn't a Call of Duty kill streak in one of the classrooms. And for some reason, one kid had a football with him, so all of a sudden, people are running a pickup football game while we're waiting to see if the school's gonna explode or not. And of course, the teachers tried to stop it, but the students would just use them as blockers to get another touchdown. And by these students, I also mean me, because I was playing in that game. So most people don't take drills seriously at all. And I don't blame them. The rules are ridiculous. They need to be changed. So if you're watching this right now, show this video to your teachers, your principal, your vice principal, your janitor, and tell them to hire me, and I will personally come to your school and come up with better drills. I'm being serious, by the way. I'm unemployed. I need a job really bad. Someone please help me. What one thing does my history teacher and Diddy have in common? Neither of them are allowed within 500 feet of a school. Now we all know why Diddy ain't allowed near schools, but why is this the case for my teacher? Well, let me explain. So a couple years ago, I had quite possibly the most unique teacher ever. What do I mean by that? Let's just say she was not afraid to speak her mind. Whatever she was thinking, she would say it. So if she thought you were dumb for not knowing the answer to a question, she'd let you know. I remember one time she was teaching, and the subject she taught was history, by the way. But anyways, during class, a kid raised his hand and asked how Christopher Columbus was able to make it to America if they didn't have planes back then. So she looked him in the eyes and said, "Martin, how did you even make it to this grade?" So she had no filter. She was always just a little different. On the very first day of school, we did icebreakers to get to know each other. So every student had to say one fact about them to the whole class. But after we finished, she wanted to say one. And this was the moment I knew it was gonna be a long year, because she stands up and starts to get emotional. My fun fact is that on April 1st, 1998, I'll never forget the date because at first I thought she was saying an April Fool's joke, but she went, "On April 1st, 1998, my husband of 13 years passed away." Well, that was kind of a buzzkill, but she literally just stopped there without saying anything else. So one kid decided to say what the whole class was thinking and goes, "If you don't mind me asking, how did he pass away?" And you could tell she was hoping someone was gonna ask that. So she says, "Well, my husband was quite the daredevil, and one day he decided to go skydiving, which he had done plenty of times before. But this day was different because when he tried pulling his parachute, it wouldn't open." Then, with tears literally falling down her face, she goes, "And sadly, he fell all the way to the ground and passed away." Looks like I'm taking that off my bucket list. But obviously, this is super tragic, right? Not funny at all. But when she said this, me and a friend that was in this same class happened to make direct eye contact with each other. So I couldn't help but let out a little laugh. It wasn't because I thought her husband passing away was funny. Of course not. But when you and your homie make eye contact during an awkward situation in class, you have no other option. You're gonna laugh. So after I did, the teacher looks at me thinking I was laughing at her story, and she goes, "Taylor, don't ever disrespect me like that again." Well, first of all, my name is Tyler, but that's not important right now. So after this interaction, she did not like me the whole school year. Any chance she had to get me in trouble, she took it. So it was no surprise that I ultimately was the one who got her fired. But how did this happen, you ask? Just kidding, I know no one was actually asking that. But I'm in my parents' closet and no one's gonna actually ask me the question, so I have to ask them to myself, okay? I wonder what my parents are thinking when they hear me in the closet just screaming to no one. I just know they're out there shaking their head right now thinking, our son's never gonna get a girlfriend. Okay, back to the story though. So how did I get my teacher fired? Well, when the school year first started, she told the whole class this was gonna be her final year of teaching. And after it ended, she was gonna celebrate by going on a month-long cruise in the Caribbean. She also said she was gonna retire the year before, but her students were so bad that she couldn't go out after such a negative year. She was basically trying to have her Kobe tribute season and then sail off into the sunset. Literally. But in reality, it was more like sailing into a volcano the way she went out. Because one day during class, we got on her final nerve. Now, students would always misbehave in her class because she was barely 5 feet tall and not intimidating at all. And because she would always say exactly how she felt, students would troll her all the time because they were just hoping to get a reaction out of her. I can't believe we were rage baiting the teacher. Now that I'm older, I'm embarrassed of how rude we were, but that was just the reality at the time. One time she even told us that her dog passed away, and a student literally responded by saying, "Ruh-roh, don't bring the dog into this, man." By the way, rest in peace, Roxy. Fly high, my girl. So I'm telling you, we were an evil class. I don't even blame her for doing what she did to get fired. But on this particular day, it was even worse because this was the day after the Super Bowl. And she was a huge Bengals fan, but they happened to be one of the teams playing in the game. Now, unfortunately, they lost. So she was more angry than I've ever seen her this day. And I don't want to speculate anything, but by the way she was acting, I'm pretty sure she was hungover. So you could tell that if someone even sneezed the wrong way that day, she was gonna crash out. But because of this, the students were even more motivated to rage bait her now. So the bell rings, class starts, and she tells us to get our notebooks out because we're gonna be taking notes. Now the first thing we did during class this day to make her mad was playing a game called Stick It. Let me explain it to you. So I had a friend in this class who was going through cancer treatments at the time. He's healthy and well now, praise God. But at the time, due to the treatments he was getting, he was bald. It looked pretty dope, I can't even lie. But he hated how people would always show him so much pity for having to go through this and for being bald. So to lighten the mood, he would bring these mini suction cups to school. And he would pass them out to people during class, and basically, the objective of the game was to try throwing these suction cups and landing them on his head. Listen, I know that may sound like an insanely out-of-pocket thing to do to someone who has cancer, and trust me, that's what I thought too. None of us wanted to play at first because we felt so guilty, but he insisted on it. So during class this day, whenever the teacher would turn around towards the board to read the notes, one of us would try throwing the suction cups and landing it on his head. But unfortunately, one person threw the suction cup at just the wrong time because right as he did it, the teacher turned around and caught us. She got super frustrated that we were playing this game rather than paying attention to the notes. So she yelled at the class. She said that if none of us wanted to pay attention to the notes during class, we could all stay after school and do it in detention. It was kind of funny though, because as she was saying this, she would look back and forth between the kid who had cancer and the kid who threw the suction cup, and the kid with cancer would just be sitting there staring at her with a straight face while he had suction cups on his head. It looked like one of those aliens from Toy Story. So she finished her little rant and we promised to stop, so then she continued teaching. But it was the final nail that broke the camel's back. Wait, I don't think that's how the phrase goes actually. It was the final nail in the camel. No, that's not it either. I broke a camel's back. No, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Hey Siri, what's the phrase that goes blah 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 camel's back?
That's a great question. The phrase you're referring to goes like this.
Okay, well, point is, the teacher was fed up with us. As you can see, I'm not lying about the fact that I was not paying much attention in this class. It's probably why I have friends that are currently going to Ivy League schools. Meanwhile, I'm talking to a camera in my parents' closet making ditty jokes. I just know my parents wish they got a daughter instead. But after my teacher got done beefing with a cancer patient, she went back to presenting the notes. Class was normal for a couple minutes while she was doing this, until I got a text from my friend that said, "You won't throw me piece of gum right now," when she turned around. Now, although that sentence might sound like Patrick Starr wrote it, the reason he was saying it like that is because all my friends have a rule. No matter what the circumstances are, if one of us are dared to do something and we don't want to do it, you have to do it if the other person says you won't. I don't remember how it started, but it's just our rule. So he clearly said this because he knew how flustered the teacher was and he wanted to see if I would do it. And listen, I was still a young kid at the time. My frontal lobe hasn't fully developed yet. It still hasn't. It probably never will. So my brain is fried. But because of this, I was up for the challenge. Although we didn't sit close to each other at all in this class. He was literally on the other side of the room. So I knew I was gonna have to throw an absolute dime to make it to him accurately. I'm talking like a LeBron James level pass. I love you, LeBron. But I had no other choice. I had to do it because he said you won't. So we make eye contact and I show him that I'm pulling out the gum, and we both kind of nod to each other like it's go time. So I give the gum wrapper a kiss, hoping that it's gonna go exactly where I want it to. And just like that scene in Talladega Nights where they're running to the finish line in slow motion, with all the power I have, I launched the piece of gum. It felt like I was looking at that thing in the air for 5 hours. But unfortunately, the millisecond that gum left my hand, I knew it wasn't going where I wanted it to. Matter of fact, it wasn't even close. So what? The gum didn't make it. It will just land on the floor and the teacher won't notice, right? Well, that would have been the case if it didn't hit her in the head. Bruh. And I don't know what in The Exorcist happened after that, but she was somehow able to turn her head what felt like 270 degrees. And she did it super quickly right after it happened. This is how she looked.
Who threw that?
Obviously, all the students snitch on me right away because they saw that look in her eyes and they knew that I was probably about to be put on the back of a milk carton. So they didn't want any part of that. And I don't blame them. But after she realized I was the one who did it, I blinked and all of a sudden she was right at my desk. She then puts her hand down right in front of me, and you could tell she just wanted to grab my head and start bouncing it like a basketball. She was clenching her fists to the point where they were shaking. She was putting all her anger into it. But then, in a moment of clarity, after a few seconds, she stops. She was able to calm herself down, and instead of pulling a Will Smith at the Oscars on me, she walks back over to her desk without saying anything. Knowing I just narrowly escaped my demise, I exhale thinking I'm safe. I thought she calmed down and realized that she shouldn't do anything crazy because it's not worth it. But as she's about to go back to teaching, she turns toward the whole class and decides that she does want the smoke today. She wasn't gonna take any more disrespect from a kid who peed his pants in 10th grade. Not me, it just happened to be a kid who looked a lot like me. Anyways, she starts screaming at the class. She's pointing out students individually, basically saying why they all suck, including me. She got me good too, I can't even lie. She said it was amazing how much I talked during class without saying anything useful. She ain't wrong, but she's going on this rant about everyone in this class, and not only is she saying how bad of students we are, but she's cursing like crazy while doing it. And without her knowing, one kid recorded this whole crash out. He went to the office and showed the video to the principal. So literally the next day, we walk into class and the principal is waiting there with the teacher. Once the bell rings, the teacher individually apologizes to all of us for everything she said, clearly only because the principal made her do it. And then the principal tells us that we're gonna have a substitute for the day. But this substitute just ended up being our normal teacher for the rest of the year. So I don't know if our regular teacher just ended up sailing into the sunset after this like she wanted, but the one thing I do know is that this could have all been avoided if the Bengals just won the dang Super Bowl. Have you ever wondered what goes on inside a school after everyone leaves? Silent hallways, empty classrooms, and strange shadows when all the lights go off. Well, I always did. But I found out what really happens the hard way when my friends and I decided to sneak into school at night. But what started as a fun adventure quickly turned into a night I'll never forget, and not for a good reason. So my friend's dad is a teacher at the school we went to, and one day he comes up to me at lunch with this evil look in his eyes, and he pulls something out of his pocket. With a smile on his face, I can see that he took his dad's classroom key. I asked him why he took that off his dad's keychain, and he told me he didn't. Instead, he got a copy of the key. Now, I couldn't really understand why he would feel the need to do this, so I asked him, and that's when he brought up the idea. Dude, we should sneak into the school at night. Nobody would know. When he said that, I just stared at him like he was crazy, because I was trying to go to a good college, and the last thing I needed was to get busted for trying to break into my own school. Like, how am I gonna get into Hogwarts after doing something like that? But my friend wouldn't drop this idea. He just kept pushing it. Come on, we could literally do it next week and no one would notice. Just think about it. I wish I had better judgment, but after a couple of days of him bringing it up, I decided that it did sound kind of cool. Like, we've all thought about what our school is like when no one's there, and there's something about being in a place that you're not supposed to be that just gets me super excited. So I was convinced. We made a plan to meet up at 10 p.m. that Friday. Once everyone goes home for the weekend, we were pretty confident that there would be no one left at school. We should have been smarter than to think that though, because on Friday night, when we got to our meeting spot behind the football field, I thought it was just gonna be me and him. But he brought his cousin too. I didn't expect him to do that at all, because I had no idea who this man was. I didn't know if he was gonna snitch or not. Whatever though, it's fine. When we finally got to the school doors, it looked super different at night. I never realized how much of an echo the school had when you would talk during the day, but now that we were here with no other noises, it was 10 times louder. We got to the front door of the school, and this is where things started to get nervy. Because once my friend turned that lock to open up the door, it felt like there was no going back. And we weren't sure if that when we stepped inside, that would set off some sort of alarm or anything like that. So I was shaking when he put that key in, but it fit in perfectly. So he turned it and there it was. That click sound. The door was officially unlocked. We all kind of looked at each other smiling for what we were about to do when we got inside. Once we actually stepped in, the hallways inside were super dark. We only used our phone flashlights because we were scared someone from the outside might see if we used a big one and they would call the police. But as we're walking through the hallways, our footsteps made these big echoes against the walls, and every little noise we heard made us freeze. We were trying to figure out where to go first, and we ultimately decided to go into a couple classrooms. You know, I had some beef with some certain teachers there, and I wanted to do something, to say the least. So I took a dump on Mrs. Schumer's desk. No, I'm just kidding. That was a lie. That was a lie, okay? Mrs. Schumer, if you're watching this, I did not take a dump on your desk, okay? That was not me. That was Gerald. But anyways, all the classrooms looked super creepy at night when it was completely dark. And every time we would go into one of the classes, it felt like someone was watching us. Whenever I got that little tingle thinking that someone was looking at me from behind, I'd turn around super quickly and look at them, thinking that I'd catch someone in the act, but there was never anything there. Sometimes I still do this when I think there's a ghost in my house. And one day, I'm gonna catch him. Okay, I thought I was gonna do it there, but I didn't get him. At first, it was really fun to be inside the school after we got over the fact that no one was in here with us. We ran around the halls, sat in the teachers' chairs pretending to be them, and my friend's cousin, well, he drew some inappropriate pictures on the teacher's whiteboard, to say the least. Now that I think about it, I don't know if he ever erased those. I wonder what the teacher thought when they showed up to school on Monday and saw those drawings. But we ended up wandering to the teacher's lounge, wanting to check out all the places that we weren't allowed normally as students. It low-key kind of looked like an insane asylum in there, with no light or anything. It was just kind of depressing. No colors on the wall. I don't know how teachers do this, but it was just cool to be in there in general. So we were laughing, enjoying this experience, until out of nowhere, my friend's face drops. And he looks at us with this confused expression on his face. Do you guys smell that? I hadn't noticed anything until he said that because my nose is clogged 25 hours a day. But then I took a deep sniff and there was a strong smell in the air. What exactly it was, I couldn't pinpoint. So we all started sniffing like a dog, trying to figure out what that smell could have been. And suddenly it got stronger and stronger. It wasn't the smell of food or cleaning stuff or anything I've ever smelled at school before, but we could kind of tell which direction the smell was coming from, so we figured it would be a good idea to go and try and find the source. We didn't realize just how bad of a decision this would be, because as we walked out of the teacher's lounge and into the hall, the smell got way more intense. The best way I could describe it is that it smelled like chemicals, but it also was burnt at the same time. Almost like when you leave something on the stove too long. But as we got closer and closer to where the smell was coming from, something that none of us had planned for happened. We realized exactly what the smell was. Smoke. It hit us right in the face. Once we thought we figured it out, we all kind of looked at each other with confused expressions on our face. None of us said anything at first, but the smell kept getting stronger as we were taking every step. It was almost as if it was spreading through the air vents, and it started to make my nose burn. Then, to confirm my suspicions, my friend says, Is that smoke? When he said this, I suddenly thought of what they always taught us to do in school when there's a fire. Line up in alphabetical order in a single file line, and then once everyone is there, we can walk out as a class. As someone with the last name Vitelli, I always knew I would have been cooked if there was a fire in school. I hated doing stuff in alphabetical order when I was younger. It's pretty much like being the first guy chosen in the 100 men versus 1 gorilla fight. Like, you know you're cooked. But this was when real panic started to set in. Was the school actually on fire? If it was, there were 2 reasons this would be terrifying. 1, because fire is obviously dangerous and we don't want to get hurt. But 2, if the school actually was on fire and we were the last ones seen at it before it happened, who are they gonna think did it? Did he? Okay, no, I don't, brain rot, bro, I don't know why I'm saying this. But obviously, if we're the last ones seen at the school, they're gonna think we did it. Sorry, not again. My friend's cousin suggested that we leave right away because he already has a criminal record. Glad we decided to bring this guy to break in. But I was thinking about how guilty we would have looked if we left. So I knew if there was actually a fire, we needed to try our best to stop it. Otherwise, I would have been going to college at McDonald's University. That actually don't sound too bad now that I'm thinking about it. Damn, I'm hungry. So we stood there trying to decide what to do. My brain was jumping from one idea to the other. If we left and the school burned down, would they actually be able to figure out that we were the last ones here? Are there any security cameras at this school we don't know about? But if we stayed and tried to fight the fire, we might get trapped. Or worse. So we decided to go towards the smell just to see how big of a problem we were actually dealing with. We started walking towards where the smell seemed the strongest, which was down the hallways in one of the classrooms. With each step, the smell got worse. It was definitely some sort of chemical burning, which was making my eyes water and my throat scratchy. I kept thinking about how much trouble we were going to be in. Breaking into school was bad enough. Just that alone could get us suspended. But what if there was actually a fire and we didn't report it? What if the whole school burned down because of us? You know what that means? No school on Monday! No, but for real, that would have been bad, so we didn't want that to happen. Because my mom would have done way worse to me than the police ever could. So we were arguing about the next best step. We should call someone. Maybe the fire department. No way, are you crazy? Then we'd have to explain why we were here in the first place. What about your dad? He's a teacher. He might know what to do. My friend looked unsure, but he knew it was the right thing to do. So he pulled out his phone and dialed his dad's number. Ring, 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 ring. Straight to voicemail. So he tried again. Ring, 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 ring. Nothing. You can never rely on a teacher to pick up their phone past 10 p.m. on a Friday night. We both knew exactly what that man was doing right in that moment. So that was it. We were on our own with the problem getting worse and worse by minute. The smell was so strong now that I had to pull my shirt over my nose just to breathe. We followed the smell down the hallway, past the math classrooms, and around the corner. When we turned that corner, the smell suddenly got way worse than it had been before. And we also saw something to confirm our suspicions for the first time. Smoke coming from underneath the door. So we approached that classroom door carefully, as if it was about to explode any moment. And we tried to open the door handle, but it was locked. We tried peeking through the small window in the door, but it was so dark it was hard to see. The one thing we knew for sure, the smell was absolutely coming from inside that room. While pressing his face against the glass and cupping his eyes to block out the flashlight from our phones, my friend looked through the tiny window to see if he could see anything inside there. Maybe some smoke or just some sign that would help us out. But the darkness made it impossible. Although we knew we were onto something because of the smoke coming from underneath the door. Once again, we were back to deciding what to do. We needed to get inside that classroom. And then it hit me. The window, huh? This classroom has that window on the other side that faces towards the parking lot. They would always keep it cracked during the school days because it got so hot inside there. Shout out to our school for not having air conditioning, by the way. Maybe it's open right now. We knew that was our best and probably only chance to get inside that class. The three of us sprinted through the dark hallways with our phone lights bouncing all crazy off the walls, knowing how quick we needed to be if there was really a fire. Because we're from California. If there's one thing we know out here, it's fire. And these things can spread fast. So we burst through the exit doors trying to get to the parking lot. We slowed down when we got closer, trying to remember which classroom we were just by. They all looked the same from outside. Dark squares against the brick wall. And then my friend's cousin pointed to the one where the blinds weren't completely closed. That's gotta be it. The window was way higher up than I remembered. It was at least 8 feet off the ground. And I'm 6'8". So if I can't see into it, no one can. Yes, I am 6'8", guys. And I respect women, okay? Who want me? Seriously. I told the guys I was gonna need a boost to get inside, and they immediately crouched down and cupped their hands together to help me out. I stepped into their hands and they lifted me up. Once I could reach the window ledge, I was able to pull myself up enough to see inside. But what I saw made absolutely no sense. The room looked completely normal and empty. No fire, no smoke. Nothing spilled over inside, just dark lab tables and stools tucked underneath them. What do you see? Nothing. There's nothing inside here. Well, maybe it's not where the smell was coming from then. But the smell was way worse here than it was inside the hallways. It was leaking through the tiny crack I was peeking through, and it was making my eyes water. I tried pushing the window open wider so I could get a better look, but it was stuck. Probably because I haven't seen it move from that position since the whole time I was at that school. So I pushed harder using everything I had, and suddenly, it broke away. The window slid up about halfway, and now the smell was so bad that I felt like throwing up. Literally the first thing I did when that window opened more was gag. Oh my gosh, the smell is definitely coming from inside here. That's what I thought in the moment, not knowing the full truth about the situation. What is it? Can you see anything burning? No, that's the weird thing. It looked totally normal, except for the fact that the room was covered in some sort of haze, as if there was smoke in it recently. I pulled myself up higher, trying to get a better angle of the whole classroom, and I managed to squeeze myself halfway through the window, hanging in there like an idiot with my legs dangling outside of the building and my torso inside. I recalled to all the Final Destination movies I watched where someone passed away in a ridiculous cartoon way, just thinking I was next up. But I turned on my phone flashlight and panned it around, desperate to find something that would explain the smell and the smoke. The tables were all clean, the cabinets were all closed, nothing was knocked over or spilled. Guys, I don't understand, but the smell is definitely coming from inside here. Maybe it's like invisible gas or something. Which is what they said as they were still trying to hold my big back up. But the thought of invisible gas freaked me out. What if it actually was some dangerous gas that could poison us from breathing it in? Or what if it could explode? I've seen stories of people just passing away one night in their sleep because of the gases, and they had no idea that it was coming. So what if we were breathing in toxic chemicals right now? So I scrambled to get back out of that window, and as soon as my feet hit the ground, I backed away from the building, taking deep breaths of the clean night air. We need to get out of here. I don't know what's going on, but we need to leave. The possibility of those dangerous invisible gases really freaked me out. The guys didn't even try arguing. The freaked out look on my face must have been enough to convince him to leave. But we needed to figure out if we were just going to leave without saying anything or actually try and solve this. We need to call 911. There might be a gas leak or something that could explode in there. Are you insane? If we call 911, they'll want to know who we are and why we were at school at midnight. If we do that, we're getting arrested. But what if the whole school burns down because we didn't tell anyone? We'd be responsible. As Dumb and Dumber were arguing, it felt like we were stuck in between two horrible choices. Either risk getting in serious trouble or risk being responsible for something horrible happening to the school. We decided we couldn't just leave if the school was in danger. Although we were terrified of getting caught, actually being the reason that something bad happened sounded even worse. But we knew calling 911 directly would mean us getting in trouble because of the questions they would have asked us. They ultimately would have found out that we were breaking into school, and that's how we found this smell. So we stood there trying to figure out what to do, when finally, I had an idea. What about calling the school's emergency number? You know, like the one they give the parents? We could call from a block number once we're far away, just say that we were driving by and smelt something weird, and that's it. It wasn't a perfect plan, but it was something. Because our school had this number that you could call if you had any questions or concerns, and it worked 24 hours a day because it wasn't affiliated with the actual school. It was a separate company. So we decided to get out of the parking lot first, then make the call once we knew we were a safe distance away. The plan was to leave everything exactly like we found it so no one would know we were there, unless the camera saw us. Sorry. So we went back to my friend's dad's classroom first to make sure we didn't leave anything behind, and the smell wasn't as bad over there, so we figured that we would be okay. We checked the room quickly, making sure that nothing changed, and then we bounced. We ran for blocks without stopping, not saying a single word to each other, just trying to put as much distance between us and the school as possible. We finally stopped when we reached the park about half a mile away. All three of us stopped and laid on the grass, panting and coughing. Our lungs hurt from running so hard and from whatever that smell was that we were inhaling the whole time. So then my friend's cousin pulled out his phone and called the emergency number. We figured it would be safest for him to do it since he didn't actually go there. When the automated system picked up, he left a message about a chemical smell coming from the building. We sat in silence for a few minutes after that, all thinking the same thing. Were we going to get caught? Were there security cameras we didn't know about? Was the school itself going to be okay? We had to decide on a game plan to make sure that if anyone asked any questions, we all had the same answers. We agreed that we wouldn't talk about this to anyone, and if someone were to ask us a question about the situation, we would just deny. So that weekend was super nerve-wracking, not knowing what would happen next. But then, Monday came around. Now we had to go back to school. And I barely slept at all that weekend. The first thing I did when I got to school that morning was check out the classroom to see if anything happened to it. But when I walked by, it looked different. There was yellow caution tape across the door. And not like just a little strip. No, the whole doorway was crossed off with this bright yellow tape that said, "Do not enter." A bunch of students were crowding around the hallways trying to figure out what exactly it was. I tried to act normal as I walked past, just keeping my head down and looking through the weather in Cupertino. But a couple minutes before classes started, the principal's voice suddenly came over the intercom and said, "Attention students and staff. Because of an incident, classes in room 118 will be moved to the library until further notice." Which class was room 118? Yeah, you guessed it. The room with the caution tape over it. So what incident was the principal referring to? Is an incident what you call when 3 students break in and almost die from chemical fumes? Did they know we were there? Were they just waiting to pull us out of class and arrest us in front of everyone? Yo, low-key, that would be kind of hard though. Like imagine your crush watching you get arrested. That'd be kind of sick. Once lunch came, I was walking towards the cafeteria when I noticed 2 teachers talking outside of that room again. They kept pointing towards the room as if they were talking about it, so I slowed down to try and hear what they were saying. Peterson's always super careful with this stuff. Yeah, but you know how things like this can happen when students are messing around. I kept walking before they noticed me eavesdropping, but my mind was racing. When they mentioned students messing around, I definitely thought I was getting busted. And then, in the middle of history class, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I sneakily checked it under my desk, and it was my friend sending a text that said, "Did you hear? They're saying something about an experiment that went wrong in that classroom." So I finally worked up the courage to ask my biology teacher for answers, not wanting to do it before because I didn't want to look guilty. She wasn't as strict as some of the other teachers, so I felt more comfortable asking her. "Mrs. Ramirez, I was just curious about the caution tape on room 118. Do you know what's going on in there?" "Oh, nothing too serious. Just some chemical reaction because of some liquids that were left in beakers inside that class. Apparently the students didn't clean up after doing their science experiment." My heart started hammering in my chest. "Oh, that's good. Well, were the chemicals that were released dangerous or anything?" And that's when she told me there was a chemical reaction creating a compound called ammonium chloride. So I asked her about that chemical. And she told me that those fumes can cause respiratory problems if anyone's exposed to them. Well, that's great. So if I grow a 3rd arm or something when I'm older, you guys know why. But after asking her some more questions, apparently this compound can create smoke and a really strong smell, which explained everything that we were experiencing that night. As far as I know, no one else ever found out that we were at school when this was happening, which would be great if it weren't for the fact that I am now telling thousands of people about it on the internet. If you were being bullied to the point where you were scared to show up to school, how far would you go to make it stop? Because I did something I never thought I was capable of when I was in this situation. Let me break down what happened. I was in 4th grade and this kid in my class would just not leave me alone. He was always roasting me about something, and I know you guys are gonna be like, "Tyler, what do you mean? You're so amazing and beautiful. How could someone roast you?" Well, back in 4th grade, I was not the best looking person. I had crooked teeth, I didn't know how to talk to people, I was low-key kind of fat too. There was a lot to pick on if you just looked at me. And I knew the exact reason why this guy in my class was being a bully, because we sat at the same table by coincidence. But there was also another person that sat with us. But this wasn't just another normal student. No, it was the girl that the kid who was bullying me had a crush on. So I guess to try and impress her, he would just pick on me all the time, hoping the girl would think it was funny. And I can't even lie, he was pretty funny a lot of the time. Because like I said, I had crooked teeth and I was pretty chubby when I was younger because my diet mostly consisted of Doritos and root beer. It low-key still kind of does. But unfortunately, there was no such thing as Ozempic for 9-year-olds at the time, so I was just stuck being fat. So I don't even blame him for all the times he would bully me. He was probably just scared that I was gonna eat him because I was such a big back. Now that I think about it, I'm a bigger bully to myself than he was. But anyways, at the time, I despised this man because not only was he making fun of me in front of the girl he liked, but he was doing it in front of the whole class and at times in front of the whole school. Like, I'm not joking when I say that he would do the most diabolical things to me just because he didn't like me. I remember one time, he literally sprayed fart spray on me right when school started. And there was nothing I could do about it, so I just had to walk around school all day smelling like a toilet after eating Taco Bell.
Ew! What the fuck?
What was his reasoning for doing this, you ask? I don't know, he was just a villain. And if you've ever smelt this fart spray before, it's awful. Imagine the worst smelling porta potty you've ever been in. That smells like flowers compared to this spray. He was clever, I'll give him that. I tip my cap to him. But he would do things like this to me all the time at school that made me so embarrassed. So eventually, I was fed up. I knew something needed to change. I knew something big needed to happen. Because I didn't deserve to get bullied like this just because bro was trying to impress the huzz. So one day, I decided to do something about it. You know what I did? I told the teacher that he was bullying me while I was crying and she forced him to stop. And she told him that if he kept doing it, he would get suspended. But wait, hold on, Tyler. I thought this was gonna be the part where you say you burned his house down like it says in the title. Well, this is where it gets crazy because after the teacher told him to stop harassing me, he listened. She made us switch seats so he couldn't bully me during class anymore. And obviously he didn't want to get suspended, so he left me alone when we were outside of class too. Poor guy had to find a new way to make this girl like him. But after this happened, I didn't think about this guy for years. I thought that was just where our story would end because we went to different high schools and I just completely forgot about him and everything that happened until about 1 year ago when I was talking to one of my old friends that was in this same class I had the bully problem in. And we were talking about the fart spray scenario. So this made me think, what is this guy up to now? Because I was so curious. Like, was he putting fart spray in his college roommate's hair now or what? I really wanted to know, because usually how it goes when you get bullied by someone is you look them up about 10 years later and they're living the most amazing life ever. They've got the girl, they're rich, their life is the dream. And they've also probably got a podcast about positivity and mental health. Kind of ironic. By the way, why does everyone have a podcast these days? Some of these clips I see of them are making me lose brain cells. Sorry, I just had to get that point off real quick. Anyways, when I looked up his name, I was fully expecting to see a picture of him in a penthouse somewhere in Miami because he's a crypto billionaire now, or something like that. But to my surprise, that could not have been further from reality, because all I did was search his name on Google, and you know what the first thing to pop up was? A GoFundMe page. So I clicked on this GoFundMe to see where it led to, and this was when I found out that his house burned down. And he created the GoFundMe to ask for donations to repair it. I'm not smiling. And to those of you who have been watching my content for a while now, you may recall that when this originally happened, I made a video about it, but I never told the full story about what actually happened because it's 10 times crazier. So let me explain it. First of all, to add some context for those of you who haven't seen the original video I'm talking about, when I first found the GoFundMe page, I made a video talking about it. But in this video, I looked a little too excited about his house burning down, to say the least. If you haven't seen it yet, here it is. I just Googled the name of a kid who used to bully me when I was 12 years old. First thing that pops up, a GoFundMe. His house burned down! I obviously feel so bad for him and his family. So as you can see, I didn't look too upset about this happening. But listen, it's very important that you believe me when I say that I only made this video because the odds of it happening were so insane. So I thought it would just be a funny scenario to share and nothing more. Genuinely, all I was trying to do was make a funny video about the situation. I honestly felt bad for him because it had been like 10 years since he bullied me and we were both just dumb kids at the time, so I had no hard feelings about it. But unfortunately, you wouldn't be able to tell that based off the video. And if you're like, okay, Tyler, stop yapping. Tell me how this actually correlates to you saying you burned his house down. Well, a couple days after I made this video, I got a phone call. I didn't recognize the number at first, so I pressed decline, and I didn't think anything more of it until I got a phone call from the same number the next day. But like I said, I didn't know the number, so once again, I pressed decline. But then, I got a call from the same number for a third day in a row. And if it happens 2 times, who really cares, whatever. But if I get a call from a number 3 days in a row, I'm starting to think something is up. So this time, I answered the call. I pick up the phone, say, hello, and the person on the other end responds with, hi, is this Tyler Vitelli? I tell them yes it is, and they respond back to me saying, hi Tyler, this is Detective Romero with I don't want to say the city, but he was a part of the police department of the city I lived in. So when he said that, my heart started to beat a little faster, and I became real nervous because in my head, I was like, what could a detective with the police department of the city that I live in possibly want to do with me? Like, dog, I barely ever leave the house. And last time I checked, not touching grass is not a crime. I just physically gagged after saying that sentence. But anyways, I was pretty confident that there was nothing I could have done wrong that would warrant a call from a detective. So after he told me who he was, I asked why he was calling, and he said that there was an ongoing investigation. He was the main detective on the case, and he wanted to ask me a couple questions about it. So I go, okay, what is the investigation about? Then he tells me a name I never thought I would hear again and asked if I knew them, and I did. Who was this name that they asked about? My bully whose house burned down. So I'm still trying to connect all the dots here because the video I made a couple days ago just completely left my brain. Like I said, it was just a funny 5-second video and I didn't think anything more of it. So I was like, I haven't seen this kid in forever. Why am I getting a call from a detective? But I tell the detective, yeah, I kind of do remember him. And they say to me, kinda? It doesn't seem like you just kinda know him. I would say you really know him. So I was like, sure, I guess I know him pretty well, but it's been a long time since I've seen him. He then goes, yeah, that's what I thought. What's up with this guy's mysterious act all of a sudden? Like, I have no idea what's going on, so I'm just waiting for him to get to the point. Before this happened, I had never talked to a detective in real life, so I wasn't sure how the interaction was actually supposed to go. But I was kind of getting the vibe that this guy just saw one too many episodes of Criminal Minds and was like, hey, I'm gonna be a detective. I was genuinely thinking this, and you may say that's stupid, but hey, that's how I chose my career when I was younger. All I had to do was watch Breaking Bad once, and after I finished the whole series, I was like, yeah, that's it. I wanna be a chemistry teacher. You thought I was gonna say the other job in the show, huh? Nah, that's not what I wanted to do. But regardless of how good or bad I thought this detective was at his job, I still knew there was no good reason for me to be getting a call from him. So I had to be on my best behavior. Instead of cooking him for trying to talk like a villainous cartoon character, I just asked him why he was calling me about this guy that I hadn't seen in years. And then he told me that he was a detective on the case involved with my bully's house burning down. And when he said this, I was thinking, oh yeah, now I get it. What a coincidence. I just made a video about this. But then I was like, wait, why would there need to be a detective on this case? My guy was probably just trying to make a flamethrower using his fart spray and a lighter and accidentally caught the whole house on fire. Yes, I am 22 years old and find farts very funny. What's wrong with me? But when I asked why there was a detective on this case, he told me it was believed that the fire didn't just start from natural causes. No, they had reason to believe it started from arson, meaning someone purposely burned his house down. This didn't really surprise me though, because this guy made a lot of villains. You know how bad he treated me, just imagine how bad he treated other people. But when the detective said this, I knew exactly why I was getting a phone call now, and I wasn't laughing anymore. Because this was the moment where I remembered I made a video about this situation a couple days ago. And I showed all you guys the video of me reacting to his house burning down. And let me ask you this question. Did that look like the reaction of someone who was sad about their bully's house burning down? You know what? Here, watch it again and tell me if I look guilty. Dog, I'm going to jail! When I watched the video back for the first time after the detective told me what was happening, that was my first thought. Because does that video look like someone who is innocent to you? It sure doesn't to me, and I was the one who made it. Rewatching that video after I learned what happened even almost made me be like, wait, did I burn his house down? I had motive because he bullied me, and I clearly did not have remorse because I was bobbing my head like this when I reacted to it. So I did not think my odds were looking good, because I've seen all the TV shows just like this detective has. If they even have the slightest piece of evidence on you, they're gonna say you're guilty. It don't matter if you actually did it or not. The only thing that matters is what the jury thinks. Because imagine I'm in court and the judge is like, all right, detective, what evidence do you have that Tyler is guilty? Oh, there's a video you want me to see? Okay. Mr. Vitelli, is this you? Allegedly? Guilty. I don't need to see any more evidence. Lock this guy up. No, judge, wait, can I at least say goodbye to my mom first? No, absolutely not. But you can say hello to your new neighbor, Diddy. No, please. That is exactly what I thought was gonna happen with this video being used as evidence. But I knew I wasn't guilty, so I told the detective that if a fire started because of arson, I had nothing to do with it. Then he asked me about the video, and he wanted me to explain why I made it. And based off this guy's voice, I could guess he was probably over the age of 50. And I don't know if you've ever tried explaining a TikTok video to an elderly person, but it's impossible. They simply cannot understand what is going on. Like, have you seen those videos of old people getting tricked by AI?
Fantastic wood carving. This lady deserves our recognition. What an art. It's a gift from God. God bless you, and thank you for sharing of your talent. Thanks be to God. Love you.
Like, you could show your grandma a video of a bunch of cats doing the salsa together and she would believe it. And no, that is not an exaggeration. I've seen it happen. So I knew my chances of getting him to understand the reasoning behind me making that video were practically zero. But anyways, I still tried to explain it, and after I did so, he didn't ask any more questions about the situation. The only thing he said after this was asking what city I was currently in. So I told him the city, which was the same one I lived in my whole life leading up to that point, and was also the one where the bully lives. Well, lived, I guess. Sorry, not funny. Detective, I'm innocent. But he just asked me to stay close to the area for the next couple of days in case they needed to talk to me in person. So basically all I'm hearing when he says that is, I'm a suspect now. So I do as they say and don't leave the city because I don't want to look guilty. And like I said, I barely leave my house anyway, so this was pretty easy. Regardless of if I lit that house on fire or not, I wasn't going anywhere. But these next couple of days were super nerve-wracking for me because although I knew I was innocent, it doesn't matter what I know, it just matters what they think. So I was waiting, freaking out the next couple of days, not being able to sleep. But the funny part about this time is I was so paranoid that the detective would try to follow me or just get more information on me. So I tried to look as innocent as possible that week because I reposted a story on my social media of our local fire department and I put the goat emoji on it, as if my stupid social media story was going to be the turning piece of evidence that would make a jury think I was innocent. Oh, have you seen that video? This guy definitely did it. I mean, I thought so too, but did you see that story he posted with the goat emoji? No guilty person would do that. That was ridiculous. But anyways, about a week passed and I didn't hear anything more about the situation. But I needed to get an update because I was still super anxious because I never got a call from the detective saying that I was free to leave my area now. So I called the number the detective gave me in case there was any information I needed to tell him. And he picked up the phone, so I asked him if there was any new information they had on the case. And he said there was. So with my hand shaking, I asked what that evidence was, and I just accepted that at any moment, a SWAT team was about to break down my door and bust me. But instead, he told me news that made it feel like Christmas, because he said a candle started the fire. But that's not all. Apparently the candle that started the fire was in the bathroom of their house. But guess whose bathroom it was? My bullies. Now, I'm not one for conspiracies, but I do have to say, it's pretty ironic that after all those days he made me smell like a dirty toilet in school, it was his toilet that ultimately became the reason his house burned down. Have you ever been in a group chat and thought, wow, if anyone ever sees these texts, we're going to jail? Because I was in a group chat like that, but one day it actually did get leaked. And the punishment we got for this leak was 10 times worse than we ever could have imagined. It all started after spring break. Everyone was depressed to be back at school after 5 days off, and there was only one thing that could get us through the school day, our group chat. It was called Kids with Dads and Trey, because Trey's dad left when he was younger. There was 6 of us in it, and if you've ever been in a group chat like this before, you know there's always one person who's just slightly unhinged. In our group, that was Eli. Now don't get me wrong, Eli wasn't some evil mastermind. He wasn't scary or anything. He was just a little too chronically online. Like one time, one of my friends sent a picture of them eating a sandwich, and he literally photoshopped it to make the sandwich look like a turd, so it looked like he was eating poop. Don't ask why. I don't know. But this was the type of stuff that Eli liked to do. Sometimes it was funny, sometimes not, but it was always harmless. Until it wasn't. Because on a random Wednesday, during the last hour of school, I see a random message pop up in the group chat. It's from Eli, and it just says, "Nobody come to school Friday." What? I scroll up to see if I missed something. Was this part of some other joke? Did I miss the bit? But nope. That was it. Completely unprovoked, he sent that message. Now, if you're a normal person, your brain probably immediately goes, okay, red flag. That's weird. But this was Eli we were talking about. This dude made a fake mixtape one time dissing his teacher that made my ears want to bleed. So naturally, none of us took the message seriously. We're all just replying with jokes like, bro thinks he's him. I wasn't going to school anyway. And I just dropped a meme of SpongeBob in there that said, I'm a head out. None of us thought much of the text. Or at least we thought. Because there was one person in the group chat that didn't respond to the message at all, Marcus. See, Marcus was the responsible one in our group. Like, he actually had goals in life and wanted to have a good career. Lame, right? So while the rest of us were laughing it off, Marcus was silent. But the next morning, I get to school, open my locker, and boom, I see Marcus power walking down the hallway like one of those weird kids when the bell rings for lunch. So I'm like, yo, Marcus, where are you headed so fast? But he whispers back to me, I told Mrs. Daniels about the message. Who is Mrs. Daniels? Our principal. So I'm like, wait, what message? The one Eli sent, about not going to school? Wait, for real? Dead serious. I just didn't want to take the chance. It was weird. And I get why he did this. If Eli actually did something bad, and this story ended up being a Netflix documentary, we would have been the stupid kids that everyone said, why did they not see the signs? Unfortunately, there were about 7 brain cells altogether if you added up everyone's from the group chat. So we didn't think of that. But if Marcus had any idea about just how much harm he caused by telling the principal, he never would have done it. Because fast forward a couple hours, I'm in 4th period, vibing with my AirPods on, when suddenly, someone walks into our classroom and whispers in the teacher's ear. The teacher nods her head, and once the girl's done talking, she goes, Tyler, they need you in the office. I froze. I knew this wasn't a, you're getting a reward type of office call. This was a, you are cooked call. But in my head, I'm like, I'm sure this isn't that bad, until I leave the classroom. And who do I see? Everyone else from the group chat. Everyone's got the same nervous expression on their face thinking, we're done. Group chat got leaked. We're all going to prison. It's over. And then, just to complete the doomsday image, we walk into the office, and who do we see? Mrs. Daniels waiting for us. She has a folder in her hand. She's about 9 months pregnant, looking like she's about to suspend us and give birth all at the same time. And let me tell you, Mrs. Daniels was not a chill principal. No, she was the type of principal that you don't look directly in the eyes, because if you do, you might turn into stone. So we were terrified to see her. And remember the part how I said she was pregnant, because that will be very important for later. So she tells us to all walk into the conference room. This isn't some little side room where you go when you faked a fever and you're waiting for your mom to pick you up. No, this is like where the president goes during a national emergency. You know it's bad when they bring you in this room. So Mrs. Daniels tells us to sit down, and then she sits down at the head of the table as if she's about to end our whole career. She's got a folder in front of her, hands crossed, and a look on her face like she was about to say, you guys are never going to college. So we all sit down. No one speaks. It is pitch silent. You can literally hear the air conditioning humming. Mrs. Daniels opens the folder, and then she says, so, I'm gonna read you guys a message. Tell me if this sounds familiar. Nobody come to school Friday. And just like that, we all started side-eyeing each other. Eli, who was sitting directly across from her, tries to speak. I'm sorry, that was me. But before he could even finish his sentence, the principal goes, Eli, you'll have your turn. Bro, what is this? Judge Judy? She looks up and makes eye contact with each one of us, slowly. This message was sent in a group chat that includes all of you. Luckily, one of you, Marcus, was concerned, and he came to me with this message and showed it to me. Side note, Marcus had his eyes glued to the table the whole time as if he was trying to astral project into the wood. Now I know what you're all gonna say. It was a joke. And I really hope it was. But you have to understand that in this day and age, we cannot, and I mean cannot, undermine how serious this is. That's when Eli raises his hand again, as if this was math class. I promise it was a joke. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just frustrated with how much homework I had, and I was joking about it. I wasn't planning on actually doing anything, I swear. Little did I know, we should not have believed a word Eli said. She nods slowly, listening to Eli, and then she writes something in her folder. And then she goes, I have a question. Why did no one else report this? And suddenly, all our heads started to swivel, looking at each other like we were watching a tennis match. If any of you felt that this message was concerning, you had a responsibility to report it to me, even if it turned out to be a joke. But none of you did. Marcus did. Matter of fact, all your replies to this message made it seem like you guys thought it was funny. That is why Marcus is not in trouble today. At this point, we could just feel that she was building up to something. And then she goes, as for the rest of you, I'm currently reviewing whether this falls under our failure to report clause. There's a strong argument to be made that you guys should be suspended. One of my friends goes, wait, what? We thought what he said was a joke. We didn't think it was serious. We just send dumb stuff in that group chat all the time. Mrs. Daniels doesn't even flinch while she responds. Yes, and sometimes those jokes turn into headlines. I can't even lie. That was low-key a bar by Mrs. Daniels. Like, I respect it. But in that moment, it wasn't funny. And listen, she wasn't wrong. But at the same time, this was Eli we were talking about. This man once said he was gonna raid Area 51, and then he showed up to school the next day in a tinfoil hat. No one in that group chat has ever been a threat to anything except for good grammar. Or so we thought. She closes the folder and then says, I'll be meeting with the superintendent today to decide on appropriate disciplinary action. But as of now, you're all under administrative review. We didn't even know what that meant. What kind of ominous Harry Potter language is administrative review? Eli looks like he's about to cry. Jake looks zoned out. Trey's just whispering something to himself. And me? I'm just staring at the folder hoping that if I blink hard enough, it will go away. The principal dismisses us. And the moment we leave the room, we scatter like scared rats. We're all having a post-game press conference with each other. Bro, we're getting suspended. It's over. I'm dead. My mom is literally gonna make me disappear. Trey wasn't lying when he said that either, by the way. His mom would actually do that. Then Marcus tries to speak up and says, guys, I didn't mean to get you in trouble like this. And we're all just like, Marcus, stop talking. Like, we get it. He was trying to do the right thing, but he also just served us up to the principal on a silver platter. The next few hours of school felt like a fever dream. I couldn't focus in class no matter what. Not that I could before, but I couldn't even eat at lunch. And you guys know me, I'm a big bag, so that was not normal. I couldn't even open the group chat from how terrified I was of it now. The worst part, no one knew what our fate was gonna be. No one in our school knew about this yet until Monday morning. This story was in every friend group, classroom, and hallway in the school. Now, I was just hoping the girl I had a crush on liked bad boys because that's what I became. I wore SpongeBob underwear at the time, by the way. But we all thought we were cooked, burnt to a crisp. And it all started with one sentence. Nobody come to school Friday. What was he thinking? The whole time we were in administrative review, I was just thinking the same thing in class. We're definitely getting suspended. I always thought it would be a crumble cookie that took me out. But it turns out it was just gonna be my mom after finding out this news. And just like rumors do, it started to spread throughout the school and get crazy. People started fabricating the story, making it sound way worse than it was. It turned from a silly little text in the group chat to 5 guys are planning to blow up the school. Like, if y'all are gonna snitch about what happened to us, can you at least make us sound cool and not insane? Trey sat down at our lunch table and goes, I just had a girl ask me if I was gonna be on the news. We're spiraling, and we even stopped texting in the group chat because now anything could be used as evidence. But here's where it gets strange. We get back to school on Monday morning, which was the day we were supposed to learn the news about what our fate was gonna be. But when we get there, the whole day we're expecting, we're waiting, but nothing happens. No one gets called into the office, no announcement, no anything. We get through the whole day of school in a constant state of fear, just waiting for the moment our names were gonna get called over the intercom. But it never happens. I even sneak a glance into the office during passing period, and guess what? Mrs. Daniels wasn't there. Tuesday, same thing. No update, no principal. So during lunch one day, we asked one of the teachers we were all cool with if they knew where Principal Daniels was at. You know what they said? She spawned a new player into the world. That's right, she gave birth. We all got super excited after hearing this news because we were hoping that this would give us more time to not get in trouble. Like, imagine being on death row and then the warden retires the day before you're supposed to get executed. That's what it felt like. I fell to my knees as if I just got drafted to the NBA, which was always my dream, but it didn't happen because I love LeBron so much that I didn't want to overtake him as the GOAT. And I'm also 4'11". But we knew that this didn't mean we were in the clear. We were hoping that having a baby would make Principal Daniels forget about the whole situation. But no, of course we couldn't get the easy way out. Because instead of that happening, we had to deal with a new character. The person that would be stepping in when Principal Daniels was gone. The one and only Mr. Lopez. Now, Mr. Lopez was a mystery. We didn't know a lot about him. All we knew was he carried a big water bottle, he wore glasses, he was bald, and he had a face that said, "Don't mess with me." And no, he was not Walter White, okay? So while part of us wanted to believe that we were safe now, we knew that Mr. Lopez had something coming for us. We tried to lay low the rest of the week, just hoping that everyone would forget about the situation. But then Friday came, and just when we thought that we might be out of the woods, Jake gets called to the office. And at this point, our brains are doing gymnastics trying to figure out what this means. Is this where we finally meet our demise? About 15 minutes go by where the rest of us are just panicking, thinking about what they're talking about in that office. Then finally, Jake returns. We swarm him like paparazzi. What happened? Are we cooked? Jake just blinks and then goes, "Guys, I think we're okay." Now this dude's delivery was way too vague for the pressure we were under, so we made him sit down and explain everything that just happened in that office. Jake goes, "Okay, so I walked in and Mr. Lopez is just sitting there." Doesn't say much at first. He just goes, "You're one of the guys from the group chat thing, right?" And I'm like, "Yeah." Then he flips through the same folder that Mrs. Daniels had on us, as if it was a crime scene investigation. Okay, but what did he say? He read through the folder, sighed real loud, and then he went, "Okay, you're free to go. But just so you know, we're going to be calling you back in the office very soon, so just be aware of it. By the way, what is your friend Eli like?" Jake told the principal that Eli was a good kid that could just be crazy at sometimes. And after giving his explanation, Mr. Lopez shrugged a little bit and then told him he could go. What did this all mean? We had no idea. But we thought it was really strange that out of everyone, Jake was the only person to get called into the office. But then sure enough, over the next few days, we all got called in. And each time, Mr. Lopez gave a different version of the same speech. Basically just interrogating us, asking us what Eli was like, and asking us about what usually went on inside that group chat. When it was finally my turn to go in, I was prepared. I had a whole speech ready. I went in there and said, "I understand the gravity of the situation. I've reflected deeply on my actions, and I want you to know that I'm changed now." Lopez just cuts me off after about 5 seconds and goes, "Tyler, please stop." "Oh, okay." After the whole week went by, we all got called into the office, except for one person, the culprit himself, Eli. He was the last one. And honestly, no one knew how that would go, because technically, he did send the message. Even if it was a joke, it wasn't like Mrs. Daniels left a post-it note saying, "Be nice to Eli." We knew that our fate probably lied in his hands. And knowing him, that's a scary thing to think about. So the next day, we're in second period when Eli gets called to the office. He pulls out the facial expression of that one meme of the dog where he just accepts his fate. And he gathers his stuff and goes to the office. 30 minutes go by. 40. Bell rings. Still no sign of him. Then at lunch, he walks back into the cafeteria. And we all freeze. This is the moment of truth. Did he get suspended? Did Lopez finally snap? Was Eli getting sent to juvie? Eli walks over to us, slams his lunch tray down, and says, "Starting next Monday, I got 1 week of in-school suspension." Because if he gave Eli his punishment right then and there, that meant that if we were getting any punishment, he would have done it to us when we got called into the office. So the case must have been closed. No one was getting expelled. Only Eli got in trouble, which, hey, he can take it. We finally thought it was over. But sadly, that was not the reality. Because about 3 weeks later, literally out of nowhere, all 5 of us get pulled out of class and told to go into the office. Our souls leave our bodies. I stand up at my desk, just thinking, if you're gonna arrest me, just get it over with already. Once we get to the office, who's there waiting for us? Principal Daniels. And she's got that dang folder in her hands. It was like she came back from taking care of her kid just to punish us. Where'd she even come from? Don't she got a baby to be feeding right now? We thought after she gave birth, we would never have to see her again. But there she was. No more baby bump, which, Miss Daniels, you were looking pretty good. I can't even lie. Okay, but that's not the point. Because after we all see her, then she starts talking. "You boys know that before I had my child, I was deciding on what punishment you deserved for the group chat." "Yep, that's it. We're all going to jail, aren't we?" And after reviewing all the text and details, I decided that every one of you should be suspended. This was the moment. I knew it. My mom was about to disown me. No more cooking meals for me. I'm about to get kicked out of the house and have to find a job. But then, In one final twist to the story, Mrs. Daniels goes, "But I'm not currently the principal, so I handed over the folder to Mr. Lopez and let him decide what to do with it." Oh no, what was Walter White about to do to us? And then she goes, "And luckily for all of you, after talking to each and every one of you individually, he decided that while what you did was dumb and irresponsible, you don't deserve to be suspended. So you can thank him for letting you off." Thank him? Man, I would have given him a kiss right then and there. So at the end of the day, Eli was the only one to get suspended. And Eli, I'm sorry you had to take the fall, but maybe next time, don't send a text message that makes it sound like Jeffrey Dahmer is your role model. If there's one person you never want to pick a fight with, it's a vegan. And that may sound crazy, but trust me, you'll think the same thing after you hear what happened to me just a couple weeks ago when I interacted with one. What exactly happened? Well, let's start from the beginning. You know that feeling when you get a craving so bad that nothing else will satisfy it? Well, this was me with Chipotle last month. I was thinking about it so much that it started to feel like a mental illness. Like it didn't matter what was going on in my day, that was the only thing I could think about. I'm driving the car. What's on my mind? Chipotle. I'm talking to my mom. What's on my mind? Chipotle. I'm taking a dump. What's on my mind? Chipotle. It was the only thing on my mind. So I decided I was gonna get it for dinner that night. But here's the thing. I was already having the worst day ever. My alarm clock didn't go off in the morning because for some reason, I typed 6 into the calculator app rather than the clock app. And I was supposed to get on a flight that day, which is why I was waking up so early. But did I miss it? Of course, because without an alarm, I didn't wake up until 10 a.m. when that flight was already long gone. And during lunch that day, I managed to spill coffee all over my white shirt. And the funny part about that is, I literally never wear white. This was like the one day a month where I actually wore the color white, and of course this happened. Never spilled coffee on my shirt before this, by the way. So for the rest of the day, any slight minor inconvenience just made me way more frustrated than it should have. The only thing that could make this day better was that beautiful Chipotle bowl I was craving. All I could think about was my order. Double chicken bowl with white rice, pinto beans, corn salsa, cheese, 500 pounds of queso, which I think is just a fancy way of saying cheese, and a mountain of guacamole that could put my whole family into debt. So I'm driving to Chipotle, already thinking about that first bite in my mind. But as I pull into the parking lot, I see something straight out of a Saturday Night Live skit. At least 30 protesters outside Chipotle with enormous signs blocking the entrance. And these weren't just regular picket signs, no. They were huge poster boards with super disturbing images. One sign had a cow with tears running down its face and words that said, "I had a family," painted on it in what looked like it was supposed to be blood. Like, yeah, buddy, and I have an empty stomach. Looks like one of us won't be going home happy today, and it ain't gonna be me. After seeing that, I realized what I was up against. Vegan protesters. I was honestly impressed with how creative some of them were. Like, these protesters had real futures in creative design if they wanted to go that route. And when I first got there, it kind of made me smile more than anything. Because although I knew these protesters really didn't want anyone to go inside Chipotle or eat the meat, I didn't realize just how serious they were about it. Like, these protesters came prepared for war. They had these megaphones chanting slogans about how meat is murder and dairy is scary. By the way, I may or may not be slightly stupid because I didn't even know that vegans don't eat dairy. I still don't really understand how that one works. Like, what's wrong with having some milk? Doesn't that just come from the cow doing the, you know, thing with its udders? That doesn't harm the cow, does it? I have no idea. Let me know in the comments if I'm wrong about this, please. But back to these crazy people. There was a man with this group of protesters that had this super professional looking camera that looked like it belonged to the news channel. And he was filming anyone who chose to get close to that Chipotle front door, which I'm guessing was an attempt to make potential customers feel embarrassed and not go inside. And it worked, because as I was watching from my car, I watched an older couple try to navigate the chaos and go inside. But the second they approached, the protesters got way more hostile. They shoved the cameras in their face and the protesters got way more rude. So after a couple seconds of trying, they decided it wasn't worth the hassle and they just went somewhere else. Can a couple not get a burrito in peace anymore? Now it started to go from pretty entertaining watching these protesters to a little bit scary, because as I'm stalking them, enjoying watching every moment, I see something shocking when a girl with bright green hair pulls a spray can out of her pocket and sprays "meat is murder" on the sidewalk. She did it right outside the Chipotle while all her other accomplices cheered her on. Inside the restaurant, I could see nervous looking employees that were definitely thinking something like, "I do not get paid enough to deal with this." And honestly, stuff like this is the main reason why I just became unemployed. You don't have to deal with this when you don't have a job. I'm such a disappointment. What made these protesters really intimidating was their organization. They almost created a complete blockade where getting into the Chipotle meant you either had to navigate around 30 people or just push straight through all of them. Lucky for me, I was in my car, so I revved my engine and started driving straight toward them like bowling pins. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't do that, okay? Did I want to? That's another story. Like I said in the beginning, I was craving Chipotle that day, and nothing was gonna stop me from getting it. And also, this may sound weird, but I enjoy situations like this. I've always been a rage baiter to my core, so this felt like the perfect scenario to use that. I have nothing against vegans, but I also didn't necessarily agree with the way they were going about it, so I was super excited to interact with them. Before getting out of my car, I did weigh my options and think about going somewhere else. I was like, okay, there's a Subway right down the street I can go to, and they for some reason keep adding random foot-long things to the menu, like cookies and pretzels. But hey, Subway, I have an idea. How about you just make the damn sandwiches a foot long again? Because I've taken my ruler there before, and they definitely don't seem like they're 12 inches anymore. There was also a McDonald's down the street, but I didn't really want to catch the fade from Grimace, so I knew there was only one place for me that day. The protesters thought they were scaring people off from going inside Chipotle with their intimidation tactics, but they hadn't met someone with my level of stupidity yet. What the vegans didn't realize is that standing between my Big Mac and the food I'm craving is like trying to stand in between a toddler and an iPad. It's not something you want to mess with. So from my car, I scouted out the restaurant. There wasn't a single customer inside there at the moment, just the Chipotle employees standing idle at the counter, spectating what was going on outside. Contemplating my next move, I spotted a guy trying to be slick. He thought he could outsmart the protesters by going through the side entrance. But the second he approached that door, two protesters spotted him as if they had some sort of meat eater radar. Whoa, pause! The vegans celebrated their victory, giving each other high fives, but little did they know, their biggest challenge yet was coming up. Their confidence visibly grew after turning this guy around. All of a sudden, their chants were a little bit louder, their chests were puffed out more. They genuinely believed that they were preventing anyone from eating meat that day. But do they know that the animals at Chipotle are already dead? Someone might want to let them know that, I'm just saying. But after observing them for a while, I was ready to try making my way inside. But I needed a plan. A strategy. But that's when I thought of the brilliant plan to walk towards them, and as I'm about 10 feet away, start pretending that I'm about to throw up. Because if you've ever been near someone that's doing this motion, please don't clip that. But if you've seen someone doing that before, you only have one reaction, which is to get out of the way as quickly as possible. Is it quick or quickly? I don't even know if that's a word. I don't care. But that's what the protesters did. They stopped their chanting for a couple seconds and it turned into screams when they saw me looking like I was about to throw up the coffee that did make it into my mouth that morning. So I was just able to walk right through them to the front door. The workers saw me coming the whole way, and when I got in, they pretty much gave me a standing ovation. It felt like that scene in The Maze Runner where the door is slowly closing and the guy barely sneaks through it. Although the workers looked really happy with what they saw, unfortunately, the protesters did not react in the same way. Because when I got inside, I looked back at them, and all their faces had a combination of shock, outrage, and disbelief. They were looking at me so disgusted, as if I was literally about to go slaughter a baby cow in front of their eyes just for my meal. And you would think once I got inside, the vegan protesters would just give up on me and focus on their next victims. But no. Because they had a special surprise for me, waiting once I would leave that Chipotle a little bit later. So when I walked up to the counter to order, the worker gave me a little nod of respect, looking shocked that someone actually cared this much about getting a meal. I just know they were thinking, damn, you know how much of a big bag this guy must be to go through a group of protesters just for a Chipotle meal? My excitement for getting inside was shortly lived, as I suddenly realized I was in a fishbowl, because everything I did inside Chipotle was observed from outside by the vegans. The guy with the huge camera was back filming me, which, by the way, that ain't cool, man. Like, he must know my biggest insecurity is people watching me eat, and the fact that I don't know how to keep a conversation with people. But have you ever tried eating a meal while people are recording you? It's scary. I mean, on one hand, it kind of did make me feel like a celebrity, but now I realize why celebrities hate paparazzi so much. No wonder Justin Bieber's always cooking them. When they were watching me and filming me eat, the only thing I could think is, damn, is this how the animal feels? I'm just playing. And by the way, I know I'm making jokes about animals, but I truly do love them.
I just love how they taste too, so I ain't gonna stop eating them.
But it's not like I want to hurt them. Like, I would never eat my dog. I love my dog. My cat, on the other hand, though. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna edit that part out. While I was eating, the manager, which was a middle-aged guy with a hairline that resembled a W, sat right next to me and looked like he just wanted someone to vent to. He said, "These protesters have been here since opening." So with my face full of beans, I said, "Oh, really? Has anyone eaten here then?" "No, you're probably like the 20th customer today." So then I asked him, "Why don't you guys try calling the cops or something? This feels very illegal." And he said they already tried that and they came earlier. But technically, everything they were doing was legal. I don't know about the spray paint part though. But they weren't on Chipotle's property, so as long as they stayed outside, they could basically do whatever they wanted. I do have to give the vegans some credit though, because as I was enjoying my chicken bowl, a protester pressed her sign directly against the window which said his name was Clarence. And it was a picture of a cow referring to the meat in my bowl. Well, luckily for Clarence, I ordered chicken, not beef, so he should be okay. Clarence did look delicious in that picture though. But like I said earlier, I am a rage baiter. It's my passion. I don't do it for laughs or anything like that. I just love the game. So as I'm eating, I decided to switch tables and move right next to the window where the only thing separating me from the protesters would be this little slab of glass. So they were super close to me. And when I would take a bite of my food, I would react like Guy Fieri does when he tries literally anything for the first time, acting like I just had the most delicious meal of my life. I was literally like this every bite. That's good. The protesters' attention was now half focused on me and half focused on preventing anyone else from coming inside. I don't know why they were wasting their time doing this though. These people were so good at blocking that they could have been offensive linemen in the NFL. My 49ers sure could have used them this year. Like, let me see your best three-point stance. Maybe we got a job for you. After finishing my meal, I knew it was going to be tricky to go outside and get back to my car now, because the moment I left, all their attention would be on me. Little did I know just how ferocious these vegans would be, because I swallowed the last bite of that delicious chicken, glanced at the angry mob outside, and realized I had a real problem. My car was parked way across the lot, and there was no secret Diddy tunnel to get there. I was gonna have to walk straight through the vegan Hunger Games to escape. After trying to think of new creative, sneaky ways to get out, I realized I was just gonna have to face them. I couldn't do the fake throw up thing because they wouldn't fall for that twice. But then I was like, wait, maybe I could just actually throw up on them. I have a problem. I also thought about just putting some chicken in their face, hoping that that would terrify them, but that didn't seem like the best plan. So I just decided, I was like, you know what? These people aren't gonna actually harm me or do anything to me when I go outside. They might act all tough and intimidating, but I'll be fine. Or at least that's what I thought, because I got up, walked through that Chipotle door, and immediately the protesters swarmed over me like a seagull when you drop a French fry. A lady that probably pops up as the first image on Google when you search up the word Karen was the first one to get to me. She got super close to my face and in a condescending voice said, "How does it feel to harm innocent animals just for your meal?" You guys like my little mustache, by the way? I'm working on it. I can't tell if it makes me look awful or not, but let me know. The way she emphasized innocent in her sentence made it seem like I just betrayed every single cow on the planet. And I already told you guys, my plan was to just walk straight out of there, go to my car because they weren't gonna do anything to me. But I also said I do love rage baiting. And if you couldn't tell from watching my content already, I'm super sarcastic. I literally can't help it. You could put me at a funeral and I'm still gonna be that way. So when the lady said, "How does it feel to harm innocent animals just for your meal?" I looked her dead in the eyes, rubbed my belly, and said, "It felt great. I'm gonna do it again tomorrow." And there was a collective gasp by some of the protesters listening. The Karen's jaw dropped and her face turned red as if she just had an allergic reaction. A moment of silence just hung in the air, like in movies when someone drops a bombshell and the music just stops. And what happens after? Chaos erupts. Some guy with a man bun yelled, "He's proud to murder animals!" Then others started yelling crazy things like, "Animal abuser! Murderer!" I was honored to be roasted by them, but after listening to all their insults, I decided it was time to walk away. Or at least try to. Because when I attempted to leave, the scene shifted from humorous to genuinely scary. I knew they were upset about what I was saying and what I did, but I didn't realize just how much, because as I'm walking towards my car, they followed me like a swarm, repeating all their accusations at me. And everything they're saying was true about my character in GTA, but not me in real life. I realized I should probably walk quicker as these people were getting more aggressive. But as I sped up, I saw the green-haired spray paint girl running towards my car. And I could tell by the crazy look in her eyes that this wasn't just about making a point anymore. This was personal. I kept thinking about how quickly this all got out of hand simply because I'm a big troll and couldn't keep my dumb mouth shut. So I was speed walking to that car like my life depended on it, taking strides that were huge even for a guy like me that's 6'5". Don't try verifying that, by the way. Just take my word for it. I kept glancing over my shoulder, seeing these protesters not far behind me, and the moment I got to my car, I saw that girl with the spray paint shaking her bottle. I knew what she was gonna do. She was gonna spray paint something on my car. And listen, I'm down to get a new paint job. That would have been sick. But I'm guessing I wouldn't have wanted whatever she was about to write on my car. So when I saw that, I started to panic and my hands were shaking so bad that I dropped my keys when I was trying to open it. When I finally got the door open, I dove inside and slammed it shut as quickly as possible. Just as I thought I was safe, the vegans came right up next to my car. Remember how I said earlier it was time to treat them like bowling pins? Yeah. Well, this was the moment. No, I'm just kidding again. I would not do that. What I did instead is press the power on button in my car, trying to get out of there quickly before spray paint lady got to me. So I put the car in reverse and floored it. But as I'm doing that, something hits my windshield. I turn to look at it and I see that liquid is coming down. So I'm thinking, what was that? Then another cup struck my window. But I saw it coming this time and realized it was a dude throwing water cups at me. To whoever did that, if you're watching this video, I appreciate you. I needed a car wash anyway, so that was pretty clutch. But as much as I was enjoying the free car wash, I saw a green hair lady quickly approaching, and she had one mission: spray paint my car. Her eyes gleamed with determination, so I pressed on the gas, maneuvered around the protesters as if I was Charles Leclerc, and I got out of there. The green-haired vegan tried chasing my car, which, by the way, that kind of sounds like a superhero name. Maybe she should trademark that. But she ran out of stamina before she could get to me. Maybe if she got all her essential nutrients from normal food, she would have been able to keep up with me. I'm just saying. Once I got far enough, they gave up and went back to their normal protesting. So I definitely learned my lesson from this experience. Next time I see a vegan protest, bring a water gun filled with milk to scare them away. I made a post asking you guys for your wildest school confessions because I figured we'd get the classics. I cheated on a quiz. I called my teacher mom on accident. But what I got instead didn't feel like confessions. No, these felt like future court cases. Because based off these things I'm about to read to you, I'm pretty sure that some of your schools were literally just GTA Online servers. But before we even start, I need to make something very clear. These are your guys' stories, okay? Not mine. So if something sounds insane or freaky, don't blame me. But without further ado, let's get into it. We're starting off with one that just made me pause and stare at the wall for a couple minutes after reading it. This confession felt like the opening scene of a Netflix documentary with how cinematic it was. They titled it, "I Accidentally Caused a School Lockdown." Here we go. I hid 6 small Bluetooth speakers in the ceiling tiles of every classroom I had, thinking that it would be funny to play ghost sounds during class. But fast forward to Friday, I'm in the library during my free period, and I open a mobile shooter game. I totally forgot my phone was still synced to all 6 speakers across the wing, and as soon as the match started, the entire hallway exploded with the sound of gunfire and reloading. If I heard those sounds while in class, I would have jumped out the window. Every man for themselves at that point. Because the speakers were inside the ceiling, it sounded like it was coming from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. I heard a teacher down the hall scream, "Run!" and the lockdown alarm started blaring. I cannot imagine the horror of a school lockdown starting and knowing I caused it. Or actually, I guess I can because I did that too. But anyways, I had to sit there in the library, heart racing, frantically trying to disconnect my Bluetooth while hearing people cry. I eventually ran to my homeroom so I wouldn't look suspicious, and 20 minutes later, I heard the main entrance doors get kicked. I don't know what's about to happen next, but dog, you are cooked. We watched through the door window as police officers in full tactical gear and dogs ran through the hall with weapons out. Not the dogs. It was a 3-hour lockdown. They never found the speakers, and I graduated without anyone ever knowing it was my phone. What do you mean they never found the speakers? So a SWAT team just pulled up to your school with dogs, looked for 3 hours trying to find where those sounds came from, and then they were just like,
Oh well, we tried. Anyways, who's hungry?
if one thing went wrong in this scenario, you wouldn't even be here typing this message. You'd be in a documentary. First of all, you hid 6 Bluetooth speakers in ceiling tiles. Why? And I know you said it was because you wanted to play ghost sounds, but you didn't even say whether you actually ended up doing that. Also, how did you even manage to sneak the Bluetooth speakers in tiles without getting caught? I know I said my friends and I used to stick paper airplanes in the ceiling, but that was hard enough to do without getting caught. This is next level. But based off reading this story, I know exactly what type of person you are. And that is a rich person, because you could afford 6 Bluetooth speakers. Either you went on the show Wheel of Fortune and actually won, or your parents are rolling in dough. So congratulations on that. But just imagine being the poor teacher in one of these classes where the speakers are. You randomly hear gunshots and you're freaking out trying to find the source of where it's coming from while all the other students are going crazy. Like I've said before, if I was a student in one of these classes, I'm jumping out the window. And if there's not a window, you're gonna find me in those vents. The one thing I'm not doing is staying in that class. This is how the teacher probably reacted in this scenario.
So as you guys can see, oh my gosh, what is that? Everyone get under their desk now. Remain calm.
This is how the kid who thinks he's the main character probably reacted.
Don't worry, everyone. I'll save the day.
How the kid who's deaf reacts. How the kid who's secretly a robot reacted. Oh no, what is happening? But whoever sent this confession made one small mistake, because you mentioned that you graduated without anyone knowing that it was your phone. But guess what? I know it was your phone, and I've contacted your school and local law enforcement, and there will be people coming to your house very shortly to arrest you. Nah, I'm just kidding. But the one question I do have is, are those speakers still in the walls today? Because I low-key need some new ones, you know what I'm saying? Now yes, that was only the first confession. And after that one, you would think the next confessions would be lighter. Wrong. Because here's the next one. I convinced my best friend to throw a chair at my old English teacher. And one time I made laxative cookies and passed them out to my class. Okay, now correct me if I'm wrong, but by the way you typed this, it really sounded like you were bragging about doing it. Almost as if you were proud of this. And if that's the case, you're a villain! You convinced your best friend to throw a chair at your old English teacher? Which means you didn't even throw the chair yourself? Your role was somehow even worse. How did you even convince your friend to do this? What, do you have superpowers or something? Are you just like that one girl in the show Gen V where you can put your hand on someone and whatever you tell them to do, they'll listen? I need to know how this story ended. Was the teacher okay? Because I've had a chair thrown at me before. Don't ask. But let me tell you, I barely survived it. So if I was an old man and I got hit by one, it would probably look like this. But it didn't end there. No, because then you casually added,
Oh yeah, also one time I made laxative cookies and passed them out to my class.
the one thing I keep trying to figure out when reading these stories is, what do you gain from this? Even if you were like,
Oh, there's this one kid in my class I really don't like.
why would you do this to the whole class? I feel like, if anything, the person who is negatively affected by this the most is you, because the class probably just sounded like this for a week straight. Oh my God. I've tried laxatives before, and we all know what happened when I did that.
There's an explosion going off in my stomach. Mile 3, I'm sprinting home because I can't hold it in much longer. Do not try this.
All right, this next confession is super refreshing compared to the previous one because I don't feel like you should be on the FBI watch list after reading it. I was sitting in my reading class. We were reading Charlotte's Web and I had to go to the bathroom so bad, but the teacher never saw me raise my hand. So I accidentally peed and left a puddle on the floor. I only told one person when it happened, LOL. To be honest, we have all done this. And I don't want to see no comments saying, nah, Tyler, that's just you. Stop the cap, okay? We have all done this. There's two types of people in this world. The first is those who have peed their pants in school because the teacher wouldn't let them go to the bathroom. And then there's liars. I remember the first time I peed my pants in school. I say first time like it happened a lot. It didn't, okay? I promise you guys. Only like 8 times. But anyways, the first time I did it, I really had to go pee. But my teacher kept insisting that since we just got back from lunch, I shouldn't have needed to go. So I was just like, all right, I'll prove to you that I have to go. And I wet my pants on purpose. Now I do regret doing this because my mom had to come bring me a new pair of pants and the whole class laughed at me. But still, this was about proving a point to my teacher. The only thing I'm a little confused about is that you said you left a puddle on the ground. So did it like leak all the way down your leg onto the ground? You know, I don't even want to know actually. Next confession is something that I didn't even know they do in schools. But after doing some research, I feel bad for y'all. Because apparently, if you didn't know, in some schools, they have something called a phone ban, which means you literally can't have a phone in school at all. Let me just tell you right now, I would not have graduated if this was the case at my school. Because here's their confession. So before the phone ban was taking place on our school, the kids would be on their phones everywhere. And I mean it. In the classroom, the bathroom, and in the lunchroom and hallways. Anywhere you could think of, even the janitor's closet. Why do the janitors always have to deal with the most unnecessary drama every day? And so, one time in class, everyone was on their phones, and the teacher didn't care because she only taught to the kids who wanted to learn. And while everybody thought they were slick, suddenly the dean walked in, and he saw everyone's phone. And the second he saw, he confiscated every single phone. Even searched through some kids' backpacks who tried to hide it. And he walked away holding like 20 phones. In that period, I went to the bathroom, and when I walked by the dean's office, holy, I saw his desk filled with phones. Like probably 40K worth of phones just sitting there. And by the end of the day, when all of the kids went to go get their phones back, the entire floor was packed with kids waiting to get their phones back. They all waited there for like an extra 30 minutes. To be honest, if I was the principal at your school and I confiscated all those phones, they would have been on eBay 30 minutes later. I'm just saying. Cause 40K in phones? That's the teacher's salary for the whole year. So if there's a chance to get the bag, I'm going for it. Your principal's desk just turned into an Apple store. I also love how the teacher didn't even care about kids being on their phones at all. It's like whenever my dog tries to jump on my bed. You can only tell them to get down so many times before you just accept it and let them do whatever they want. Now for the next confession, we got someone saying, my English teacher was caught doing the boombayah with the history teacher in the school bathroom and they were fired. Rumors say they got married on Christmas Day. Wait, why would you get fired for doing the boombayah in school? Okay, wait, never mind. I now understand why they got fired. I just looked up what boombayah means and now it makes sense. Because I thought boombayah was a type of dance, like the Macarena or something. I didn't think it was freaky. Wait, now that I actually know what boombayah means, let me read this again. My English teacher was caught doing the boombayah with the history teacher in the school bathroom. Oh my gosh, the school bathroom? Not even like in the teacher's lounge or something? First of all, why is the school bathroom always where the crimes happen? That's not even a romantic setting. Nothing good has ever happened in there and it always smells like dookie. Like, for real though, they need to put a humidifier in there or something. And then rumors say they got married on Christmas Day, which is like the funniest possible rumor ever because it makes it sound like a Hallmark movie. In theaters now, they lost their jobs, but they found love. Well, I hope they lived happily ever after on the street probably because I'm sure that's where they were after getting fired. I like that word though. Boombayah. Boombayah. Boom. Now I need to warn you. This next confession is intense, so I must give a trigger warning for it. And also, please don't try this at home. Here it is. I broke the leg of a chair and poked a kid in the eye. I then chucked the chair at a teacher, ran off, and jumped the fence to leave. That's the confession. No context at all. Okay, folks, let's take our bets. On the off chance that this story is true, where is this person now? A, prison. B, an insane asylum. Or C, a star actor on a sitcom. You guessed it. The correct answer is C, because the person who submitted this story is none other than young Sheldon. I'm just kidding. That's not true. I just have beef with young Sheldon. Don't ask why. But anyways, can someone tell me why chairs seem to be a recurring character in all these confessions? Like if you were playing Call of Duty Zombies and your weapon of choice was between a ray gun, a grenade launcher, and a school chair, I'm starting to think the chair is the best one to go with. I also like how they said they ran off and jumped the fence to leave. Like they were just injected with Compound V and got superpowers now. And what kills me is how casual it is. Like this person is just describing a normal Tuesday. My brother, this was not a school confession. This was a GTA mission. Okay, we have to pivot because if we stay here too long, all the people watching this are gonna start thinking that all my viewers are just straight up criminals. So let's move on to the next confession. This one is a revenge plot that reads like someone watched too many dramas and decided to try it out in real life. So I framed my ex-boyfriend and blamed him for all that I'm about to tell you. So basically, one of his friends gave me his password to log into his school account. So that's what I did. And from his account, I started posting inappropriate stuff on the Google Classrooms and writing a bunch of inappropriate stuff. And then on my private Instagram account, I posted it exposing him and I shared it with everyone. And then I even made fake videos of my ex-boyfriend saying all this stuff and everybody believed it. The whole school started gossiping about him and then he started losing all his friends as well. I want to make one thing clear to the person who submitted this. I don't care if you are someone who likes watching my videos. I am 100% on your ex-boyfriend's side. I get that you were angry, but this is just straight up criminal. This story is exactly why I'm so scared about how AI is going to change the future. Because you can just fake stuff to make someone look guilty so easily. Like just the other day, someone posted an AI video of me saying,
Ooh woo, and then also, I want milk, mommy.
So if you guys saw that video, it was fake, okay? It was fake. Let's keep going. When I was younger, my dad was extremely overprotective of me. He was constantly warning me about danger and would never let me go anywhere after school with my friends. I always thought he was embarrassing and dramatic, especially around other kids. And I just wanted to prove that I could handle things on my own. One day, after school, I ignored his warnings and went on an adventure on my own. But I ended up getting kidnapped and taken very far from home. What am I reading right now? I was surrounded by people who didn't look or act like anyone I knew. And I had no idea how I was gonna get back. At the same time, my dad realized I was gone and set out to find me. He crossed long distances, faced his fears, and met a lady with a really bad memory who helped guide him along the way. Wait, isn't this just the plot to Finding Nemo? Their dad was overprotective, they left home one day and got lost, and then they got surrounded by people who didn't look or act like anyone they knew, just like when Nemo goes into the fish tank. Did Nemo himself send this one in? Whatever, let's finish reading to see if it ends the same way. Eventually, my dad finally found me, and we were reunited. He learned that he couldn't protect me forever, and I learned that his rules came from love. After that day, our relationship completely changed. Yeah, this is literally the plot to Finding Nemo, which can only mean one thing. Nemo is one of my subscribers! Let's go! Thanks for watching the videos, Nemo. I'm a big fan of you too. Nemo, be honest. Are you one of the people in the comments that tell me to oil up? You don't gotta lie. All right, guys, don't worry. Because for this next confession, I made sure that it's not the plot to a Disney movie. Or maybe it is, but it's just one I haven't seen yet. I don't know. I stopped watching Disney movies after Inside Out came out because the sadness character was just really annoying to me. Like, respectfully, why didn't they just get rid of her? Then boom, you have no more sadness. Sorry. Anyways, so I liked this girl in my class for 2 whole years. And I was like, all right, I'm done. And I went out to confess it to her. Instead of saying yes or no, she just literally ignored me for 3 whole months. Then she called me while standing with her girl gangster gang. And I ain't gonna lie, if you see a girl with her girl gangster gang, do not approach. It never ends well. Me, confused, went to her and she just started saying that I'm ugly, I'm stupid. Then she started to beat me with her gang. What? Wait, hold up. Sorry, I was just making sure I read that right. Let's continue. Then she called her older brother and told him that I love her. Then his brother, with 2 of his friends, started hitting me. I ain't reading the rest of this Wattpad story, dog. Let's move on. I was dating a girl, let's name her Susan. Then there's a new girl in my class, and let's name her Sarah. Sarah was beautiful, so I confessed to her in a piece of paper saying, "Hi Sarah, I love you and hate Susan. You are the best." What I didn't know is they were besties. So Sarah told Susan about what's going on, then we broke up. I wish I had that confidence right now to talk to a girl. Yo, I'm gonna be straight up. If you told me this was a message I typed 10 years ago and just completely forgot about, I would genuinely believe you, because this for real sounds like me back when I was in middle school. I've never told you guys this before, but I have something to admit. I actually have had a girlfriend before. Yes, I know, I've betrayed your trust. I've always told you guys I didn't, but let me explain. So I was in 7th grade and me and this girl liked each other. But up to this point in my life, the only girl I was ever able to hold a conversation with was my mother. So even though I liked this girl, I knew I couldn't ask her out. But everyone knew we liked each other. So one day at lunch, our friends tricked us into going into the same room with each other. And when I arrived, both our friend groups are just standing there pressuring me. So I asked the girl, do you want to be my girlfriend? She said yes, of course, because, you know, your boy's got Riz. What can I say? And that was also the moment I found out what her voice sounded like, because I literally never talked to her before. But then, because I didn't know what to do, I just said, cool. And I turned around and left. So the whole time we were dating, I did not talk to her once, because I was still scared to. And we never actually formally broke up. So for all I know, we might still be dating to this day. I should probably text her and find out, actually. Let me do that. Never mind. She has a kid now, so I think we're done. Moving on. Basically, this weird guy in my class brought a machete to school. A machete? To school? Surely he had no bad intentions, right? His friends found it in his bag while looking for a stapler, and those dudes screamed so loud when they found it, and the teacher immediately noticed the huge machete in their hands, and when they questioned the dude about it, he had the audacity to tell the teacher that he accidentally brought it to school. And dude only got suspended for a week, which is crazy, because if I was the school administration, I would expel that fool. Apparently, dude is going to therapy and psych counseling, which is good for him, I guess. Still wonder what would have happened if his friends didn't find it. This story actually makes me angry. Like, this is genuinely unacceptable. This is something that just cannot happen, okay? In no world is it okay for you to snitch on your boy for bringing a machete to school. Like, yeah, I get it. I understand. The dude brought a machete to school and is probably up to no good with it. But if you're his friends and you see that machete, you just gotta act like nothing happened. Because if you snitch to your teachers and call him out, then were you really ever his friend in the first place? And plus, if he did bring this machete to do something bad, who do you think he's going for first, huh? Probably his ex-friends who snitched on him. The only real question I got about this is, what kind of backpack was homie bringing to school that he could fit a machete in? He must have been walking around with one of these. I remember when I was in school, I played baseball and I would carry my bag with all my gear in it, glove, helmet, but the one thing that didn't fit inside my bag was my bat. So I would walk around school carrying it, not thinking anything of it, until a faculty member stopped me one day and they threatened to give me detention for carrying around a weapon. I didn't realize it at the time, but then I was like, oh, this does kind of look like a weapon, doesn't it? So of course I apologized and said it wouldn't happen again, and then I actually used it as a weapon and took a swing at her. No, I'm just playing. I did not do that. I don't advocate for that, okay? Yeah. I'm glad the kid in this story is getting help though, because it sounds like he needs it. Or maybe he didn't. Maybe he just wanted to use that machete to, I don't know, cut his lunch or something. No, that he was definitely using it for something bad. So I was addicted to the small cartons of milk you get at school. Yeah, I'm just gonna stop you right there. I need to figure out who sent this story in and block them on all social medias, because being addicted to the school chocolate milk should be a crime. Sadly, the chocolate milk one was popular and it was hard to get some. And so alas, starts the story of how I gambled at lunch. So I was popular among the other fellow students for trading my lunch for their chocolate milk. Sometimes I would bring cards to make it a fair trade if someone would rather do that instead, or just full on trade my entire lunch. The most I ever drank before lunch period was over was about 45 cartons. No, I'm sorry, that has to be a typo. Because if you truly drank 45 cartons of milk, you would not be here. You would either be A, in the hospital, or probably have some sort of mutation and grow a third arm from whatever the heck they put in that milk. I hope you realize that there is a 0% chance your DNA is the same as before you started drinking all that milk. The one thing I will say, the inside of your body probably looks like Flush Factory now. I am surprised that I stayed such a tiny twig through it all. Though the withdrawal was bad, I'm over it, and chocolate milk is now dangerous for me. Well, I will pray for you, because this is truly a horrible addiction. And also, I'm gonna report you to the FBI. I think that's about the third person on this list I've reported to the FBI. I'm very concerned for you guys. Speaking of things that will make you sick, in my first period, I felt sick. So I went to the sink, but I couldn't make it, so I threw up on my friend, then I went home. Why did you say this so casually? You threw up on your friend and then left? That's not even a confession. That's a hit and run. You didn't even say sorry in the story. You just exited the situation like, yo, my bad. I'm out though, see ya. Imagine being the friend, or ex-friend, I'm guessing now. But you're standing there, first period, not even fully awake yet. You're still seeing those squiggly things in your eyes from how tired you are. And out of nowhere, bam, you're covered in your homie's Taco Bell from last night. It's kind of cute in a way though. It's almost like how birds feed their kids by regurgitating the food, except it was your homie doing it. Oh, that's disgusting. I think your friend needed to go home more than you did, because you probably felt better after throwing up, but the pain and agony was just starting for your friend. I'm sure he still gets nightmares about you doing that to him. Personally, my friendship ain't surviving that. What I've learned from all these confessions and the many, many more you guys sent in that I couldn't even put in the video because of how inappropriate and dark they were, is that you guys scare me, seriously. I made a video asking you guys for your worst school confessions, but these confessions were so horrifying that I decided to make a part 2. Because somehow, the stories you sent this time feel less like school confessions and more like deleted scenes
From a fever dream.
Like at this point, I'm genuinely starting to believe some of your schools were not even schools at all. They were just social experiments with really bad food and body odor. But before we start, I need to make the same thing very clear that I did last time. These are your stories, not mine. So if something in this video sounds completely unhinged, morally concerned, concerning or like it should be shown to a jury one day, don't look at me. We're starting off with a confession that made me pause for a second after reading it. Not because it was crazy intense, but because I genuinely could not believe a human being was capable of such whimsy and foolishness.
One time, the fire alarm went off at school, and it wasn't a drill. For the first minute, kids were running around like headless chickens. But after looking at the board and probably slightly hungover teachers, everyone realized it probably was not that serious. We all had to sit out in the blazing hot sun for almost an hour while teachers were trying to figure out what happened. There were all these rumors going around about what might have started the fire, but the real reason was way dumber. Turns out, some random kid burnt toast in the bathroom.
First of all, what do you mean toast in the bathroom? Like, I'm sorry, how do you even get to that point in your day? That's not a normal school mistake. That can only happen after waking up and genuinely thinking,
You know what? Today, I'm bringing breakfast into the least appetizing room in the whole world.
I'm just gonna say it. I do not believe for 1 second that this was just some random kid. No, it was definitely you. Absolutely 120% you. Because if it was really some random kid, how would anybody even know? Did he walk out of the bathroom looking like a Looney Tunes character? Just smelling like butter with 2 pieces of blackened Wonder Bread still in his hand? I doubt it. If I was the kid who burnt toast in a school bathroom, I'm not getting caught. That toaster is gone. I'm flushing it down the toilet. I'm eating the evidence. I'm transferring schools. Whatever it takes. Because he, and it's definitely a he, because this is always boys doing dumb stuff like this, but he probably yeeted that double action Walmart toaster through the ceiling and started bush camping like season 1 in Fortnite. So you expect me to believe that somehow whoever did this owned up to their crimes? Or did someone just investigate the situation and figure out what happened like, you know what? I say, Watson, do you notice the smidgen of Nutella on that little chap's face? Arrest him. This confession would have been so much better if you would just admit you're the one who did this. I know you're a little freaky and like eating toast in the bathroom. It's okay to admit it. We all have our vices. That one was just ridiculous, but this next one is evil. Like genuinely serial killer vibes.
A month before graduation, a guy named Hank was named valedictorian of our grade. I was obviously annoyed because he would always call me names and bully me when nobody else was around. But to everyone else, he was basically perfect. Other classmates, teachers, and staff loved him because of his kind personality and the fact he led our school's water polo team to 2 championships. What made it even worse was that his grades weren't even that crazy. He had a B- in 4 classes and a B in the other 2. So when he got named valedictorian, that was the final straw for me. He had to be stopped. Then, a day before graduation, 10 iPads randomly vanished from the tech store next to our school. And since the store had no security cameras or anything like that, I saw it as the perfect opportunity. I made 20 different email addresses and sent 20 different emails accusing Hank of stealing a suitcase full of iPads from the store. The next day, police pulled him out of school, and he didn't get charged anything, but he did lose his valedictorian, and they gave the spot
to the salutatorian instead. What is a salutatorian? Wait, no, it says salutatorian. Oh, I don't even know what that is either.
He also had a water polo scholarship to a college in Oklahoma, and that got revoked the next day too. He's currently in his 3rd year of community college.
There is so much wrong with this story that I genuinely do not even know where to start. Brother, you're talking about the high school valedictorian, not the Joker. The way you said that makes it sound like Hank was in the basement of the school building a machine that turns all the cafeteria milk sour and only you could save the day. But no, this was just some random dude named Hank with decent grades and a passion for a sport designed for seals. I'm sorry, but water polo is such a funny sport to be evil in. To be honest, I think the scariest part of this confession is how relaxed you are. It's just way too casual for some of the most insane things I've ever heard.
So I made 20 different email addresses.
You say it like you're reading a weather update. Like, yep, partly cloudy skies today, 78 degrees, Hank's future is cooked, by the way. If he really was bullying you when nobody was around, yeah, that makes him kind of stink. But there is a massive difference between a guy being mean to you and burning his whole life to the ground. So this leaves me with one conclusion. If I'm ever forced to go back to school and somehow become valedictorian, I'm blocking every single one of you who watch my videos. I can't trust none of y'all. But speaking of fake emails, we're not done yet. And somehow, next, we are still on fake emails, just with way less police involvement this time. Somehow, it's even more cruel though. The next confession reads,
One time in middle school, I changed my teacher's computer background to a fake Ellen Show congratulations screen. And then I sent her a fake email saying she'd been selected to appear on the show for being an inspirational educator. She started crying, called the principal over, and they both spent like 20 minutes trying to figure out how to reply before I admitted I made the whole thing in Google Slides and a burner email.
let me get this straight. You made a grown woman believe that Ellen herself had reached out and chosen her to be on the show specifically for being a good teacher? This wasn't like you putting a whoopee cushion on her seat. This is you taking a long, hard look at this poor woman who's probably underpaid because she's a teacher and they're all underpaid, who puts her mental well-being on the line just to educate you, and saying, what is the most emotionally devastating lie I could tell this nice lady before lunch? Are we sure this isn't an alt account from the same psychopath that threw sweet innocent Hank under the bus? Or are there just a million different 400 IQ masterminds in my Discord server? Also, why is it always the kindest teachers this happens to? You know for a fact, you did not send this to the mean vice principal with a neck vein, giant calf muscles, and Oakleys. You picked a teacher with feelings. A teacher who probably has little inspirational quote posters in her classroom and says things like,
"You students are the reason I do this job."
And you looked at that woman in the eyes and said, yeah, that's the one I want to prank. Now I'm just thinking, at what point did you decide to confess? When she started crying? Or perhaps when two grown adults were standing over a school computer trying to craft a heartfelt reply to Ellen DeGeneres? Enough emotional terrorism. Let's get back to what school is really about. Children in bathrooms holding mysterious objects from the internet. Confession number 4.
One day at lunch, my friend told me she wanted to show me something. So we went to the bathroom with another girl. She pulled out this weird looking thing and said it was a vape. Smoke was coming out of it, so I believed her. Then she told me she got it from some sketchy online store called Shein.
Okay, I haven't finished reading yet, but if this vape is actually from Shein, y'all are cooked.
This made the whole thing even worse. We went back to lunch after that, but about 30 minutes later, we all got called to the office to see the principal because someone snitched. After getting shouted out for a while, the principal realized it actually wasn't a vape, but a sinus inhaler. We still got suspended though.
So this girl pulls out a weird smoking device at school and tells you it's a vape, which is already bad. Then somehow, instead of this story getting less dumb, it just gets worse, because later you find out it's from Shein. Shein! The same place people buy $4 outfits made of tissue paper from and phone cases that look like they were designed by someone with a concussion. Honestly, serves you right. You tried to be cool and hit a vape, but you just ended up with a ridiculously clear nasal passage. And the principal shouting at you for ages before realizing it wasn't even a vape makes this so much better, because that means for a solid chunk of time, they thought they were dealing with nicotine criminals, when really, it was just a bunch of kids in the bathroom passing around a glorified inhaler.
Let me try that. Whoa, that's really good. Is this thing supposed to make me smell in 4K? I can smell like all the dookie in here now.
This situation actually reminds me of when I was younger, and I used to think that anything minty was automatically medicine. So one time, I found this super strong little tin of mints in my house. I ate like 6 of them in one go because they were really good, but then I spent the next 10 minutes pacing around convinced I accidentally overdosed. That was the day I found out what Tic Tacs were. Not to brag, but my breath has never smelled better. After that last confession, I need a story where nobody gets suspended, shouted at, or accidentally decongested.
So one day, someone finally encouraged me to text the girl I like and ask if she wanted to get to know me better. I was pretty nervous, but I asked her if she'd be interested in hanging out and maybe getting kung fu tea later that week. She said yes, and we've been dating ever since. We've been together for 7 months now, and I'm really glad I sent that message. The person who encouraged me to ask her out was Vern. We became friends from the comment section in your videos.
Man, this ain't what I want to hear. I don't want to hear about y'all getting in successful relationships from my channel. When is it gonna be my turn? I ain't even gonna talk about this confession anymore. Let's just move on to the next one.
One time in high school, I lied and told a teacher I knew how to play piano so I could get out of normal class and help with rehearsal for the school talent show. The problem was, I do not play piano at all. At first, I thought I was just going to help move chairs or something, but then the music teacher asked me to fill in for one of the acts during practice because their pianist
was absent. Okay, I'm sorry. I just learned that a pianist is what you call someone who plays piano. Why did they name it that?
I sat down, played the first 2 notes of Runaway by Kanye West, completely panicked, and then pretended the keyboard was broken. They spent like 15 minutes trying to fix it before another teacher turned it off and back on again and asked me to keep trying. I ended up fake coughing and got sent to the nurse.
Okay, see, this is the kind of lie I can get behind. Not because I can play piano, but because this feels like the exact sort of thing I would have said in school to get out of actually doing work. If you lie and say you're good at Photoshop, maybe you can click around and survive for a bit. Like I've seen people who know nothing about Photoshop edit me to make it look like I'm in a maid dress. There is a very high chance someone is eventually gonna put you in front of a piano if you say you can do that. Here's confession number 7.
I had a friend who kept skipping school because he said every day was boring. So as a joke, I texted him and told him he missed the craziest day ever. I said 2 teachers got into a screaming match, someone let a chicken loose near the science block, and a ceiling tile fell onto the vice principal's desk. He believed all of it. So the next day, he actually came back to school for the first time in ages. The problem problem is, he still thinks that day really happened, because every time he brings it up, I just change the subject.
You should be leading a Dungeons and Dragons game with this type of lore building ability. This guy now thinks that he missed your school's World War II. Like, to him, Chicken Day was a historical event. He probably separates his life into before and after the vice principal desk incident. And I love that every time he brings it up, you just change the subject. It's like, cool, he's learned his lesson. It's good he's back in school. But at this point, you're just focused on protecting the lie. One day, you're both gonna be 43 years old at some barbecue, and he's gonna be like,
bro, you remember when that chicken got loose at school?
And you're gonna be there flipping a burger like,
Greg, that never happened.
and how long did it take for you to come up with all these plot lines? Like, you should be writing for Netflix in the future. Okay, we need more heat. Let's add a chicken. We need Greg to be invested. What else can we add, guys? My advice, you need to come clean. Eventually, your friend's gonna find out. And after that, he'll probably never show up to anything again. Weddings, funerals, the birth of his first child. But finally, we are leaving the world of school legends and entering something much darker. A bored girl with access to somebody else's love life.
One time, I told my friend that this guy liked her because I was bored and I thought it would be funny. At first, she didn't really believe me, but I kept encouraging her to talk to him, and eventually, she did. Now, they've been together for over a year, and I barely see her anymore because she's always with him. So I basically set my friend up with her boyfriend and accidentally got myself
Replaced. I'm really bored right now. What should I do? Oh, I know. Let me just interfere with somebody else's love life for my own entertainment. You got what was coming with that one, buddy. Because over a year later, now your day one is gone. Like, I know when you first tried setting these people up, you were probably not thinking, yeah, this will definitely lead to a long-term committed relationship and the rapid destruction of my friendship. Nah, you were probably expecting like 3 awkward texts, maybe a failed talking stage, and then everybody moves on. There are probably people watching this who have spent months trying to help their friends get into relationships. They're giving advice, hyping them up, coaching texts, and you did it on accident. So I guess congratulations, you successfully turned one random joke into a year-long relationship and your own friendship decline. Hey, at least you'll have a fun story for the wedding, if you even get invited. I was gonna say the next confession is lighter, but that feels disrespectful because it involves a funeral. So you might want to grab a tissue for this heartbreaking tale.
One time in school, I found a dead fly in the windowsill and, for some reason, decided to give it a full funeral during lunch behind the science block. And halfway through the ceremony, a teacher walked past and thought we were doing witchcraft.
I don't know why, but the part I'm most focused on is how you got 3 other people involved. Because with one other person, okay, maybe you're just weird. Now this fly had a community. It's as if this fly impacted people's personal lives. I'm just imagining the full scene. One kid's holding the body, one kid's holding the cross, one kid's probably singing, and one of you is trying to deliver a eulogy through laughter like, we all knew him in very different ways. No, actually, you didn't. You did not know the fly. He was literally on a windowsill 5 minutes ago. I wouldn't even blame y'all if you cried, though. I've cried over much more embarrassing things. You ever seen the movie Boss Baby?
I think I just watched the most emotional, amazing movie ever created, and now I can't stop crying.
It gets me every time. I can't even roast this too hard because this is exactly the kind of dumb, emotional nonsense kids do at school when they have too much time and not enough adult supervision. It's funny how kids do the most random things like this all because they don't know what to do with their free time. Like, if I was still a kid, I would have loved to do this. This sounds fun. But now, unfortunately, I'm older and I have to take care of things like my butt hair and taxes. To the Flies family, my condolences. Rest in peace, little bro.
Rest in peace, my granny, she got hit by.
We've done funerals. Now, let's get back to a topic that summed up most of my time in school.
So once, during a presentation one time, I farted. But I quickly realized it wasn't just a fart. It was much, much more.
Is that it? Is that the whole confession? I'm not gonna lie. This reminded me of this weird German exchange kid my school had for like 2 weeks. I swear, this dude looked like 34 years old. He had perfect posture and he carried himself like he'd already been through 2 divorces. I never saw that man smile once. He just walked around with this 1,000-yard stare like he'd seen things. And one day, he was doing some little presentation at the front of class, but he stopped mid-sentence, went completely still, started shaking his head like he was just being told something in his ear, and then he just said, I must leave now. I never saw that man again. To this day, I don't know if he just pooped his pants during his presentation, but in my heart, I think that's what happened. That's what your confession has done to me. I'm curious though, did you just continue the presentation like nothing happened? Or did you run away in shame because brown stains were probably starting to go down your leg? Because personally, if that happened to me, the presentation is over. I'm exchanging one final look with the teacher. I'll give her a nod like, I have to do this. And I'm leaving the classroom and never coming back, like the German kid did. Honestly, I respect that now. I know why he did what he did. Let's leave the extreme farting there for now, because the next confession has a plan, a clipboard, a sweet tooth, and way too much confidence.
One time in middle middle school, me and my friend figured out that if we walked into the cafeteria wearing lanyards and holding clipboards, nobody would question us. So for like 2 weeks, we kept sneaking in 20 minutes before lunch started and eating all the fresh cookies before anyone else got there. Eventually, a lunch lady asked who we were, and I panicked and said we were there doing a temperature check. She just stared at us and said, "A temperature check on the cookies?" We got banned from the cafeteria for 3 days.
What do you mean you got banned from the cafeteria for 3 days? Were you just not allowed to eat lunch anymore? But I love that this whole master plan was not to steal test answers, not to break into the office, not to pull some huge prank. You used your criminal talents for fresh cookies. And absolutely nobody believes you just casually strolled into the cafeteria like two normal employees. I'm just picturing in my head what this looked like, and I imagine two middle schoolers with lanyards on that look nothing like employees. You've got fake mustaches drawn on you, and you're standing there trying to look like grown men when you have a Minecraft backpack on you. I do love this idea though, because I don't know why, school cookies were always the best. Any other food? Awful. Don't eat it. But the cookies? They put all their efforts into making those. The crazy thing is this plan worked for a little bit. Like, you guys should take these talents elsewhere. I could just imagine the Eiffel Tower going missing one day, and when they release the CCTV footage, and it's just these two people with a painted on French mustache and a suspiciously Eiffel Tower shaped backpack. To be honest, I still can't understand why you guys got banned from the cafeteria. Like, was your punishment just getting starved? You were already sniffing fresh cookies in elaborate disguises when you had access to food, so taking it away is not gonna make your sick compulsions go away too. So we've got cookie fraud. You guys love committing crimes for some reason. So of course, the next one is also a crime. We're talking full-on smuggling, and this story happens in the outside world. The place where none of us go. The one place you wanna be when you're actually in school. It's like when a prisoner gets their time outside. But here's the confession.
One time in school, me and my friend found out the side door by the gym didn't latch properly. So for like a month, we kept leaving during lunch, walking to the corner store and coming back with slushies like we were Navy SEALs returning from a mission. We only got caught because one day, my friend came back carrying a full family-sized bag of Doritos and tried to hide it under his blazer like he was smuggling diamonds.
A whole month? So this wasn't even sneaking out anymore. This was just your new lifestyle. And the fact that you were wearing blazers tells me you're definitely at a private school, which means you guys were splashing the cash. Like, y'all were probably rich. I just know there was a tear of joy in the eye of the worker every time you walked into that store. Just the two of you waddling back into school, getting ready for your daily mukbang. And no one was ever suspicious of it. There wasn't a teacher that would be like, why is their rib cage 5 times bigger today? What could they possibly be hiding under their blazer? They just didn't pay attention to that, or what? If your friend didn't get so greedy, you could have kept this going all year. It started with, hey, let's just grab a drink. Then 2 weeks later, one of you is trying to sneak back in with 12 tacos, a melted Snickers, and a look in your eye that you no longer fear authority or type 2 diabetes. There's no mention of sharing either. Like, where did you even eat this stuff? Sneaking off to a little quiet corner with your bellies rumbling because you haven't had 2,000 calories of straight junk food in the last 60 seconds? Dang, now I'm getting kind of hungry. We'll do one final confession. Now, this one is not evil. It's not dangerous. It's just painfully awkward. Here it is.
One time in school, I used the disabled bathroom because the normal one was disgusting and I wanted it for myself. The problem is, right as I came out, my crush was walking past. So for some reason, instead of just acting normal, I panicked and immediately started apologizing to her like I just committed a war crime. She looked so confused and I just kept saying sorry until I walked away.
At least you didn't pretend to be disabled, because that is where I thought this was going for a second. And I was about to have to stop the video right there and just sit in silence. Now, obviously, yes, if there's actually a disabled person waiting, don't use their bathroom. That's just insane. But also, I'm not gonna sit here and act like the disabled bathroom isn't magical. It just is. There's so much space, so much freedom, so much peace. You walk in there and suddenly you're not even using the bathroom anymore. You're having a spiritual experience. This is the kind of bathroom where you could sit down on the toilet and scroll for a while. You're not trying to get in and get out as quickly as possible. You could sit in there and think about your future, your career, marriage, anything. The regular school bathroom feels like a prison. It's awful in every single way. But what I do not get about this story is why, when the second your crush walked by, you started apologizing. Because now instead of just seeing you leave a bathroom, she's watching you emerge from it like a nervous Victorian child going, sorry, I'm so sorry. And for what? Now she just has to assume the absolute worst about you. Also, a little public service announcement. If you are ever in one of these bathrooms, do not pull the emergency assistance cord thinking it's the light. Because now you're not just having a private moment in the luxury suite. Now, instead, you have to explain that, no, you're actually completely fine. You just got too relaxed in the penthouse and started pressing things. But hey, who doesn't like a little bit of extra attention? And am I saying this because I accidentally pulled that cord one time? I am. But what I've learned from all these confessions and the many more you guys sent in that were somehow even worse is that you're psychopaths. You are scary. And honestly, I think that's why we work so well together, because we're like the same person. Virtually though. Please stay far, far away from me in real life.